Chapter 656. The members of the various clans behind the little mouse all looked gloomy. They shook their heads helplessly, their faces filled with pain. With the Lizard King's strength, this human warrior was definitely no match for it. Once they lost the battle, their efforts over the past few months would all go down the drain. They were unwilling to give up the territory that they had worked so hard to obtain just like that. However, this was the little mouse's decision. Over the past few months, the little mouse's prestige had been directly rooted in the bones of every ancient beast. Even if they were dissatisfied, they did not dare to question the little mouse's decision. Right now, they could only pray that this human warrior would be lucky enough to win. The members of the Lizard clan were all smiles. The Lizard King's strength was too strong. In the entire northern region of the bloody battle space, not a single ancient beast was a match for the Lizard King, let alone this weak human warrior in front of them. Ha ha ha, from now on, the entire northern region will be our Lizard clan's territory. Many members of the Lizard clan were very excited. It was as if they could already see all the ancient beasts pledging allegiance to the Lizard clan. On the battlefield, the Lizard King launched a fierce attack. Its large claws directly bombarded Fang Chen. Seeing the Lizard King's fierce attack, Fang Chen did not take it to heart at all. Many ancient beasts thought that Fang Chen was scared silly by the Lizard King's attack and did not move. However, they did not know that the Lizard King's attack did not pose any threat to Fang Chen at all. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said in a low voice. Although Fang Chen's voice was very low, it was still heard by many ancient beasts. When the members of the Lizard clan heard this, their faces were filled with disdain. They coldly said, "H, putting on an act." They thought that Fang Chen was putting on an act. All the members of the Lizard clan snorted at Fang Chen. However, what happened next was beyond the expectations of all the ancient beasts. Just as the Lizard King's claws were about to touch Fang Chen, the latter gently stretched out his hands and grabbed the Lizard King's claws. "I told you, you're too weak," Fang Chen said again. His palm was like a pair of pliers, clasping the Lizard King's big claw. The Lizard King's heart was filled with astonishment. Its large claws contained boundless power. If a martial artist at the second level of the Spirit Vortex realm was hit, he would definitely die. However, not only was the human martialist not dead, but he had also silently removed the power from his large claws and held them tightly. While the Lizard King was horrified, it tried to pull its claws out, but it was shocked to find that Fang Chen's strength was too strong. It couldn't break free. When the members of the Lizard clan saw that the Lizard King's claws were tightly clasped by Fang Chen's palm, their eyes were filled with shock. "What's boss doing? Why isn't he attacking?" a member of the Lizard clan asked. "Boss must be accumulating power. Once he's done, it'll be the death of this human warrior. Ch, it's impossible to go against boss." Although the human warrior blocked the Lizard King's attack, the members of the Lizard clan still believed that their boss could kill this human. Roar. The Lizard King let out a furious roar. A bloody red light appeared around its body. This was the sign that the Lizard King had entered a state of rage. Seeing this, Fang Chen exerted strength in his palm. With a cracking sound, the Lizard King's huge claw was crushed by him. The Lizard King's enraged state instantly disappeared, and it let out a miserable cry. Bang! Then, under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen sent the Lizard King flying with a kick. The Lizard King's body fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, the countless ancient beasts on the plains were completely dumbfounded. Is this real? Am I seeing things? In the Little Mouse's area, the Flying Rat King, Tiger King, and many other kings looked at the Lizard King that fell to the ground in shock. The script shouldn't be like this. The one who fell should be the human warrior. Why was it the complete opposite? The dignified Lizard King, the absolute king of the ancient beasts in the northern region, was thrown to the ground by a human warrior and even let out a miserable cry. The Lizard King's claws were crushed by him. At this time, the Flying Rat King finally realized that the Lizard King's claws were crushed and blood was flowing out. The Lizard King's body was actually trembling. Was it afraid? "I'll kill you." The Lizard King suddenly stood up. Its eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty madness. It was unwilling to be forced into such a state by a human warrior. Then, the Lizard King launched a fierce attack. The Lizard Clan's talent was completely displayed by the Lizard King. Bang bang bang, Fang Chen and the Lizard King instantly engaged in battle. The Lizard King's strength was comparable to an early-stage third-level Spirit Vortex Realm warrior. To the current Fang Chen, it was nothing to be afraid of. After a few rounds of battle with the Lizard King, Fang Chen grasped a small opportunity and kicked out. In an instant, the Lizard King was sent flying by Fang Chen's kick. If the first kick was due to luck, then the second kick wasn't due to luck. This was absolute strength. Oh my God, he really did it. At this moment, countless kings in the Little Mouse's camp were shouting excitedly. As for the members of the Lizard Clan, they were filled with confusion. They didn't understand why the powerful Lizard King would lose to a weak human warrior. The Lizard King, who had fallen to the ground, slowly stood up. Its aura surged and its bloodthirsty eyes stared at Fang Chen. It said coldly, "Human, I admit that your strength is beyond my imagination. However, it's impossible for me, the Lizard King, to admit defeat." At this point, the Lizard King still wanted to fight. It wasn't willing to let the entire Lizard Clan become the Little Mouse's subordinates. Who was it? It was the king of the ancient beasts in the northern part of the bloody battle space. It was unwilling to admit defeat to a human warrior. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. It seemed that the Lizard King wouldn't give up until it was over. Fang Chen's wrist shook and the aura of a formation surged around him. Countless supreme-grade spiritual senses flew out from his interspatial ring and instantly set up a void-plundering formation, trapping all the members of the Lizard Clan within. Lizard King, do you still not understand the difference between us? Fang Chen stood outside the formation and stared at the Lizard King. When the void-plundering formation was activated, the Lizard King discovered that its aura was being forcibly stolen by the formation. It couldn't stop it even if it wanted to. What kind of formation is this? At this moment, the Lizard King finally felt a trace of fear. It loudly roared, "Let's join hands and break this formation." The Lizard King wouldn't admit defeat until the very last moment. Following that, the members of the Lizard Clan all joined hands and attacked the void-plundering formation. However, their attacks only caused the void-plundering formation to shake a little. It was simply unable to break the formation. As time passed, the void-plundering formation's power was directly exposed. The Lizard King and the other members of the Lizard Clan all discovered that the energy in their bodies was being drained away. "Boss, this formation is too strange. It's absorbing the energy in our bodies," said a member of the Lizard Clan in a low voice. The Lizard King's expression was gloomy. It finally realized how extraordinary this formation was. They were unable to break the formation, so this formation would continue to plunder the energy in their bodies. Once all their energy was stolen, they would be at the mercy of others. The Lizard King lightly shook its head and sighed. It didn't expect that it, who had been wise for its entire life, would actually lose to a human cultivator. This human cultivator's strength was much stronger than the Lizard King's. The world of demonic beasts was a world where the strong were respected. After pondering for a moment, the Lizard King made a decision. It raised its head and its pitch-black eyes looked outside the formation. It solemnly said, "Human, my Lizard Clan admits defeat." Hearing this, the numerous kings outside the formation were overjoyed. If the Lizard Clan also submitted, then they would become the kings of the entire northern region. "However, I only acknowledge you. I don't acknowledge that little mouse," said the Lizard King. The strong were respected. In the eyes of the Lizard King, only Fang Chen's strength could make it submit. As for the little mouse, it obviously couldn't. Crash! Fang Chen dispersed the void-plundering formation, and the Lizard King appeared on the plains. "Lizard King, this brother of mine isn't any weaker than me," said Fang Chen. Subsequently, Fang Chen gave the little mouse a look. The little mouse's figure jumped and stood on Fang Chen's shoulder. Immediately, an ancient aura spread out from its petite body. Hiss! After this aura spread out, the Flying Rat King and the other kings all fell to the ground, their bodies constantly trembling. This was the suppression of bloodline aura. Even the members of the lizard clan couldn't withstand the bloodline suppression and fell to the ground, their faces filled with fear. Only the lizard king remained standing. However, only it knew that its blood was trembling. Bloodline suppression. The lizard king's voice was hoarse. It didn't think that this little mouse's bloodline would be so noble that even its own bloodline would be suppressed. Lizard king, although my brother isn't as strong as you right now, just this bloodline suppression should be enough to make you submit, right? Asked Fang Chen. A bloodline that could suppress an ancient beast was definitely a high-level bloodline. Once this bloodline matured, it would definitely become a beast king that would shock the entire ancient sword continent. To be able to become a beast king's subordinate was something that all ancient beasts dreamed of. Although the little mouse was still very far from becoming a beast king, just this noble bloodline was enough to make the lizard king submit. I, the lizard king, will lead the entire lizard clan to submit to the little mouse. We will never betray you. The lizard clan's submission made the flying rat king and the other kings delighted. Without the lizard king's obstruction, the entire northern region would be their territory. Chapter 657. The lizard king's submission meant that the little mouse had officially become the absolute king of the northern region. Fang Chen was not at all worried that the lizard king had ulterior motives, because when the lizard king pledged allegiance to him, he had made a blood oath. If he violated it, he would die. This kind of oath had a great binding effect on the demonic beast world. In a short while, the lizard king's clan was completely absorbed by the little mouse. On the plains, the flying rat king, the tiger king, and the other kings looked at Fang Chen with respect. They had expected a big battle, but they did not expect Fang Chen to settle it so easily. After doing all this, Fang Chen looked at the little mouse and said, "You stay here and organize your territory. I'll go and rescue the Banxianshu." "Boss, let me go too," the little mouse said hurriedly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Since the Banxianshu sent out a distress signal, it meant that they were in great danger. Even if the little mouse led the ancient beasts over, they would not be of much help. It was better not to let him go alone. "Even if you go, you won't be of much help. Just stay here and organize your territory," Fang Chen continued. Seeing this, the little mouse did not argue anymore. He nodded and bid farewell to Fang Chen. After bidding farewell to the little mouse, Fang Chen used all his strength to fly in the sky towards the little mouse's location. After a few days, Fang Chen finally arrived at a mountain range that the Banxianshu had mentioned. This place was not part of the northern region, but was close to the central region. In front of Fang Chen was a majestic mountain range. This mountain range was called the Devil's Mountain Range. It was said that there was a very domineering plant in the Devil's Mountain Range called the blood-colored Devil's Vine. This plant was very powerful. Some geniuses who entered the Devil's Mountain Range all died without exception. The Banxianshu came to the Devil's Mountain Range to look for opportunities. The Banxianshu followed Fang Chen and often absorbed the blood of the little mouse. It had reached the critical point of transformation. As long as it found the right opportunity, it would have the chance to transform into a real immortal tree. This was very important to the Banxianshu. Therefore, after entering the bloody battle space, the Banxianshu began to look for opportunities. Finally, one day, it found the blood-colored Devil's Vine in the Devil's Mountain Range. After that, the half-immortal tree entered the Devil Mountain Range. But who would have thought that they would be in danger before they could find the blood-colored Devil's Vine? After several months of hard work, the half-immortal tree was still unable to escape from the dangerous situation. It felt very helpless. Originally, according to the Banxianshu's character, it would never ask for help from Fang Chen and the little mouse. However, as time passed, it felt a sense of danger. Finally, it decided to inform the little mouse. After Fang Chen entered the Devil's Mountain Range, he felt a different aura. He looked around and tried to find the Banxianshu. Roar. Suddenly, a furious roar sounded. In the next moment, a demonic beast appeared in front of Fang Chen and directly attacked Fang Chen. "You're courting death." Fang Chen roared. He clenched his fist and punched the demonic beast. Poochie. After the demonic beast was hit by Fang Chen, its huge body flew out and broke several towering trees. Finally, Its body fell heavily to the ground. Roar. After the demonic beast fell to the ground, it let out a furious roar and wanted to attack Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen did not give it a chance. His body flashed and the hidden star sword pierced into the demonic beast's huge head. After killing the demonic beast, Fang Chen's face was extremely solemn. He had just entered the Devil's Mountain range and he had already encountered a demonic beast at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. He did not know how powerful the demonic beasts were in the depths of the Devil's Mountain range. Forget it. Let's find the Banxianshu first, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, he carefully moved towards the depths of the Devil's Mountain range. After walking for about 2 hours, Fang Chen came to a very strange place. On this place, there were countless towering trees standing horizontally. However, what surprised Fang Chen was that other than the towering trees, there were no weeds on the ground. There was only yellow soil. What's going on? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. In the Devil's Mountain range, there were weeds everywhere. Other than the towering trees, there were no weeds. This made Fang Chen feel that something was wrong. After pondering for a while, Fang Chen still entered this area. Fang Chen went around the towering trees one after another and moved forward carefully. However, Fang Chen did not know that behind him, the branches and leaves of some towering trees were moving closer to Fang Chen. Fang Chen was completely unaware and continued to move forward. When Fang Chen entered the center of this area, the branches and leaves of the towering trees suddenly stopped hiding and shot towards Fang Chen's back. Fang Chen, who was moving forward, sensed the force behind him. With a tap of his foot, his body instantly flashed. Puff! Fang Chen had just dodged when branches and leaves swung towards him from afar. The force was so great that the surrounding air dissipated. Seeing these towering trees waving their branches and leaves to attack him, Fang Chen was a little shocked. However, he immediately realized that these towering trees seemed to want to trap him. Whoosh! 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 Fang Chen's body flashed as he continuously brandished the hidden star sword in his hand. The flowing water swordsmanship, which was at the great completion stage, was fully activated. Countless rays of biting cold swordlight shot out from the hidden star sword. Wherever the swordlight passed, the branches and leaves were chopped off. Although some branches and leaves were chopped off, the towering trees in the entire area were still waving their branches and leaves. The branches and leaves that filled the sky formed a huge net in the sky. This net directly covered Fang Chen. I can't be entangled by these branches and leaves, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, with a flick of his wrist, rich spiritual energy emerged from his body. In the next moment, the void plundering array was completed. Fang Chen had already used up all the purple crystals. Now, he was using supreme-grade spirit stones to set up the void plundering array. Bang! As soon as the void plundering array was set up, a sky full of web-like branches bombarded the surroundings of the array formation, causing the entire array formation to shake. However, even though the formation was shaking violently, it still managed to withstand the attack of the web-like branches. I can't continue like this. I have to think of a way, Fang Chen said anxiously. He didn't know how strong the attacks of these branches were. The void plundering array could withstand them, but if it couldn't, then he would be completely exposed in front of these branches. Unless it was a last resort, he absolutely couldn't let himself be in danger. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the void plundering array suddenly shook as if it was about to collapse. Boom! Then, a deafening sound was heard. Suddenly, the void plundering array collapsed. In the sky, countless branches intertwined and bombarded Fang Chen. Not good. In a moment of desperation, Fang Chen unleashed the concept of fire. Black flames instantly spread out and enveloped his body. Crash! Just as the black flames wrapped around Fang Chen's body, the branches that filled the sky instantly wrapped around Fang Chen's body from all directions. The star-hidden sword in Fang Chen's hand constantly slashed at the branches, but it was useless. Fang Chen's face was solemn. Unknowingly, he had fallen into a passive state. At this moment, the branches that wrapped around Fang Chen's body suddenly fell off. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen looked down and a smile appeared on his face. They are afraid of fire. Fang Chen saw that the black flames were burning the branches that were wrapped around his body. These branches could not withstand the burning of the black flames at all, and all of them fell off. Seeing this, Fang Chen increased his strength and urged the essence of fire with all his strength. The black flames spread out. Wherever the black flames passed, the branches released by the towering trees would dodge, as if they were afraid of being burned. They had just been in a dangerous situation, but in the blink of an eye, they were free. I didn't expect them to be afraid of fire. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. At the same time, he rejoiced. Fortunately, his flames weren't ordinary flames, but the black flames that had some of the characteristics of the undying flame. This was why the towering trees were afraid. In this area, countless towering trees released branches and leaves that floated in the air. They allowed Fang Chen to move forward, but they didn't dare to stop him. Fang Chen walked in front of a towering tree, stretched out his hand, and directly punched the trunk of the towering tree. Immediately, the black flames burned the towering tree. The towering tree constantly shook, as if it was begging for mercy. "Little guys, who asked you to entangle me?" Fang Chen coldly said when he saw this scene. Of course, Fang Chen didn't have the time to use the black flames to burn these towering trees. The purpose of his trip was to rescue the Banxianshu, so he couldn't waste time here. Using the black flames, Fang Chen easily left this strange area. When he walked out, he instantly discovered that there was a swamp outside the forest. The air above the swamp was filled with a grey aura. The swamp was filled with an evil aura. Is the Banxianshu trapped in the swamp? Fang Chen's dark eyes stared at the swamp as he thought to himself. The Devil's Mountain Range was very strange. What he had just experienced made Fang Chen realize how terrifying the Devil's Mountain Range was. A small area of towering trees was already so strange. What would be so strange about this swamp? Fang Chen didn't rush to set foot on the swamp. Instead, he reached out and broke off a branch from a towering tree and threw it into the swamp. When the branch came into contact with the swamp, it was instantly swallowed by the swamp. "There's something strange about this swamp," Fang Chen whispered. Although he wanted to see the Banxianshu as soon as possible, Fang Chen still wouldn't let his guard down. He had to ensure that there was no danger before he set foot on the swamp. At this time, in the depths of the Devil's Mountain Range, the Banxianshu that was in danger suddenly felt a familiar aura. Then, it became very excited. Chapter 658. Within the swamp, there was a deathly silence. The air above the swamp was filled with a dusky aura. This dusky aura had the effect of isolating the soul from probing. Fang Chen's soul had ejected from his body. He had tried to probe the swamp several times, but to no avail. "Old ancestor, what do I need to pay attention to when passing through this swamp?" Fang Chen thought for a moment, but could not detect the swamp. He could only ask Old Ancestor Bronze for help. Hearing this, Old Ancestor Bronze said, "If my guess is correct, there should be poison blood vines below the swamp." Poison blood vines. Fang Chen had never heard of poison blood vines, so he was a little confused. Poison blood vines are a very domineering vine plant. They are most famous for their poison. Once a martial artist is poisoned, even a condensing reality realm martial artist will die on the spot. Even a spirit vortex realm martial artist will have the poison invade their body. The consequences are unimaginable. Old Ancestor Bronze said. After listening to Old Ancestor Bronze's explanation, Fang Chen was stunned. He did not expect the poison blood vines to be so domineering. Then how did Old Ancestor know that poison blood vines are in the swamp? Fang Chen asked. "The towering trees you encountered just now are actually sky-reaching vines." Old Ancestor Bronze said, "Sky-reaching vines are also a vine plant, but it is different from poison blood vines. It is a more gentle vine. Under normal circumstances, it will only release branches to entangle martial artists. However, once a martial artist is entangled, under the third level of the spirit vortex realm, there is almost no way to resist. In the end, they will be strangled to death by the sky-reaching vines." Old Ancestor Bronze's words made Fang Chen feel a lingering fear. Sky-reaching vines are so powerful. Fang Chen's eyes were serious as he asked. Sky-reaching vines are very fatal to low-level spirit vortex realm martial artists. Therefore, under normal circumstances, as long as you encounter one, you will immediately escape. However, sky-reaching vines also have a weakness, that is, they are afraid of fire. Of course, sky-reaching vines are definitely not afraid of ordinary flames. Only a complete fire concept can force sky-reaching vines to give up attacking. Old Ancestor Bronze said, however, your black flame already has a trace of the characteristics of the undying flame. It's very powerful. It would be strange if the sky-reaching vine is not afraid of it. The sky-reaching vine was afraid of fire, and Fang Chen's black flames were specifically designed to restrain the sky-reaching vine. Therefore, Fang Chen easily passed through the forest of vines and arrived at the edge of the swamp. The sky-reaching vine and the venomblood vine grow together. If there is a sky-reaching vine here, there must be a venomblood vine here, Patriarch Bronze said solemnly. Although the sky-reaching vine was tyrannical, it still had a weakness. By exploiting this weakness, Fang Chen had successfully broken through the forest of sky-reaching vines. Hence, if he wanted to break through the swamp, he had to find the poison blood vine's weakness. Ancestor, does the poison blood vine have a weakness? Asked Fang Chen. The great ancestor pondered for a while before he answered, if we're talking about its weakness, it's that the speed at which it releases its poison isn't too fast. If one's body technique is good enough, there's still a chance to get past it. Fang Chen was speechless when he heard that. He majored in the sword Dao, and his body technique was barely enough. It was impossible for him to use his body technique to break through. After talking with Patriarch Bronze for a while, Fang Chen decided to break through the swamp alone. Although the poison blood vine was extremely tyrannical, Fang Chen had no other choice. Whoosh! After Fang Chen was ready, his figure flashed and he directly flew above the swamp. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt an oppressive aura. Following that, his body was unable to rise. At this moment, Fang Chen discovered that the grey aura above the swamp was actually able to oppress him, preventing his body from rising. He could only fly 1 meter above the swamp. Let's go. Without hesitation, Fang Chen urged his spiritual qi to fly. Whoosh! As Fang Chen flew above the swamp, countless evil auras approached Fang Chen. However, after sensing the black flames around Fang Chen, they quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had flown 100 meters away. At this time, Fang Chen could no longer see the sky-reaching vine forest behind him. Keep going. At this point, he could only keep going. There was no turning back. However, at this moment, the quiet surface of the swamp suddenly began to wriggle. Following that, a pitch-black vine covered in thorns instantly rushed out of the swamp. It was the poison blood vine. Fang Chen immediately discovered it. The instant the poison blood vine rushed out, a dense black aura was emitted from its vines. As soon as this black aura appeared, the surrounding air began to dissipate. Seeing this black aura escaping towards him, Fang Chen's expression changed. The poison of the poison blood vine. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. His body flickered as he waved the hidden star sword in his hand. Immediately, a swordlight carrying the rippling water sword slashed at the poison blood vine. Crack! When the poison blood vine was hit by Fang Chen's swordlight, a vine immediately fell down and drilled into the swamp. As for Fang Chen, he had borrowed the power of the recoil to fly a very long distance away. Hiss! The poison of the poison blood vine did not catch up with Fang Chen. It dissipated in the air. Immediately, the surface of the entire swamp began to squirm. Fang Chen cursed in his heart. Immediately, he increased his speed and charged forward. Could it be that these poison blood vines were drawn out by the previous poison? Fang Chen said anxiously as he flew. As the poison spread, a large number of poison blood vines rushed out of the swamp. Then, the vines started to emit poison. The poison emitted by a single poison blood vine was very small. However, when a large number of poison blood vines came together, the poison emitted would be huge. It would almost cover the entire sky above the swamp. Fang Chen, who was flying, realized that the path ahead had been sealed by the poison of the poison blood vines. He looked at everything coldly. Void plundering array. Fang Chen shouted as he set up the void plundering array. There was no other way. He had thought that the void-plundering array would be able to resist the poison for a while. However, he had not expected that the poison would be so penetrative. The void-plundering array was unable to stop it, and all of it poured into the array. Huff! The poison surrounded Fang Chen in an instant, and he found that his breathing had started to become hurried. Then, Fang Chen felt the poison of the poison blood vine enter his body and spread continuously. Not good. Fang Chen screamed and struggled hard. However, the poison had already spread and his body started to become weak. Sigh, 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 sigh. Just as Fang Chen was about to lose consciousness, the golden heart suddenly started to beat rapidly. A rich, cool aura flowed out and drilled into Fang Chen's mind. At the same time, the golden heart emitted a majestic suction force. All the poison that drilled into Fang Chen's body was frantically absorbed by the golden heart. In a short period of time, all the poison released by the poison blood vines in the swamp had drilled into Fang Chen's body and been absorbed by the golden heart. After the golden heart had absorbed all the poison, Fang Chen's last bit of consciousness disappeared in an instant. He immediately fell into a coma. It was also at this moment that the undying bird's essence blood residing in Fang Chen's golden heart suddenly emitted scorching flames, directly incinerating all the black toxins. That's right. It was burned clean. The undying bird blood essence released the true undying flame. Nothing in the world could resist the burning of the undying flame. After the black poison was burned clean by the undying flame, Fang Chen's complexion finally improved. With a bang, Fang Chen fell directly into the void-plundering array. The undying bird blood essence released the undying flame slightly. Immediately, all the poison blood vines in the swamp sensed this terrifying aura. All the poison blood vines were terrified. In the blink of an eye, they all drilled into the swamp and didn't dare to emerge. What a joke! This was the undying flame, which was known to burn everything in the world. How could mere poison blood vines resist it? The Banxianshu, which was trapped in the Devil's Mountain range, was waiting for Fang Chen's arrival. Suddenly, a gloomy voice was heard. It seems like your helper has already fallen in the swamp. Hearing this voice, the Banxianshu shook its branches and said coldly, My helper is very powerful. How can a mere swamp do anything to him? Although he passed through the sky-reaching vine forest, the swamp is the most dangerous place. The blood-red demonic vine said eerily, only an ancient martial art practitioner at the third level of the spiritual vortex realm and above can resist the poison of the poison blood vines. Otherwise, it's impossible. Hearing the words poison blood vines, the main body of the Banxianshu was clearly stunned. It had sensed Fang Chen's aura. It had been waiting for Fang Chen to save it, but it had forgotten about the poison blood vines. T, the Banxianshu cried out secretly, worried for Fang Chen. Do you want to watch your companion die just like that? The blood-red demonic vine continued. The Banxianshu fell silent. If you're willing to let me devour you, I'll save your companion. How about that? The blood-red demonic vine continued. If not for the fact that it couldn't devour the Banxianshu by force, it wouldn't have wasted so much time with the Banxianshu. The Banxianshu struggled a little. Of course, it wanted to save Fang Chen, but it also didn't want to be devoured by the blood-red demonic vine. It was very conflicted. Seeing the Banxianshu struggling, the blood-red demonic vine continued, After I devour you, your consciousness will still be there. It won't disappear. The blood-red demonic vine wanted to entice the Banxianshu to agree and let it devour it. However, halfway through his speech, a frightening aura suddenly emerged from the Devil Mountain range. What's that? The blood-red demonic vine was shocked and cried out involuntarily. In the next moment, the blood-red demonic vine discovered that the poison blood vines in the swamp had all burrowed into the swamp, not daring to show themselves. What is it that makes the poison blood vines so afraid? The blood-red demonic vine asked in a low voice. Chapter 659. Mph, don't get cocky too early. Even if he comes here, he won't be able to save you, said the blood-colored demoness vine coldly. For some unknown reason, the Banxianshu had never seen the blood-colored demoness vine's true body after being trapped here for several months. Every time the blood-colored demoness vine spoke, it would only communicate with it through the void. As for the reason, the Banxianshu didn't know. The Banxianshu guessed that the blood-colored Demonis vine was in a special state and was unable to reveal its true body. That gave the Banxianshu a glimmer of hope. Now that it knew Fang Chen was fine, it became even more excited. "Temph, once I escape, I'll definitely devour you," muttered the Banxianshu. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen's body suddenly moved. Following that, his fingers moved slightly. He slowly opened his eyes and felt that his entire body was exhausted. "Where is this?" Fang Chen subconsciously asked as soon as he opened his eyes. However, when he sensed the familiar aura of the void-plundering formation, he felt relieved. Fortunately, there wasn't any danger within the void-plundering formation. "Wasn't I poisoned by the poison bloodvine's poison?" Fang Chen vaguely remembered that he had been poisoned by the poison bloodvine's poison and had lost consciousness. He didn't know what had happened after that, but why didn't he feel any discomfort? "Could it be that my body is able to resist the poison bloodvine's poison?" whispered Fang Chen. "What are you thinking? Do you think you can resist the poison bloodvine's poison with your tiny body?" Ancestor Bronze suddenly shouted. Fang Chen was startled. He hastily asked, "Ancestor, what happened while I was unconscious? Why did the poison bloodvine disappear? Why did the poison in my body disappear?" Fang Chen had a lot of questions, so he asked them all at once. "It was your heart that helped you." When Ancestor Bronze mentioned the golden heart, his tone was very grave. Although he was an expert from the ancient era and had seen many things, he couldn't see through Fang Chen's golden heart at all. Sometimes, he even thought that Fang Chen's golden heart had surpassed the level of his understanding. Just now, the poison of the poison bloodvine had invaded Fang Chen's body. If he did not have the golden heart, the poison would have spread to Fang Chen's internal organs. In the end, the poison would have killed him. However, the golden heart sucked all the poison into the heart at the critical moment. Then, the undying bird's blood essence released the undying flame to burn the poison completely. Golden heart. When Fang Chen heard this, he immediately looked at the golden heart. Of course, it's also thanks to the undying bird's blood essence. Patriarch Bronze explained to Fang Chen how the undying flame had been released by the undying bird's blood essence. After the latter heard this, he immediately rejoiced. At the same time, Fang Chen sighed. The poison of the poison bloodvine was really overbearing. It would be great if he could possess a poison bloodvine plant. However, this was just a random thought. Fang Chen was very glad that he had been able to come back from the gates of hell. After communicating with Patriarch Bronze, Fang Chen removed the void-plundering array and the swamp returned to its calm state. Fang Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and continued flying. Due to the deterrence of the undying flame, the poison bloodvine no longer dared to come out. Fang Chen easily passed through the swamp. After passing through the swamp, Fang Chen came to a stone forest. Yes, it was a stone forest. In this stone forest, there were countless huge rocks. These huge rocks stood quietly in the open space. There was a strong aura fluctuating above them. What is this? Fang Chen was puzzled. Ever since he had entered the Devil's Mountain range, Fang Chen had noticed that this place was different. He had passed through the sky-reaching vine forest, the swamp, and now the stone forest. Just what kind of place was this in the ancient era? Why are there so many checkpoints? Fang Chen wondered to himself. The blood-colored devil vine had chosen such a place to live. It really was smart. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to charge in. As for powerful martial artists, even if they didn't die, they would shed a layer of skin. That way, the blood-colored devil vine wouldn't be a threat. However, Fang Chen was very curious as to how the Banxianshu had managed to charge in. What kind of danger had they fallen into? What kind of path is inside this stone forest? Fang Chen muttered to himself. His spiritual perception didn't find anything strange. In the end, Fang Chen walked into the stone forest. As soon as he entered the stone forest, countless boulders started moving one after another. Rumbling noises could be heard coming from the stone forest, as countless eerie auras intertwined with one another and surrounded Fang Chen. It was only at this moment that Fang Chen realized that this stone forest was actually a natural formation. What a treasure land! Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. Not only did this place have the sky-reaching vine forest, but it also had the poison bloodvine's habitat. There was even a natural formation. Although Fang Chen didn't know what kind of formation this was, he could tell with a single glance that this stone forest was a natural formation. What was a natural formation? It was said that on the vast ancient Sword continent, there would always be some strange places. Those strange places would undergo the baptism of time, or even the baptism of nature, and gradually become formations. In other words, natural formations weren't set up by people, but by nature itself. This kind of formation didn't have any killing power. But that was also the most terrifying thing about natural formations. Their binding power was extremely strong. Once a martial artist was trapped within, even some peak formation masters wouldn't be able to easily escape. According to legends, some formation masters could be trapped within a natural formation until they died. There were also some talented formation masters who were able to break through in the face of adversity. In the end, they were able to find a hole in the natural formation and break through it. Of course, those were just legends. This was the first time Fang Chen had seen a natural formation in this place. After Fang Chen entered the stone forest, he triggered the natural formation and made it operate. I'm actually trapped in a natural formation. Fang Chen looked around and was a little speechless. Natural formations can only be encountered by chance. As a formation grandmaster, this might be an opportunity for you. Ancestor Bronze whispered. Fang Chen nodded when he heard this. He knew what Ancestor Bronze meant. He wanted Fang Chen to study the natural formation. Once he studied it, Fang Chen's realm in the formation Dao would definitely improve. Not every array master could encounter a natural array formation. I wonder if the Banxianshu can hold on. Fang Chen was a little worried about the Banxianshu, but there was no other way. Once he was trapped in a natural formation, he could only study it carefully. There was no other way. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and began to study the natural formation. At the same time, the Banxianshu, who was trapped in a dangerous situation, noticed that Fang Chen's aura was getting closer. After passing through the swamp, you'll enter the stone forest. A mere natural formation shouldn't be able to trap you. The Banxianshu pondered and said. Ever since the undying bird's blood essence released that powerful aura, the blood-red demonic vine had not appeared again. No one knew what it was doing. In short, the Banxianshu had been waiting for Fang Chen. The outside world had no idea what was happening in the Devil's Mountain range. Naturally, Fang Chen did not know what was happening in the outside world either. While Fang Chen was going through the Devil's Mountain range, an extremely arrogant voice spread throughout the entire bloody battle space. It was Zhu Hai, the expert who ranked 9th on the Hidden Dragon list. His cultivation had reached the late 3rd level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. He was only one step away from the peak 3rd level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Such a genius expert was actually taunting Fang Chen. Where is Fang Chen? Get out here and die. These were Zhu Hai's original words. His words were filled with anger. Zhu Hai's arrogant words instantly spread throughout the entire bloody battle space. Countless geniuses were shocked. How did Fang Chen offend Zhu Hai to make Zhu Hai search for him all over the world? At the same time, there were also some geniuses who were worried for Fang Chen. Offending Zhu Hai would definitely not end well. The top 10 experts on the Hidden Dragon list were all heaven-defying monsters. No one could offend them. Of course, at the same time that Zhu Hai said that he wanted to kill Fang Chen, another voice also set off shocking waves in the bloody battle space. Luo Zhongtian, who ranked 5th on the Hidden Dragon list, was an existence that was countless times stronger than Zhu Hai. He had also openly said that he wanted Fang Chen to get out of here and die. If Zhu Hai's words could only shock the various geniuses, then Luo Zhongtian's words completely shocked them. At the same time, many geniuses were also inquiring about Fang Chen's name. Who was this Fang Chen? Why did both Luo Zhongtian and Zhu Hai want to kill him? Have you heard? Zhu Hai and Luo Zhongtian are both looking for the same person. Of course I've heard. The entire bloody battle space is talking about this. It's said that his name is Fang Chen. Has Luo Zhongtian finally started looking for Fang Chen? Do you know what's going on? A warrior asked hurriedly. Chapter 660. As Fang Chen's name spread throughout the entire bloody battle space, some of his deeds also began to spread. Novels in the beginning, the geniuses didn't know much about Fang Chen, but they were shocked when they learned that he had slain the priest and Jin Zhong. On a certain mountain peak, Hongwu's eyes burned with passion when she heard the news about Fang Chen spread like wildfire. You're the one who purposely spread the news about Xu Hai. Beside Hongwu, who was dressed in a red dress, was a tall and straight man. This man had an incomparable aura. Hongwu's gaze instantly softened when she heard the man's words. A smile appeared on her face as she said, Zhongtian, he's just a piece of trash. He's not worth your time. Just get Xu Hai to kill him. That's true. If he was an ordinary person, even if he had the ability to kill the priest and Jin Zhong, he still wouldn't be worth my time, Luo Zhongtian said indifferently. However, he quickly changed the topic and said coldly, however, he almost killed my woman. The outside world was abuzz with the news, but Fang Chen, who was in the natural formation of the Devil's Mountain Range, had no idea. At that moment, Fang Chen was wholeheartedly immersed in comprehending the formation. He was completely focused. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period of time, Fang Chen had been studying this natural array formation. Although he hadn't fully comprehended the natural array formation, Fang Chen's understanding of array formations was very profound. Combined with the formation basic scroll, Fang Chen's comprehension of formations had improved a lot. Crash. At a certain moment, Fang Chen's eyes snapped open. His eyes were filled with delight. In half a month, his comprehension of formations had reached the level of a peak martial grandmaster. Half a month ago, Fang Chen had only been able to set up intermediate profound grade formations. Now, he could set up advanced profound grade formations, and even peak profound grade formations. This made Fang Chen very excited. The power of a top Xian grade array formation was much stronger than that of a mid-tier Xian grade array formation. The Tao of arrays is indeed incomparably profound, Fang Chen said to himself. At that instant, Fang Chen's mind buzzed. Following this, he felt that his understanding of formations had reached an unprecedented level. He raised his eyes and looked at the natural formation again. To his surprise, he discovered that he could see through the core of the natural formation. As expected of a natural formation. It's truly exquisite. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. People who didn't understand natural arrays would never understand the subtleties of natural arrays. If a formation master was able to set up such a formation, it would truly be heaven-defying. Although the level of this natural formation wasn't high, it was flawless. It was truly flawless. Such a formation did not have any flaws. If one wanted to break the formation, they would have to thoroughly understand the origin of the formation before they could leave. It's too difficult to set up such a formation artificially, Fang Chen said in a low voice as he looked around. Even with Fang Chen's current cultivation in array formations, the degree of perfection of the formation he set up was not even half of that of a natural formation. From this point alone, one could see how flawless the natural formation was. After sighing slightly, Fang Chen calmed down and began to try to break the formation. After half a month, Fang Chen finally found a way to break the formation. Of course, it only allowed him to leave the natural formation. It was very difficult to break the natural formation. At the very least, Fang Chen couldn't do it. Crash. Fang Chen flicked his wrist. Immediately, dense spirit qi surged out from his body. Then, Fang Chen's mind was filled with a large amount of information from the Array Fundamentals scroll. Combining it with his understanding of array formations over the past half a month, Fang Chen began to break the formation. Hiss. At first, the natural formation did not move at all. However, after a quarter of an hour, the natural formation finally began to move. Within the stone forest, countless boulders moved slowly under Fang Chen's control. Every time these boulders moved, the natural formation would loosen a little. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. 6 hours. After 6 hours, Fang Chen finally managed to open a corner of the natural formation. With a flash of his body, he emerged from the corner of the formation. Crash! After coming out of the natural formation, the gap in the formation instantly closed. The stone forest once again returned to its calm state. Fang Chen glanced at the forest behind him, nodded, and floated away. After leaving the stone forest, Fang Chen's path was unimpeded. Finally, after 3 minutes, he arrived in front of a forest. In the center of this forest, there was a Banxianshu entangled in countless branches. Fang Chen, you're here. Seeing Fang Chen arrive, the Banxianshu was extremely excited. However, because its body was entangled in countless branches, it could not move at all. Why are you trapped here? Fang Chen asked, puzzled. This forest gave Fang Chen a very strange feeling. However, it was a little different from the sky-reaching vine forest. This area is the territory of the scarlet demonic vine. The towering trees here are all clones of the scarlet demonic vine, the Banxianshu said helplessly. Then, the Banxianshu briefly explained the situation of being trapped here to Fang Chen. The scarlet demonic vine's clones were unusually domineering. The Banxianshu was a little careless and was trapped by the scarlet demonic vine's clones, unable to leave. Scarlet demonic vine. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He stared at the trapped Banxianshu and asked, "How can I save you? The scarlet demonic vine's true body can't appear now. As long as you cut off its clones, you can save me," the Banxianshu said. Fang Chen nodded. He took out the hidden star sword and performed the flowing water sword technique. He began to destroy the scarlet demonic vine's clones. "Human, you're courting death." Suddenly, a furious voice entered Fang Chen's ears. "Scarlet demonic vine." Fang Chen instantly realized that the owner of this voice was the scarlet demonic vine. However, he was very curious as to why the scarlet demonic vine's true body could not appear. "Hurry up and act. Don't be confused by it." Ancestor Bronze seemed to have discovered something and hurriedly urged Kui Yundong. "Ancestor, what's wrong?" Fang Chen hurriedly asked. "The scarlet demonic vine is currently transforming, and it's at the most critical juncture. Once the transformation is complete, its true body will appear. At that time, let alone you, even the Banxianshu will be devoured by it," Ancestor Bronze said in a low voice. Fang Chen's expression changed when he heard this. He immediately used all his strength and rushed into the forest, wantonly cutting down the surrounding towering trees. "Human, you dare touch my clones." The scarlet demonic vine's voice entered Fang Chen's ears. However, Fang Chen simply ignored it. Wherever the hidden star sword in his hand passed, countless branches would immediately scatter on the ground. Bang bang bang. Fang Chen's speed was very fast, and his attack power was also very strong. However, the scarlet demonic vine's clones were abnormally tough and difficult to cut down. Seeing this, Ancestor Bronze said, "Use your black flames." Hearing Ancestor Bronze's reminder, Fang Chen came to a sudden realization. He activated the concept of flame, and black flames immediately surrounded him. His fists were covered in dense black flames as he punched out. Bang! The scarlet demonic vine's clones let out miserable cries when they came into contact with the black flames. They all collapsed to the ground. "Good job." Seeing this, the Banxianshu also cried out. It had also sensed the power of the black flames on Fang Chen's fists. "Why do I feel the aura of the undying flame?" The Banxianshu muttered to itself in confusion. In just a moment, Fang Chen had used the black flames to destroy countless scarlet demonic vine's clones. He finally arrived beside the Banxianshu and rescued the Banxianshu. "I've finally regained my freedom," roared the Banxianshu. However, the Banxianshu also knew that the most important thing now was to completely destroy the scarlet demonic vine's clones. Under the joint attack of the Banxianshu and Fang Chen, the scarlet demonic vine's clones were all destroyed in just a quarter of an hour. It was originally a forest, but now it was barren and in a mess. At this moment, the scarlet demonic vine let out a furious roar. "All of you must die." The scarlet demonic vine was furious. This damned human ancient martial art practitioner had actually destroyed all its clones. Moreover, There was an aura on his body that it hated. We still don't know who will emerge victorious, the Banxianshu said coldly as its leaves swayed. The reason why the half-immortal tree was in such a dangerous situation was that it had been too arrogant and had fallen into the trap of the blood-red demonic vine. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for the blood-red demonic vine to capture it. At this moment, with the help of Fang Chen, the Banxianshu was very confident in fighting the scarlet demonic vine. Boy, find its real body, Ancestor Bronze reminded. Fang Chen nodded and looked at the Banxianshu. He asked, "Do you know where its real body is?" "Let's go," the Banxianshu said in a low voice and moved quickly. Fang Chen followed closely behind. At this moment, in the depths of the Devil's Mountain, not far from the forest that had been destroyed by Fang Chen and the Banxianshu, there was a huge black vine. It was the scarlet demonic vine. Around the scarlet demonic vine, there were countless skeletons. These skeletons had all been sucked dry by the scarlet demonic vine. In the previous genius battles, many geniuses had died at the hands of the scarlet demonic vine. The surroundings of the scarlet demonic vine were filled with a strong aura of death. This aura of death quickly penetrated the scarlet demonic vine's real body. The scarlet demonic vine's roots went deep into the ground. It was undergoing a metamorphosis and could not move its real body. Even though it saw all its clones being destroyed by Fang Chen and the Banxianshu, there was nothing it could do. Damned human. When I'm done with my metamorphosis, the first person I'll kill is you. And the Banxianshu, I'll definitely devour you so that I can advance again, the scarlet demonic vine growled as it continued to metamorphose. At this moment, Fang Chen and the Banxianshu quickly rushed towards the scarlet demonic vine's real body. Chapter 661. The Banxianshu was very fast. Fang Chen followed closely behind it. Soon, the two of them arrived at the deepest part of the Devil Mountain range. There were a large number of corpses here. A dense aura of death filled the entire space. At the center of the corpses was a huge black vine. It was the blood-red devil vine. The blood-red devil vine was currently absorbing the dense aura of death and undergoing its final transformation. "This is the blood-red devil vine?" Fang Chen looked at the black vine and asked in a low voice. "Correct. This is the blood-red devil vine. It's currently transforming," said the Banxianshu gravely. As a Banxianshu, it understood the blood-red devil vine the best. Otherwise, it would not have come here to look for it. Right now, it was undergoing its final transformation. Once it completed its transformation, it would become incomparably terrifying. "How do we stop it?" asked Fang Chen. "Let's get rid of these corpses first," said the Banxianshu. The blood-red devil vine had taken root in the pile of corpses. It needed to absorb enough aura of death to transform itself. What the Banxianshu needed to do was to destroy the pile of corpses. "All right." Fang Chen nodded. He then activated his concept of fire. Boundless black flames instantly spread out. Then Fang Chen strode towards the pile of corpses. Hiss! The black flames were extremely domineering. They possessed a trace of the undying flame's characteristics. So, the corpses were unable to resist at all in front of the black flames. They were instantly reduced to dust. Seeing this scene, the Banxianshu was a little surprised. The black flames on Fang Chen's body were too domineering. Damned human! The evolving blood-red devil vine let out a furious roar. Clearly, it had sensed a trace of danger from the black flames. However, it was currently in the most critical moment of its evolution and could not move at all. Crash! No matter how Fang Chen burned the corpses, around 15 minutes later, the piles of corpses in the depths of the mountain range had all disappeared. They were replaced by dust. After the pile of bones was burned, the blood-red devil vine was exposed to Fang Chen and the Banxianshu. "What should we do next?" Fang Chen turned to look at the Banxianshu and asked. "Leave the rest to me," Banxianshu said. Fang Chen nodded. His body was surrounded by extremely dense black flames. He was carefully on guard. If the Banxianshu was in danger, he would rescue them immediately. At that moment, the main body of the Banxianshu kept moving, and in the blink of an eye, it came before the blood-red demonic vine. Then, Countless branches and leaves stretched out and wrapped around the body of the blood-red demonic vine. "Do you want to die?" The crimson demonic vine roared furiously. It couldn't wait to devour the Banxianshu, but it couldn't do so now. "If I devour you, I will have a chance to become an immortal tree," the Banxianshu said coldly. In the next moment, the Banxianshu's countless branches and leaves shone brightly. Then, an ancient aura spread out. Fang Chen discovered that the Banxianshu was slowly devouring the vines of the blood-red demonic vine. "I hope it will go smoothly," Fang Chen thought to himself. Hiss. As the Banxianshu devoured the vines of the blood-red demonic vine were constantly disappearing. It roared furiously. There was a scarlet color on its main body. This scarlet color was a sign that it was transforming. As long as the scarlet color completely disappeared, it would complete its transformation. "I want you dead." The blood-red demonic vine roared furiously. However, it still didn't move. Instead, it persevered, waiting for the scarlet color on its main body to disappear. As time passed, the scarlet color on its main body became very faint. It was about to disappear. If it was given a little more time, it would complete its transformation. It kept reminding itself that it must endure. If it couldn't help but act impulsively, all its previous efforts would be in vain. "Ah!" The blood-red demonic vine kept letting out miserable cries. However, its main body didn't move at all. The Banxianshu seized this opportunity and continued to devour. After an hour, the countless vines of the blood-red demonic vine were all devoured by the Banxianshu. Then, the Banxianshu's gaze landed on the main body of the blood-red demonic vine. As long as it devoured the main body of the blood-red demonic vine, the latter would be completely dead. The Banxianshu's branches and leaves quickly extended. In the end, they wrapped around the main body of the blood-red demonic vine and started to absorb the energy within the body of the blood-red demonic vine. "Damn it!" The blood-red demonic vine roared furiously. It discovered that as the Banxianshu absorbed the energy, its evolution had become extremely slow. Finally, the blood-red demonic vine couldn't take it anymore and exploded. At this moment, it couldn't care less. An extremely wild aura erupted from its main body. Countless vines shot out in an instant and attacked the Banxianshu. Bang! Seeing this, the Banxianshu flung out its branches and leaves. They collided with the vines of the blood-red demonic vine. A deafening sound erupted when the two collided. "You're ruining my evolution. I'll kill you." The scarlet color on the main body of the blood-red demonic vine gradually dimmed. This indicated that the evolution of the blood-red demonic vine had ended in failure. It had waited so long for an opportunity to evolve. It didn't expect the Banxianshu to ruin it. The blood-red demonic vine was extremely furious. It couldn't wait to kill the Banxianshu and Fang Chen. Voila! The vines of the blood-red demonic vine shot out from its main body in an instant and attacked the Banxianshu. The Banxianshu also noticed the blood-red demonic vine's attack. It roared loudly, "Why aren't you coming to help?" Hearing that, Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately grasped the hidden star sword and used the flowing water swordsmanship. 64 water ripples appeared in the sky. These water ripples instantly merged with the hidden star sword and stabbed at one of the vines of the blood-red demonic vine. Poochie! The hidden star sword carried a majestic sword intent. It was too sharp. When it stabbed at the vines, it instantly cut them apart. Afterwards, Fang Chen continued to use the flowing water swordsmanship. He used his powerful attack to cut at the vines on the main body of the blood-red demonic vine. "Kid, I'll keep it busy. You go destroy its main body," the Banxianshu roared loudly. Afterwards, the Banxianshu's main body erupted with resplendent light. Countless vines instantly flew out and engaged in an intense battle with the blood-red demonic vine. With the Banxianshu keeping it busy, Fang Chen easily arrived before the main body of the blood-red demonic vine. He then used the hidden star sword to continuously attack its main body. Poochie! Every time the hidden star sword landed, a sword mark would appear on the main body of the blood-red demonic vine. 1 or 2 sword marks did not do much damage to the blood-red demonic vine. However, they could not withstand Fang Chen's crazy hacking. In a short while, there were countless sword marks on the main body of the blood-red demonic vine. These sword marks stacked together and caused the blood-red demonic vine to be injured. Ah! The blood-red demonic vine let out an angry roar. Thick vines emerged from its main body, wanting to restrain Fang Chen. Seeing this, the latter quickly retreated. At the same time, black flames appeared around him. As soon as the black flames appeared, the blood-red demonic vine sensed danger. Fang Chen used the flowing water swordsmanship as he urged the black flames to attack the blood-red demonic vine. Just like that, under the joint attack of Fang Chen and the Banxianshu, the blood-red demonic vine finally could not hold on after an hour. I can't accept this. The blood-red demonic vine let out a miserable cry. A large hole appeared on its main body. It was pierced by Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Now that it was seriously injured, its combat power was greatly reduced. It could no longer withstand the attacks of Fang Chen and the Banxianshu. Go to hell! Seeing this, the Banxianshu seized the opportunity. With a low roar, its main body leaped up and took root on the main body of the blood-red demonic vine. It quickly absorbed the energy within the body of the blood-red demonic vine. As for Fang Chen, he instantly set up the Void Plunder formation to help the Banxianshu steal the energy within the body of the blood-red demonic vine. At this point, the blood-red demonic vine had been completely stopped by Fang Chen and the Banxianshu. With the Void Plunder formation, the speed at which the Banxianshu absorbed energy increased significantly. At the same time, its main body was also undergoing changes. 15 minutes later, the blood-red demonic vine was completely devoured by the Banxianshu. The Banxianshu's body landed on the ground. Its body emitted a bright light. It was very happy. Finished absorbing? Fang Chen looked at the Banxianshu and asked. Yes, it's all thanks to you this time, the Banxianshu said. This blood-red demonic vine doesn't seem to be as powerful as what is recorded in the books, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Hearing this, the Banxianshu said directly, this blood-red demonic vine is only underage. If we encounter an adult blood-red demonic vine, both of us will die here. Hearing the Banxianshu's words, Fang Chen was also stunned. He did not expect the blood-red demonic vine to be underage. No wonder the books said that the blood-red demonic vine was very powerful. It could release countless vines in an instant. Once an ancient martial art practitioner was entangled, they would definitely die. Some of the more powerful blood-red demonic vines were so powerful that even a high-level spiritual vortex realm ancient martial art practitioner would not dare to face them alone. I see, Fang Chen said. After absorbing the blood-red demonic vine, can you evolve into an immortal tree? This was the question that Fang Chen was most concerned about. Once the Banxianshu evolved into an immortal tree, he would also benefit. There are many conditions to evolve into an immortal tree. Energy is only one of them. At the moment, I do not have the conditions to evolve into an immortal tree. However, after absorbing the blood-red demonic vine, I am one step closer to becoming an immortal tree, the Banxianshu said in a low voice. There was probably no immortal tree in the entire ancient sword continent. In history, any existence that could evolve into an immortal tree stood at the top of the ancient sword continent. Chapter 662. After successfully rescuing Banxianshu, Fang Chen eventually left the Devil's Mountain Range. As for Banxianshu, he stayed in the Devil's Mountain Range. This was the place where the blood-red devil's vine took root. It was obviously not an ordinary place. Banxianshu also wanted to take root here and absorb the energy in the earth. It would take a long time to evolve into an immortal tree. Banxianshu was working hard. When Fang Chen saw this, he only reminded Banxianshu to be careful. Then, he left the Devil's Mountain Range alone. Banxianshu was very safe in the Devil's Mountain Range. Even if an ordinary ancient martial art practitioner discovered the Devil's Mountain Range, it would be very difficult to break through the various barriers and enter the deepest part. After Fang Chen left the Devil's Mountain Range, he walked quickly in the wilderness. A day later, he came to a dilapidated city. In this city, there were countless geniuses. Their auras were incomparably vigorous. They were basically all ancient martial art practitioners at the second level of the spirit vortex realm and above. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. In the bloody battle space, all the young geniuses of the Five Elements province were gathered. He could meet them anywhere. After entering the city, Fang Chen did not care. He casually walked to an open space and sat down cross-legged, preparing to rest. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly heard the conversation of a few ancient martial art practitioners around him. Have you heard? During this time, in the entire bloody battle space, countless experts on the hidden dragon role are looking for Fang Chen. I wonder where that guy called Fang Chen is hiding. He must be hiding and does not dare to come out. Zhu Hai and Luo Zhongtian said at the same time that they want to capture and kill him. They don't need to do anything. Their subordinates will kill Fang Chen. Yeah, now most of the experts on the hidden dragon role are looking for Fang Chen. They all want to bring Fang Chen's head to curry favor with Zhu Hai and Luo Zhongtian. Hearing the discussion of these people, a terrifying golden light shot out from Fang Chen's eyes. He then continued to listen. Zhu Hai and Luo Zhongtian want to kill me, Fang Chen muttered to himself. At that moment, the words of these martialists enraged Fang Chen instantly. Recently, I heard a piece of news. It is said that Su Yu, who is ranked 20th on the hidden dragon list, is a genius under Zhu Hai's command. His strength is exceptional, and he is already on the move. Oh, Su Yu is on the move, another martial artist said. Don't you know? I came from a city up ahead yesterday. I heard that Su Yu captured a woman. It's said that this woman is related to Fang Chen, the martial artist said. Could it be that he wants to use this woman to make Fang Chen submit? Asked the cultivator who had asked the question earlier. The martial artist nodded and said, Fang Chen hasn't shown himself yet, so Su Yu is getting a little anxious. When he heard these words, Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly, and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. When the surrounding martial artists saw this, they all turned their heads to look at Fang Chen. However, they merely took a glance at him. The reason for that was because they simply did not know who he was. Fang Chen stood up abruptly and walked quickly to the side of these martial artists. He immediately asked in a low voice, Where is Su Yu? Who are you? Hearing Fang Chen's tone, a skinny martial artist was a little displeased. He stood up directly and said coldly, Where is Su Yu? Fang Chen continued to ask, Lad, do you want to die? How dare you speak so fiercely to us? The skinny martial artist's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as he spoke in a low voice. Get lost. Fang Chen bellowed and sent the martial artist flying with a punch. Seeing this, the faces of the other martial artists changed greatly. To be able to send the skinny martial artist flying with a punch, this martial artist's strength was too strong, and they couldn't resist him. Brother, if you have something to say, let's talk it out, the bloated fatty said to Fang Chen with a beaming smile. Where is Su Yu? Fang Chen asked coldly. His words gave people an unquestionable feeling. Su Yu is in a city not far from here, the plump fatty said hurriedly. When Fang Chen heard this, he turned and left the dilapidated city, leaving behind the shocked martial artists. Suddenly, a miserable scream woke them up from their shock. The person who let out the miserable scream was the skinny martial artist who had been sent flying. He shouted, Why didn't you guys help me? Hearing this, the plump fatty shook his head slightly and said, You are lucky, lad. The martial artist just now was very strong. If he wanted to kill us, none of us would be able to escape. Who is he? The skinny martial artist asked in surprise. He has been asking about Su Yu's whereabouts. If my guess is correct, he should be the Fang Chen that Su Yu is looking for, the plump fatty said in a low voice as he looked at Fang Chen's departing figure. He is Fang Chen, the skinny martial artist cried out involuntarily when he heard this. He actually dared to provoke a martial artist who could split a priest in half with a sword. Thinking of this, the skinny martial artist felt his heart palpitate. Fortunately, Fang Chen didn't stoop to their level. In a slightly intact city, there was a spacious martial arts practice platform. The edges of the platform had been worn away, and it was obvious that it had existed for a long time. This martial arts practice platform should be the place where some of the genius martial artists of this city fought in the past. There were many geniuses in this city, and the reason they came here was because Suyu was here. On the dilapidated martial arts practice platform, there was a man in black clothes. His face was slightly cold, and beside him was a cross made of wood. On the cross, a beautiful woman was tied up tightly with a rope. Li Mingzhu was the strongest martial artist of the younger generation of Kaiyang City's Li family. She was also one of the 3 great goddesses of Kaiyang City. Even though Li Mingzhu was tied up, her whole body emitted a thick cold aura. Her beautiful face was filled with coldness, without a trace of fear. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disdain, as if she looked down on Suyu's methods. I heard that you have a good relationship with Fang Chen. I wonder if he will appear if I tie you up, Suyu said in a low voice as he looked at Li Mingzhu playfully. Li Mingzhu was too beautiful, so much so that Suyu couldn't bear to destroy her. Li Mingzhu's eyes were cold as she said disdainfully, using such methods to deal with Fang Chen, you have already lost. Hearing the name Fang Chen, Suyu's face instantly turned cold as he said, you better pray that Fang Chen will appear. Otherwise, I will strip you naked and let all the martial artists in the city see what exactly is under your clothes. After saying this, Suyu no longer paid any attention to Li Mingzhu. With a flash of his body, he leaped onto a stone pillar at the edge of the martial arts practice platform. He sat down cross-legged and waited for Fang Chen to arrive. The news had already spread for a few days, but Fang Chen still hadn't appeared. Suyu's patience was slowly wearing thin. If you still don't appear in 3 days, don't blame me for what happens next, Suyu said coldly as he looked into the distance. Suyu's words instantly spread throughout the entire city, then quickly spread out. Suyu believed that as long as Fang Chen was still in the blood battle space, he would definitely hear the news. At that moment, among the crowd in the city, there was a woman in purple clothes. She wore a bamboo hat on her head, which completely covered her beautiful face. She was mixed in the crowd, trying to rescue Li Mingzhu. She was Li Xiaoke. After learning that her sister had been kidnapped by Suyu, she was very anxious and quickly came to the city. Seeing that her sister was safe and sound, she was finally relieved. Li Xiaoke wasn't stupid. She knew that if she acted rashly, she would definitely be captured by Suyu. Hence, she couldn't act rashly. She was waiting for Fang Chen's arrival. As long as Fang Chen arrived, all her problems would be solved. Sister, you have to hold on, Li Xiaoke said anxiously. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, there was still no news about Fang Chen. On the contrary, the news of Li Mingzhu's kidnapping had spread like wildfire. Many martial artists heard the news and came. Of course, there were also many martial artists who were looking for their own opportunities and didn't have the time to come. They were also not interested in the news. Just before the 3rd day, a genius of the hidden dragon list came to the city. Young Master Su. When the person saw Suyu, he cupped his hands and greeted him. Suyu slowly opened his eyes and nodded. The person who had come was Shohi, who was ranked 31st on the hidden dragon list. Shohi had a good relationship with Suyu. When he heard that Suyu was looking for Fang Chen, he specially came to tell Suyu about Fang Chen. Young Master Su, I know a little about Fang Chen, Shohi said. Oh, tell me about it, Suyu said. A few months ago, we met at the Shattered Plains. Then, we entered the old site of the Water God faction together. After that, he disappeared, Shohi said. The old site of the Water God faction, Suyu muttered to himself. Young Master Su, this person is not worth your time. Let me help you deal with this person, Shohi said with a laugh. Suyu nodded and didn't say anything. Shohi's figure flashed and stood on the martial arts practice stage. In the crowd, Li Xiaoke, who was wearing a bamboo hat, secretly said, lackey. That's right. In the eyes of many people, Shohi was Suyu's lackey. Even so, they didn't dare say anything. There is still 1 day left. If Fang Chen doesn't appear, she will be subjected to the cruelest humiliation. Shohi looked around and shouted loudly. Now, Shohi was Suyu's representative. Suyu also silently agreed with this point. He was a strong martial artist ranked 20th on the hidden dragon list. There were some things that he didn't need to do personally. When the 3-day deadline arrived, Li Xiaoke, who was in the crowd, couldn't help but want to attack. His eyes glowed with coldness. He was ready to attack Li Mingzhu. However, at that instant, a voice was heard in the city. "He, why do you have to attack a woman?" Hearing the voice, everyone looked over, thinking that it was Fang Chen who had arrived. In the end, it wasn't him. The person who had come was Fan Xinjue, ranked 30th on the Hidden Dragon list. Before entering the old site of the Water God faction, he had some dealings with Fang Chen. Fan Xinjue had also heard that Su Yu had used such vicious means to force Fang Chen to appear. Hence, he had come to try to persuade Su Yu to let the woman go. No matter what, there was no need to involve a woman in a battle between men. Chapter 663. Fan Xinjue, are you trying to stop me? Seeing Fan Xinjue's arrival, his face turned gloomy. He was now working for Su Yu. With Su Yu's support, he was not afraid of Fan Xinjue. Moreover, even without Su Yu, he was not afraid of Fan Xinjue. In the old site of the Water Deity faction, he had obtained some legacies, and his strength had increased greatly. He was confident that he could defeat Fan Xinjue. Hearing this, Fan Xinjue muttered, "I'm only here to persuade young Master Su." Even Fan Xinjue had to address Su Yu as young Master Su when facing him. That was Su Yu's strength. A strong martial artist ranked 20th on the Hidden Dragon list could not be compared to an ordinary martial artist. Even though Fan Xinjue was a genius ranked 30th on the Hidden Dragon list, he was like an ant in front of Su Yu. "Fan Xinjue, is it worth it for Fang Chen?" He asked coldly. Fan Xinjue and Fang Chen had met at the Shattered Plains. They had only met once. Yet, Fan Xinjue had come here to persuade Su Yu to let go of the woman in front of him. He found it ridiculous. "You want to deal with Fang Chen? Do you want everyone who knows Fang Chen to be involved in this matter?" Fan Xinjue asked. "Fan Xinjue, are you going to meddle in my affairs as well?" Su Yu asked coldly. Hearing this, Fan Xinjue wanted to say something but stopped. Finally, he shook his head helplessly and stopped talking. Seeing this, he laughed coldly. Previously, Fan Xinjue's ranking on the Hidden Dragon list had always been higher than his, and he had always been unconvinced. Now, seeing Fan Xinjue being defeated, he was very happy. After Su Yu spoke, he did not say anything else. His eyes were looking into the distance. The 3-day deadline was approaching, but Fang Chen had not appeared. This made him very unhappy. "I hope you can come in time. Otherwise," Su Yu did not finish his sentence. His eyes looked thoughtfully at Li Mingzhu, who was on the martial arts stage. At this time, on a plain not far from the city, Fang Chen was stopped by several warriors. Fang Chen had also heard about the 3-day deadline. He was very anxious, so he wanted to rush there before the 3-day deadline to save Li Mingzhu. However, on this plain, he encountered a few Hidden Dragon ranking martial artists. They were Luo Zhongqian's lackeys, so they immediately wanted to kill Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, you didn't expect us to kill you here, did you?" "Ha ha ha," Wei Xinyan said sinisterly. Wei Xinyan, the expert ranked 28th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual vortex realm. Beside him was the expert ranked 25th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, Peng Bo. The other person was Zhu Xinghe, ranked 23rd on the Hidden Dragon list. When they had received the news that Su Yu had captured Li Mingzhu, the three of them had decided to kill Fang Chen on the way. They had investigated Fang Chen, and if he knew that Li Mingzhu had been kidnapped, he would definitely go to her rescue. If they were to kill him on the way, they would definitely meet Fang Chen. Sure enough, after waiting for a long time, they finally saw Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, the 3 of us are here to kill you on purpose. You can't escape," Peng Bo said. "Fang Chen, you can only blame yourself for offending Hong Wu and causing Luo Zhongqian to want to kill you," Zhu Xinghe said with a grin. Although Fang Chen was a formation master, with the 3 of them working together, Fang Chen wouldn't even have time to set up a formation. They were confident that they could kill Fang Chen and bring his head back with them. "Get out of my way." Fang Chen didn't want to waste time. He was worried about Li Mingzhu's safety, so he shouted coldly, "You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Wei Xinyan laughed loudly. You're not worried about the woman called Li Mingzhu, are you? She might have already been raped by Su Yu, Peng Bo said. Even I would be tempted by such a beautiful woman. I'm afraid that Su Yu has never thought of letting Li Mingzhu go. Zhu Xinghe also laughed loudly. Hearing this, Fang Chen was completely enraged. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish, Fang Chen said coldly, his whole body emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Seeing this, Peng Bo wanted to attack, but was stopped by Wei Xinyan. There's no need for the two of you to deal with him. I'll do it myself, Wei Xinyan said. As he spoke, an extremely wild aura emerged from Wei Xinyan's body. He clenched his fists tightly, and all the energy in his body gathered on his fists. Then, he threw a punch at Fang Chen. Seeing Wei Xinyan's attack, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with a strong murderous aura. He took out the hidden star sword and displayed the flowing water sword. Crash! In the sky, 64 ripples of water appeared in an instant. These ripples of water contained an extremely majestic sword spirit. These sword spirits were able to mobilize the surrounding energy of the universe. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes were scarlet red, and he was extremely bloodthirsty. Die! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and a majestic aura shot up into the sky. The hidden star sword in his hand controlled the 64 ripples in the sky and stabbed at Wei Xinyan fiercely. Wei Xinyan seemed to have noticed that Fang Chen's attack was a little powerful. Wei Xinyan, be careful of his sword, Peng Bo reminded him. Kid, if you dare to fight me head-on, you're dead meat. Wei Xinyan grinned and said coldly. Rumble. The sky was filled with a wild aura. The murderous intent on Fang Chen's body was raised to the extreme. The hidden star sword in his hand carried the strongest power as it directly slashed at Wei Xinyan's fist. When Wei Xinyan's fist collided with Fang Chen's hidden star sword, his face was filled with an arrogant smile. Fang Chen, whom both Zhu Hai and Luo Zhongtian wanted to kill, was actually killed by his hands. He was very excited. However, his expression changed immediately, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Crack! At this moment, with a crack, Wei Xinyan found that his fist was actually shattered by Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and a bloody mist gushed out. Ah! Wei Xinyan let out a miserable cry, and his body kept retreating. Fang Chen's attack was too powerful. His fist was actually shattered in an instant. His intuition told him that this kid's strength was not something he could compare with. Save me! Wei Xinyan shouted loudly as he retreated. Seeing this, Peng Bo's figure flashed, and he launched a fierce attack to save Wei Xinyan. Seeing Peng Bo take action, Zhu Xinghe did not take action. Although Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination, with Peng Bo's help, Wei Xinyan's life would definitely not be in danger. No one can save you. Fang Chen had already made up his mind to kill Wei Xinyan. How could he let him escape? Seeing Peng Bo take action, Fang Chen roared. The hidden star sword in his hand instantly sped up, and before Peng Bo's attack arrived, it ruthlessly stabbed into Wei Xinyan's chest. Poochie! Wei Xinyan's eyes widened, and he looked at this scene in disbelief. He had clearly dodged, but why was he still stabbed by the hidden star sword? No. Immediately after, Wei Xinyan felt his life force disappearing, and he roared unwillingly. It was also at this moment that Peng Bo's attack arrived. Fang Chen's other hand clenched into a fist, and he threw a backhand punch, bombarding Peng Bo's attack. He instantly neutralized Peng Bo's attack, and even forced Peng Bo to retreat. Poochie! Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword, and Wei Xinyan's body fell softly to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and he died with remaining grievances. In a flash, Wei Xinyan, who was ranked 28th on the hidden dragon list, died at the hands of Fang Chen. Wei Xinyan! Peng Bo stabilized his body and roared loudly. At this moment, a cold murderous intent appeared in Zhu Xinghe's eyes. Fang Chen killed Wei Xinyan right under his nose, and this made him very angry. Fang Chen, you killed Wei Xinyan. I'm going to kill you. Peng Bo roared madly. Zhu Xinghe, who was standing aside, also narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. He said coldly, Kid, Your strength is beyond my expectations. However, with just this little strength, you won't be able to survive. Zhu Xingha's sentence sentenced Fang Chen to death. However, when Fang Chen heard this, he sneered and said, "He's only the first." Fang Chen's words were filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent. Wei Xinyan was only the first martialist he killed, and he would kill the other two next. If he did not kill them, he would not be able to rescue Li Mingzhu. When he thought of the danger Li Mingzhu was in, Fang Chen's heart was abnormally angry. "You won't have a chance after this," Zhu Xinghe said coldly. "Kill." Peng Bo roared, and a long spear appeared in his hand. He exerted all his strength and launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. A deafening sound was heard in the wilderness. When Peng Bo launched his attack, Zhu Xinghe also moved. Zhu Xinghe waved his hand fiercely, and suddenly, dots of starlight appeared around his body. As the starlight became brighter, Zhu Xinghe's aura also rose to the peak in an instant. Galaxy Hand. Zhu Xinghe roared and used the Galaxy Hand. The bright starlight on his body gathered in his palms, and his hands instantly grew bigger, pressing down on Fang Chen. Suddenly, two void palm prints appeared in the sky. The void palm prints were covered with bright starlight, and they carried a majestic force as they pressed down on Fang Chen. At the same time, Peng Bo's long spear stabbed viciously at Fang Chen. Faced with the ferocious attack, Fang Chen revealed a wild smile on his face. In fact, from the beginning, he did not care about Zhu Xinghe and the other two. Even if Zhu Xinghe, who was ranked 23rd on the Hidden Dragon list, was among them, he did not care. During the few months of cultivation in the Sky City of the Water God sect, Fang Chen's strength had improved in all aspects. Now, he was not afraid to fight a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm, let alone these 3 ants in front of him. Ignorance is the most terrifying. Fang Chen sneered and said. "Fang Chen, you're dead," Peng Bo said coldly. Chapter 664. The Star River Hand was Zhu Xinghe's unique skill. It was also his biggest reliance on the Hidden Dragon list. When Zhu Xinghe used the Star River Hand, he knew that Fang Chen would definitely die. However, at this moment, seeing Fang Chen's face, Zhu Xinghe became even angrier. He increased the power of the Star River Hand and directly suppressed Fang Chen. At the same time, Peng Bo's long spear, which carried a strong spear intent, rapidly shot over. Fang Chen stood there quietly. When he saw the ferocious attack, there was no fear on his face. Peng Bo's long spear was the first to reach Fang Chen's side. Finally, at this moment, Fang Chen made his move. Crack! Fang Chen's star-hidden sword displayed the flowing water sword technique and chopped at Peng Bo's long spear. With a crack, Peng Bo's long spear instantly broke into 2 pieces. Peng Bo did not react for a moment. He held half of the long spear and still rushed towards Fang Chen. When he reacted, he found that it was already too late. Fang Chen's star-hidden sword had already pierced his head. This Peng Bo, who was ranked 25th on the Hidden Dragon list, quietly died at the hands of Fang Chen. When Peng Bo was killed, Zhu Xinghe's Star River Hand also pressed down. Fang Chen suddenly pulled out the star-hidden sword and directly swung it at the Star River Hand that was rapidly descending from the sky. Poochie! A gap appeared on the powerful Star River Hand. When the gap appeared, the power of the Star River Hand instantly collapsed. When Zhu Xinghe saw this, his face changed greatly. How is this possible? Zhu Xinghe cried out involuntarily. Who is the ignorant one? Fang Chen looked at the panic-stricken Zhu Xinghe and said softly. In the next moment, his star-hidden sword carried a majestic power and directly shattered Zhu Xinghe's Star River Hand. The latter's body was instantly exposed in front of Fang Chen. Your strength. It was not until this moment that Zhu Xinghe realized that Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. You don't need to know. After Fang Chen finished speaking, the hidden star sword pierced through Zhu Xinghe's head. The latter's vitality instantly disappeared, and his body softly fell to the ground. After killing the 3 people, Fang Chen did not stop. With a flash of his body, he flew toward the city where Su Yu was. At that moment, in the city, Su Yu was still sitting cross-legged on the stone pillar. However, his face was filled with displeasure. 3 days had already passed, But Fang Chen still hadn't appeared. Su Yu was furious. Suddenly, Su Yu opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "You know what to do next." Su Yu's eyes were filled with anger as he spoke to Shuo He in a low voice. Shuo He nodded heavily when he heard that. There was actually a trace of joy in his eyes. Shuo He was very excited to be able to see the body of a beauty. Countless warriors in the city widened their eyes and stared at Li Mingzhu, who was on the martial arts stage. When Li Mingzhu heard Su Yu's words, her face turned extremely pale. Even though Li Mingzhu was a proud woman, she couldn't help but be terrified when faced with what Shuo He was about to do next. Shuo He walked toward Li Mingzhu, one step at a time. He extended his hand and stroked Li Mingzhu's beautiful hair. After which, he sniffed it and said, "So beautiful." However, Shuo He was not in the mood to be gentle. His palm suddenly grabbed Li Mingzhu's neck. He lifted Li Mingzhu's beautiful face and laughed sinisterly. "Beauty, if you want to blame someone, blame Fang Chen." After saying that, Shuo He was about to tear Li Mingzhu's clothes. Fan Xinjue shook his head slightly and turned around. With Su Yu around, even if he attacked, he would not be able to stop Shuo He. Ha ha ha. On the martial arts stage, Shuo He's sinister laughter could be heard. His hands were slowly unbuttoning Li Mingzhu's clothes. However, at that moment, a cold voice reverberated throughout the city. After which, a woman wearing a bamboo hat leaped and appeared on the martial arts stage. "Stop it." Li Xiaoke couldn't bear it. She couldn't bear to see her sister being humiliated, so she stood up. Whoosh! Li Xiaoke leaped onto the martial arts stage. Without any hesitation, she waved her palm. At once, a majestic aura blasted toward Shuo He. Caught off guard, Shuo He's body was forced back a few steps. When Shuo He stabilized his body, he realized that Li Xiaoke was undoing the ropes on Li Mingzhu's body. "You are courting death." Shuo He roared furiously. How could he mess up the task that Su Yu had given him? Shuo He launched a fierce attack, wanting to kill Li Xiaoke. "Xiaoke, run quickly." Li Mingzhu noticed Li Xiaoke's arrival and shouted with all her might. "Sister Mingzhu, I won't leave you alone," Li Xiaoke said in a low voice. Unfortunately, before she could undo the ropes on Li Mingzhu's body, Shuo He's attack arrived. Li Xiaoke used all her strength to block Shuo He's attack. Bang! However, the difference between Li Xiaoke and Shuo He was too great. Shuo He easily sent Li Xiaoke flying. Shuo He angrily punched Li Xiaoke onto the martial arts stage. The bamboo hat on Li Xiaoke's head fell off. A peerless face that was not inferior to Li Mingzhu's appeared in front of the crowd. This, within the city, all the martial artists exclaimed, marveling at the woman's appearance. Even Shuo He was a little surprised. Then, he eerily said, "I didn't expect her to be a beauty." Just as Shuo He was about to kill Li Xiaoke, Su Yu spoke. "Tie her up as well." Hearing Su Yu's words, Shuo He licked his dry lips. Then, he tied Li Xiaoke to the cross, side by side with Li Mingzhu. "Xiaoke, why are you so foolish?" Li Mingzhu said. Li Xiaoke was too foolish to appear even though she knew that she was no match for Shuo He. However, from Li Xiaoke's point of view, even if she was no match for Shuo He, she had to intervene. The woman on the martial arts stage was her sister. How could she watch her sister be humiliated? "Sister Mingzhu, I'm sorry. I'm too weak to save you," Li Xiaoke said. "Continue," Su Yu said in a low voice as he closed his eyes. Shuo He had a wretched smile on his face. He looked at Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke and said, "I didn't expect the two of you to be sisters. Ha ha ha, I wonder what will happen if I strip you naked. Fang Chen will not let you off," Li Xiaoke said in a low voice when she heard Shuo He. At the mention of Fang Chen, Shuo He was a little angry and said, "Humph, he doesn't even dare to appear now. You still expect him to save you? What a joke." Shuo He's words had just left his mouth when his figure suddenly flashed. He arrived beside Li Xiaoke and Li Mingzhu, reaching out his hands to tear their clothes. Although the two women resisted with all their might, their bodies were tied up and their powers were suppressed. They were unable to avoid Shuo He's tearing. Poochie. The sound of clothes tearing could be heard. In Shuo He's hands were two pieces of cloth. These were the cloth from the two women's clothes. Looking at the two women again, There was a large hole in their clothes. Their delicate bodies were faintly discernible. The two women's faces were filled with anger. If looks could kill, sure he would have been killed many times over. If you have anything to say, just come at me. Let Xiaoke go, Li Mingzhu said in a low voice. Sister, Li Xiaoke said when she heard her. Looking at Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke's beautiful faces, sure his body had an impulse. However, he knew that Su Yu was waiting, so he did not dare to be negligent. Sure his palm once again extended toward Li Xiaoke and Li Mingzhu. His eyes were filled with lust. At that moment, outside the city, a soaring aura shot toward them. Stop! Fang Chen's voice reverberated throughout the city. Countless martial artists were shocked. Crash! Su Yu, who was on the stone pillar, opened his eyes abruptly. He stared at Fang Chen and said, "You are finally willing to come?" In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's figure appeared in the city. When he saw the two women, whose clothes were in disarray, the anger in his heart soared. "You are going to die." Fang Chen did not pay attention to Su Yu. He stared at Shohi and said each word clearly. "Fang Chen, I did not think that you would dare to come here," Shohi said coldly, turning his head to look at Fang Chen. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure flashed. With lightning speed, he flew onto the martial arts stage. Even Su Yu did not have time to attack. His hidden star sword was already stabbing toward Shohi. "You are courting death." Shohi saw the situation and attacked to block Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Poochie! A crisp sound could be heard. Shohi did not have any power to resist. His body was pierced by Fang Chen's hidden star sword. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Bang! Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword, and Shohi fell to the ground softly. "Fang Chen, you are courting death." Su Yu finally reacted. He stood up from the stone pillar and said coldly. Crash! The hidden star sword released a ray of light and cut the ropes on the two women. The two women regained their freedom. They quickly took out clothes from their space rings and put them on. Fang Chen, seeing Fang Chen's arrival and killing Shohi in a rage, the two women's hearts were filled with shock. "Wait for me here." Fang Chen looked at the two women and said apologetically. The two women knew that Fang Chen wanted to deal with Su Yu and could not be disturbed. "Be careful," the two women said. Fan Xinjue, who was beside them, was also completely shocked. Only a short time had passed, and Fang Chen was strong enough to kill Shohi with a sword. Shohi was a strong martial artist who was on par with him. "He is too scary," Fan Xinjue said to himself as he stared at Fang Chen. Fang Chen had killed Zhu Xinghe and the other two people and rushed here in a hurry. When he saw the two women being humiliated, he was furious and directly pulled out his sword to kill Shohi. The sudden change shocked all the martialists in the city. Su Yu stood on the stone pillar and stared at Fang Chen. He said coldly, "Shohi is one of my people. He will not die in vain. A genius ranked 20th on the hidden dragon list. In order to achieve your goal, you are unscrupulous. Even women are not spared. I am ashamed of you," Fang Chen said coldly. "Fang Chen, let's cut the crap. Since you are here, you must be prepared to die," Su Yu said. In the eyes of the outsiders, Fang Chen had not appeared for a few months and had been hiding. However, they did not know that Fang Chen had been training in the Water God faction for the past few months and did not hide at all. Now, he had appeared in front of the crowd. He wanted to tell the world that he, Fang Chen, was not a pushover that anyone could bully. Chapter 665. Fang Chen's heart was filled with anger. Especially when he saw Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke almost being humiliated in public because of him. How much harm was that to a woman? Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes stared at Su Yu, who was standing on top of the stone pillar. When the 3-day period had arrived, Su Yu thought that Fang Chen would not dare to appear. He did not expect Fang Chen to arrive at the last moment. He had really appeared. He was no longer a coward. Fang Chen, who had just appeared, killed Shohi with a thunderous sword strike. This caused Su Yu to be a little surprised. However, it was merely a surprise. Every genius who entered the bloody battle space was prepared to die. Hence, when he saw Shohi die, Su Yu's heart did not waver. However, Shohi was Su Yu's subordinate. If he did not do anything when sure he was killed by Fang Chen in front of him, many martial artists who worked for him would be bitterly disappointed. Hence, no matter what, he had to take revenge for Sure He. Of course, killing Fang Chen was something Su Yu wanted to do. Taking revenge for Sure He was just a bonus. At that moment, when he heard Fang Chen ask him if he was prepared to die, Su Yu's eyes revealed a disdainful smile. That's right, it was disdain. He scoffed at Fang Chen. Who was Su Yu? He was a strong martial artist ranked 20th on the Hidden Dragon list. Other than the members of the Five Elements Academy, there were very few people in the younger generation who were stronger than him in the entire Five Elements prefecture. And this arrogant guy in front of him actually wanted to kill him. At this moment, Su Yu laughed. After laughing, Su Yu looked at Fang Chen and asked softly, "Do you think you can kill me?" "Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand," Fang Chen said word by word. Su Yu was stunned. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Killing me is as easy as flipping your hand. Are you sure you are not dreaming?" Su Yu mocked. All the martialists in the city exclaimed when they heard Fang Chen's arrogant words. Killing Su Yu is as easy as flipping one's hand. Isn't he too arrogant? What an arrogant guy. Does he not know the disparity between him and Su Yu? Do you really think that you can be compared to Su Yu just because you killed Sure He with a single sword? Many martial artists were disgusted by Fang Chen's words. They believed that Fang Chen was no match for Su Yu, and that he was just trying to please the crowd. Of course, Fang Chen didn't care about these people's opinions. In his eyes, there was only one thing that needed to be done, and that was to kill Su Yu. Oh, right, I almost forgot. On the way here, I met 3 guys. One of them called himself Zhu Xinghe. He was like you, saying that he wanted to kill me, but in the end, he was killed by me. Fang Chen suddenly said, as if this was a trivial matter. Zhu Xinghe. After hearing what was said, Su Yu's eyes were filled with astonishment. He stared at Fang Chen and said in a low voice, "You are right." Zhu Xinghe was a strong man ranked 23rd on the Hidden Dragon list. His cultivation had reached level 3 of the spiritual vortex realm. Although he was not as strong as Su Yu, he was not far behind. "You killed Zhu Xinghe?" Su Yu asked in a low voice. "If I can kill Zhu Xinghe, I can also kill you," Fang Chen said. Su Yu stared at Fang Chen. From Fang Chen's words and actions, coupled with the fact that he had just killed Sure He believed what Fang Chen had said. However, it was a fool's dream to think that he could go against Su Yu with just this. "Kid, I am getting more and more interested in you." Su Yu's eyes were filled with passion as he spoke in a sinister tone. In an instant, Su Yu's body emitted a terrifying aura. His eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Fang Chen. Crash! Su Yu stood high above the stone pillar, looking down at Fang Chen. His face was filled with disdain as he said coldly, "Fang Chen, today I will behead you." Su Yu had never failed to kill anyone he wanted to kill. Su Yu had just finished his sentence when a wild aura erupted from him. A pitch-black halberd appeared in his hand. "Great halberd of breaking dreams." Su Yu shouted in a low voice. The halberd in his hand suddenly emitted a misty aura. This aura then engulfed the entire martial arts practice arena, enveloping Fang Chen. The Great Halberd of Breaking Dreams was the most powerful move of Su Yu's halberd techniques. He had directly used this move in an attempt to kill Fang Chen with a thunderous strike. Too weak. Seeing Su Yu use the Great Halberd of Breaking Dreams, Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said softly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the crowd in the city began to discuss among themselves. Even Su Yu sneered when he heard Fang Chen's words. He said, "Humph, kid, you are too arrogant." The halberd in Su Yu's hand spun rapidly. Suddenly, a dazzling ray of light shot out from his halberd. This ray of light contained the strongest power of the Great Halberd of Breaking Dreams. Boom! A deafening sound could be heard. The halberd in Su Yu's hand was violently aimed at Fang Chen. If struck by this halberd, even a martial artist of level 3 spiritual vortex realm would be severely injured, if not killed. Fang Chen still had not released his aura. Could he have been scared silly? Of course not. This was because the current Su Yu still did not pose any threat to him. unable to withstand a single blow. Fang Chen's voice suddenly traveled into Su Yu's ears. The next moment, Su Yu realized that his great halberd of breaking dreams did not strike Fang Chen's body. Instead, it struck Fang Chen's star-hidden sword. At this moment, Fang Chen finally released his aura. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. Judging from Fang Chen's aura, his cultivation was only at the second level of the spiritual vortex stage. How can a level 2 spiritual vortex realm martial artist resist the attack of a level 3 spiritual vortex realm martial artist? This kid hid his abilities. His true abilities are definitely comparable to level 3 spiritual vortex realm. He is too powerful. He actually blocked Su Yu's great halberd of breaking dreams. How terrifying. Seeing Fang Chen's star-hidden sword block Su Yu's great halberd of breaking dreams, many martial artists exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, on the fighting stage, Su Yu, who was originally full of confidence, finally revealed a surprised expression. Before Su Yu could finish his sentence, he felt a strong force coming from the halberd. Immediately after, Su Yu was sent flying. A large wound split open between his thumb and forefinger. Blood instantly gushed out. As for the halberd, it flew into the air and landed on the fighting stage. Ah! Su Yu let out a furious roar. His great halberd of breaking dreams was actually unable to defeat Fang Chen. Instead, it was easily blocked by Fang Chen. Impossible. You can't possibly block my great halberd of breaking dreams, Su Yu shouted crazily. At the same time, Su Yu's surroundings underwent a huge change. His aura fluctuated between strong and weak, giving off a very strange aura. Immediately after, Su Yu picked up the halberd that had fallen on the fighting stage and attacked Fang Chen fiercely. This is a forbidden technique. Fan Xinjue, who was at the side, could not help but open his mouth. He had just been shocked by Fang Chen's strength. A few months ago, Fang Chen's abilities were inferior to his. Now, he could actually block Su Yu's strongest attack and even force Su Yu to use his forbidden technique. What a freak! Fan Xinjue looked at Fang Chen's figure and thought to himself. Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke, who were not far away, were so shocked that they could not speak. Sister Mingzhu, Fang Chen, Li Xiaoke's eyes flickered. She had entered the old site of the Water God faction with Fang Chen and then parted ways. Li Xiaoke had also guessed that Fang Chen would accept the legacy, but she did not expect his abilities to become so powerful. Freak. Li Mingzhu had already regained her cold demeanor. Her pretty face was expressionless as she uttered two words. Indeed, Fang Chen's abilities were too freakish. Previously, Su Yu had also investigated Fang Chen. All the signs indicated that Fang Chen's abilities were only comparable to those ranked in the 30th places on the Hidden Dragon list. His most glorious achievements were probably killing the priest and Jin Zhong. Su Yu could not find Fang Chen, so he used such despicable means to attract Fang Chen here. He had thought that he could easily kill Fang Chen, but he was wrong. Fang Chen's abilities were beyond his imagination. He could even stand shoulder to shoulder with him. At this moment, Su Yu really believed that Fang Chen's claim that he had killed Zhu Xinghe was true. Not only Su Yu, but many martial artists in the city were also shocked. The people who did not think highly of Fang Chen at the beginning now felt their faces burning, as if they had been ruthlessly slapped by someone. Regardless of the outcome, after this battle, Fang Chen's reputation would definitely soar and spread throughout the bloody battle space. However, how could Su Yu not know of Fang Chen's threat? How could he leave such a threat alive? Letting the tiger return to the mountain would cause endless trouble. Su Yu had originally wanted to kill Fang Chen. At this moment, he was even more determined to kill Fang Chen, no matter what. This person was too freakish. Chapter 666. Su Yu roared angrily. An unprecedented aura surged from his body. The martial artists below the stage retreated one after another, afraid that they would be affected by the powerful aura. Su Yu held the halberd tightly in his hand. His eyes were scarlet, and he was extremely furious. Dream-breaking halberd, break the sky. Su Yu's voice, which contained rich spiritual energy, resounded throughout the entire city. Immediately, the halberd in Su Yu's hand danced in an instant. In the sky above Su Yu's head, Countless illusory halberd shadows appeared. These shadows floated side by side with Su Yu's halberd, emitting a terrifying aura. Below the stage, many martial artists were shocked. It seemed that Su Yu was going all out. On the stage, Fang Chen saw this scene, but there was no change in his expression. "No matter what, you can't change your fate," Fang Chen said softly. He turned his toes, and his figure swept towards Su Yu in an instant. The star-hidden sword in his hand, which carried a majestic concept of water, slashed directly at Su Yu. Su Yu's dream-breaking halberd was activated to the extreme. With this move, even some martial artists who were ranked higher than him on the hidden dragon list would not dare to confront him head-on. He did not believe that Fang Chen could resist his dream-breaking halberd. "Go to hell." The halberd in Su Yu's hand slammed towards Fang Chen's star-hidden sword. He roared loudly. Boom! The deafening sound resounded through the sky. Su Yu's halberd hit Fang Chen's star-hidden sword heavily. The majestic aura in the halberd instantly penetrated the star-hidden sword, trying to destroy it. "You are too weak." Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a sneer, and then he said softly. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, he suddenly exploded with all his strength. In an instant, he shattered Su Yu's aggressive attack. Then, the star-hidden sword slashed on Su Yu's halberd fiercely. Crack! Su Yu's halberd, under the strong attack of the star-hidden sword, broke directly. Su Yu's body was instantly blown away. He spat out blood from his mouth, and his face was extremely pale. Bang! Su Yu's body fell heavily at the edge of the martial arts practice arena. At that moment, he no longer had the vigor he had previously. His eyes were filled with fear. How is this possible? Su Yu started to speak in an uncontrollable manner. He could not believe that Fang Chen's abilities were so strong. He had defeated Su Yu so easily. How powerful was Fang Chen? It was only at this moment that Su Yu realized how terrifying Fang Chen was. At the same time, he regretted his recklessness, as he had not thoroughly investigated Fang Chen's abilities before choosing to deal with Fang Chen. At this moment, only the chaotic aura on the martial arts stage could prove that an extremely intense battle had just taken place. Su Yu, who everyone thought highly of, had been easily defeated by Fang Chen. This man's abilities were too shocking. With just a single sword strike, he was able to break Su Yu's great halberd. Moreover, he had even severely injured Su Yu. With such abilities, even a strong martial artist ranked 15th on the hidden dragon list would suffer the same fate as Su Yu if they were to fight against him. It was too terrifying. This was the thought in the hearts of all the martial artists in the entire city at that moment. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the figure on the martial arts practice arena. Their hearts were in turmoil. Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke were so shocked that they were speechless. Back at the Luoying Peaks, Fang Chen had almost died and was saved by Li Xiaoke. They didn't expect him to have grown to such an extent. Beside them, Fan Xinjue was also shocked. His eyes were filled with envy. At this moment, Fang Chen was walking step by step towards Su Yu, who was lying on the ground. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "I lost." Su Yu saw Fang Chen walking towards him. He gradually restrained the fear on his face and sneered. He was mocking his own ignorance. It was ridiculous that he had tried to kill Fang Chen. Now, it seemed that his life was going to end at the hands of Fang Chen. "Since you lost, you can pay with your life," Fang Chen said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the hidden star sword in his hand danced. With a swoosh, Su Yu, who was ranked 20th on the hidden dragon list, was left here forever. He had lost his life. The powerful Su Yu had fallen here, just like that. This made many martial artists sigh even more. In the bloody battle space, unless one had sufficient abilities, one had to be careful. The slightest carelessness could cost one's life. While the crowd was still in shock, Fang Chen turned to look at Li Xiaoke and Li Mingzhu. The two women's pretty faces were filled with shock. "Let's go." While the crowd was still in shock, Fang Chen left the city with the two women. Boom. When Fang Chen left, the whole city went completely crazy. After they recovered from the shock, they looked at Fang Chen's back in horror. The news that Fang Chen had killed Su Yu in anger spread throughout the bloody battle space in an instant. A genius who could be ranked on the Hidden Dragon list was definitely an outstanding martial artist. Su Yu was ranked 20th on the Hidden Dragon list. Such abilities were considered very powerful among the younger generation of the Five Elements Prefecture. However, such an outstanding disciple had been killed by a martial artist whose cultivation was on par with his. This incident caused a great commotion in the bloody battle space. Fang Chen's name had also spread throughout the bloody battle space. All the martial artists knew that although Fang Chen was no longer on the Hidden Dragon list, his abilities were enough to rank him in the top 20 of the Hidden Dragon list. In the entire bloody battle space, all the martial artists were discussing Fang Chen's name. On a mountain peak somewhere, two figures stood. This D*MN guy, what kind of luck did he have to become so powerful? Hong Wu, who was dressed in red, said coldly. Her pretty face was covered with frost. In her hand, she still held half of the fiery red whip. According to Hong Wu's words, she wanted to personally use this half of the fiery red whip to smash Fang Chen's head into pieces. This time, Su Yu had used Li Mingzhu to spread the news in an attempt to lure Fang Chen out. They had also heard about this matter. She had thought that Su Yu alone would be enough to deal with Fang Chen. However, she had not expected the outcome to be so unexpected. Su Yu was dead, but Fang Chen was still alive. A clown who thinks he is invincible just because he obtained some legacies. Even such a big piece of news could not cause a ripple in Luo Zhongtian's face. His face was always as calm as an ancient well. Unless it was the four people ranked ahead of him, there was nothing that could shock him. Zhongtian, if we leave this kid alive, he will be a disaster sooner or later, Hongwu said worriedly. Luo Zhongtian nodded and said indifferently, when I meet him, I will definitely help you kill him. Hearing Luo Zhongtian's words, a smile appeared on Hongwu's pretty face. Her beautiful eyes were filled with gentleness. The people that Luo Zhongtian had said he wanted to kill had never survived. Fang Chen had been targeted by Luo Zhongtian. That meant that his time of death was near. At the thought of being able to kill Fang Chen, Hongwu was very excited. Of course, Luo Zhongtian was not the only one who wanted to kill Fang Chen. Even Zhu Hai, who was far away in a relic, had heard the news. Su Yu is dead. Zhu Hai's body was filled with rich spiritual energy. His eyes opened abruptly, and the spiritual energy around him was completely withdrawn. He then said coldly, Su Yu was his subordinate. In order to help him find Fang Chen, he had spent a lot of effort. He did not expect that the news he had heard was that Su Yu had been killed by Fang Chen. Kid, if I do not kill you, I, Zhu Hai, am not human. Zhu Hai's eyes shot out a beam of scarlet as he said coldly. After saying this, Zhu Hai came out of the relic. Then, he activated his movement technique and disappeared into the horizon. He wanted to find Fang Chen personally and kill him. A few days later, Zhu Hai came to the city where Su Yu had died. When he landed in the city, a shocking aura instantly filled the entire city. All the martial artists in the city exclaimed in surprise. They all looked at the place where Zhu Hai was. What's going on? Why is there such a rich aura all of a sudden? Could it be that a strong martial artist on the Hidden Dragon list has landed in our city? Many martial artists exclaimed in surprise. And there were some martial artists who recognized Zhu Hai. It's Zhu Hai, the 9th on the Hidden Dragon list. Why is Zhu Hai here? Is he here for Su Yu? It's really Zhu Hai. Gosh, I actually saw Zhu Hai. I'm so excited. When many martial artists learned that the person who had come was Zhu Hai, they were extremely excited. In the Five Elements Prefecture, it was usually too difficult to see a strong martial artist on the Hidden Dragon list. In particular, the top 10 martial artists on the Hidden Dragon list were elusive. It was even more difficult to see them. They did not expect that Zhu Hai would personally land in this city this time. After Zhu Hai landed in this city, his gaze fell on the martial arts practice arena. Whoosh! Zhu Hai's figure leaped onto the martial arts practice arena. When he saw Su Yu's corpse still lying there, he was furious. Damn it! Zhu Hai was burning with rage. He clenched his palm into a fist and punched out forcefully. Rumble. Zhu Hai's punch directly shattered the stone pillars at the edge of the martial arts practice arena. The stone pillars fell to the ground with a loud crash and turned into countless shattered stone fragments. The martial artists in the city retreated one after another, not daring to provoke Zhu Hai. The furious Zhu Hai walked to Su Yu's side. Looking at Su Yu, who had lost all signs of life, he said in a low voice, "I will definitely kill Fang Chen and avenge you." After speaking, Zhu Hai stretched out his palm abruptly. Then, a tyrannical energy emanated from his body, directly shattering the entire martial arts practice arena. A large gap appeared in the middle of the martial arts practice arena. Zhu Hai placed Su Yu's corpse into the gap. Then, he filled the gap with the shattered stone fragments. On another stone pillar of the martial arts practice arena, Su Yu's name was engraved. Using the martial arts practice arena as a grave was something only the strong martial artist on the hidden dragon list, Zhu Hai, would do. After Zhu Hai finished all this, he turned to look at all the martial artists. Then, he said in a low voice, "This place is Su Yu's grave. All of you, get lost." Hearing Zhu Hai's words, all the martial artists left the city quickly. Chapter 667. When Zhu Hai went to the city where Su Yu died to look for Fang Chen, the latter had already left with Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke. "If you want to play, come to the net at this time." In another city, Fang Chen and the two women had been walking for several days and wanted to take a break. After entering the city, Fang Chen found that this city was a little strange. "What's wrong?" Seeing Fang Chen's strange behavior, the two women asked in a low voice. "This city is a little strange. Be careful," Fang Chen said in a low voice. Then, with the two women in tow, they walked quickly on the street. At this time, the martial artists on the street suddenly noticed Fang Chen and the two women. Their eyes flashed with a sinister glint, and they looked at each other. However, they did not reveal any flaws and continued to do what they were doing. At this time, in the depths of the city, in a hidden place, there was a very secretive array. This array isolated the aura of the outside world. Inside the array, there were two martial artists. These two martial artists exuded a terrifying aura from their bodies. "Human martial artists are coming," one of the men in black said in a low voice. "Act according to the plan," the other martial artist said with a sinister smile. If someone were here, they would definitely discover that these two martial artists were not human at all, but were the remnants of the Netherworld faction. This city had long been controlled by the two remnants of the Netherworld faction. Many martial artists in the city had lost their freedom. Fang Chen walked on the streets of the city with the two women. The deeper they went, the more he felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, Fang Chen stopped in his tracks. He saw a martial artist walking towards him. He stepped forward and blocked the martial artist's path. Then, he asked, "Brother?" Fang Chen was about to speak when a sharp dagger suddenly appeared in the martial artist's hand. He held the dagger tightly in his palm, and his whole body emitted a valiant aura. The dagger in his hand suddenly stabbed towards Fang Chen. The dagger stabbed out very quickly, and in an instant, it appeared in front of Fang Chen's forehead. "Be careful." Seeing this, the two women cried out in alarm. Fang Chen sneered and activated his sword body. Wild sword intent instantly surrounded his body. In the next moment, his figure flashed and dodged the dagger's attack. Then, he threw out a punch and instantly sent the cultivator flying with a punch. Bang! What happened here instantly attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the city. When they saw that their identities had been exposed, they urged the power within their bodies to attack Fang Chen. "Sure enough, there's something wrong." Seeing this, Fang Chen sneered and said coldly. In the next moment, Fang Chen executed the flowing water swordsmanship. The wild rippling water floated in the air, causing the warriors charging towards Fang Chen to feel a trace of fear. Poochie everywhere Fang Chen's hidden star sword passed, martial artists fell into pools of blood one after another. Blood-curdling screams resounded through the sky. In a flash, the number of warriors who died under the hidden star sword reached more than 10. This caused the other warriors to continuously retreat, not daring to step forward to deal with Fang Chen. He's too strong. Many warriors retreated one after another. Although they were controlled by the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, they still knew that they couldn't die in vain. Crash! Fang Chen's wrist shook and directly grabbed a warrior beside him. Then, he asked coldly, "What's going on?" Being locked on by Fang Chen's aura, the warrior's body kept trembling, but he didn't say a word. Fang Chen's soul circled around the warrior and instantly discovered the aura of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Controlled by the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen was a little surprised. He immediately activated the illusory sword principle. A strong illusory aura instantly enveloped all the warriors in the city. Then, the strong illusory aura was integrated into the minds of these warriors. Using an illusion to create an illusion, this was Fang Chen's method. After the illusory aura drilled into the minds of these warriors, it instantly assimilated the aura of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. After a while, these warriors who were controlled by the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect all woke up. What's going on? After these warriors woke up, they were shocked. However, they instantly remembered what had happened before. Immediately, their eyes were filled with gratitude. They cupped their hands and thanked Fang Chen. "Thank you for saving our lives, young master." Many warriors thanked him. "This is a place of trouble. You should leave this place quickly," Fang Chen said in a low voice. Many cultivators nodded and quickly left the city. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Chen and the other two were left in the huge city. They stood quietly in the middle of the street. It was also at this moment that a ripple appeared in the corner that Fang Chen's eyes were staring at. Following that, two figures walked out of the formation. "What an interesting guy. He can actually break our illusory technique," the black-clothed man sneered. "It doesn't matter if we let them all go, as long as we can kill you," the other man said coldly. The two remnants of the Yellow Spring sect had discovered that Fang Chen was extraordinary in the array. They concluded that Fang Chen should be an expert on the hidden dragon role. This made them very happy. Their goal this time was to kill the powerhouses on the hidden dragon ranking. "It's you," Fang Chen said coldly as he stared at the two remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect had actually sneaked into the bloody battle space. This surprised Fang Chen. It seemed that the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect had hidden themselves very well. However, since they had encountered the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, they naturally had to be killed. "You bunch of remnants of the Yellow Spring sect that everyone wants to kill. How dare you appear in the bloody battle space?" Fang Chen said in a low voice. "Brat, we're here to slaughter so-called geniuses like you." As he spoke, the black-clothed man took the initiative to attack. A dense evil aura emerged from his body as he launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Fang Chen could tell at a glance that the Yellow Spring sect remnants cultivation was at the middle stage of the third level of the spiritual vortex realm. For other disciples, it was strong enough. However, in Fang Chen's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. Too weak. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he used the flowing water swordsmanship. The hidden star sword suddenly stabbed out. It was such a simple sword, but it unexpectedly pierced into the black-clothed man's body. "No." After the black-clothed man sensed Fang Chen's strength, he roared crazily. However, it was too late. Pucci Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword, looked at the other Yellow Spring sect remnant, and said, "It's your turn." The remaining Yellow Spring sect remnant sensed Fang Chen's strength. His eyes flickered, and for a moment, he did not dare to attack Fang Chen. "Since you're not attacking, then let me take your life," Fang Chen said coldly. In the next moment, Fang Chen used the flowing water swordsmanship with all his strength. The powerful flowing water swordsmanship, coupled with the hidden star sword, instantly exploded with a shocking aura. "Damn it!" Seeing this, the Yellow Spring sect remnant roared loudly and desperately tried to resist. However, it was to no avail. In the blink of an eye, the Yellow Spring sect remnant was captured by Fang Chen. "Answer my question, and I'll let you die a quick death," Fang Chen said coldly with his hand on the Yellow Spring sect remnant's neck. In the beginning, the Yellow Spring sect remnant did not speak. However, after being beaten by Fang Chen, he finally revealed his plan. In the end, he was killed by Fang Chen. "I didn't expect the Yellow Spring sect remnant to want to kill all the geniuses in the bloody battle space. Li Xiaoke's face was full of surprise. "We have to spread this news as soon as possible," Li Mingzhu said. Fang Chen nodded and said, "I'll leave this matter to the two of you. I'm going to Bloody Battle Mountain." "Okay." The two women nodded and watched Fang Chen leave. Bloody Battle Mountain was the central area of the Bloody Battle space. Every time the final Battle of Geniuses was held, it would be held on Bloody Battle Mountain. This time was no exception. Bloody Battle Mountain would be the final battle of the Genius Battle. There was still a month before the Bloody Battle space closed. Many warriors had already begun to slowly head to Bloody Battle Mountain. Fang Chen also learned from the Yellow Spring sect remnant that their leader was hiding near Bloody Battle Mountain, waiting for an opportunity to capture all the geniuses in the Bloody Battle space in one fell swoop. Fang Chen asked the two women to spread the news that the Yellow Spring sect remnant had infiltrated the Bloody Battle space while he quickly headed to Bloody Battle Mountain. While Fang Chen was on his way to Bloody Battle Mountain, a few shocking things happened in the Bloody Battle space. Luo Zhongtian, who was ranked 5th on the Hidden Dragon list, had obtained a mysterious inheritance. His cultivation level was close to LV4 Spiritual Spiral Realm. Although he had not reached LV4, his combat power was comparable to an initial LV4 Spiritual Spiral Realm warrior. On the third day after Luo Zhongtian came out of seclusion, he engaged in a shocking battle with Liu Xiuming, who was ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon list. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, Luo Zhongtian defeated Liu Xiuming with absolute strength and became the expert ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon list. It was said that after Luo Zhongtian defeated Liu Xiuming, he continued to search for the top 3 experts on the Hidden Dragon list. He wanted to be in the top 3 before the final battle. As soon as this news came out, it shocked countless warriors. As expected of Luo Zhongtian, he defeated Liu Xiuming, who was ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon list, with his cultivation level of LV3 Spiritual Spiral Realm. Countless warriors were discussing Luo Zhongtian in a frenzy. They believed that Luo Zhongtian was the dark horse of the Battle of Geniuses and that he had hopes of being in the top 3 on the Hidden Dragon list. Of course, in addition to the news about Luo Zhongtian, there was also news about Zhu Hai. It was said that after Zhu Hai learned that Su Yu had been killed, he was furious. In his fury, he managed to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. After the breakthrough, Zhu Hai's abilities increased tremendously. He even defeated the expert ranked 7th on the Hidden Dragon list, and his ranking on the Hidden Dragon list rose. Of course, in addition to these two, the names of the other experts on the Hidden Dragon list rose more or less. There were also some experts on the Hidden Dragon list who died in the Bloody Battle space. In short, the entire Bloody Battle space was filled with a tense atmosphere. The primordial sword master of Chongqing Book Factory only represents the views of the author, Qingsha Siyu. If any content is found to violate the laws of the country, please delete it. Our position is only to provide a healthy and green reading platform. Chapter 668. Fang Chen was very far away from Bloody Battle Mountain. It took half a month for Fang Chen to reach the vicinity of Bloody Battle Mountain. There was only half a month left before the Bloody Battle space closed. Many warriors had already arrived at the foot of Bloody Battle Mountain. The entire Bloody Battle space was filled with a tense atmosphere. Fang Chen wanted to stop the plan of the remaining members of Yellow Spring sect. He traveled at lightning speed and finally arrived at the boundary of Bloody Battle Mountain. Bloody Battle Mountain had a radius of 100 miles and was very wide. At this moment, Fang Chen was standing on a plain at the foot of Bloody Battle Mountain. He was at the edge of the plain. Just as he was about to continue forward, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air. Then, a purple shadow jumped onto his shoulder. Fang Chen was overjoyed when he saw this. He knew that it was Little Mouse. "Why are you here?" Fang Chen asked. "There is only half a month left before the Bloody Battle space closes. I'm here to look for you, boss." Little Mouse said, "Boss, all the ancient beasts in the Bloody Battle space have been subdued by me." Fang Chen was stunned when he heard Little Mouse's words. The Bloody Battle space was huge. Little Mouse had actually subdued all the ancient beasts in the Bloody Battle space in the past few months. "Boss, My strength has broken through to LV3 spiritual whirlpool realm. With the suppression of the bloodline, ancient beasts at LV4 spiritual whirlpool realm are no match for me. The rules of heaven and earth in the bloody battle space seem to be a little incomplete. Almost none of the ancient beasts here have reached LV4 spiritual whirlpool realm. The strongest one is only at LV3 spiritual whirlpool realm, Little Mouse said. Fang Chen nodded when he heard this. When he found out that Little Mouse had broken through to LV3 spiritual whirlpool realm, he looked at Little Mouse with astonishment. Truly powerful, Fang Chen thought to himself. When the Little Mouse saw Fang Chen's doubtful gaze, he chuckled and said, "Boss, actually, I unintentionally unlocked some of the inheritances sealed in my mind. After receiving these inheritances, my strength increased dramatically." What inheritance? Fang Chen was puzzled. In Little Mouse's mind, there was actually an inheritance sealed. I don't know either. It seems to be my race's inheritance. The Little Mouse shook its head and said. Fang Chen was shocked. He was even more curious about what race the Little Mouse was. Inside the python sword, Ancestor Bronze sighed. The mystery of the Little Mouse was beyond his imagination. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and stopped thinking about it. No matter what, the increase in Little Mouse's strength was also very beneficial to him. Crash! A yellowed book appeared in the Little Mouse's hand. He then handed it to Fang Chen and said, "Boss, when I was sweeping through the bloody battle space, I accidentally found this book." After Fang Chen took the yellowed book from Little Mouse, he was immediately attracted by the few large words on the book. God Attraction Technique. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he softly muttered these 3 words. What technique is this? Fang Chen was very curious. He directly flipped open the yellowed book and saw the introduction of the God Attraction Technique. The God Attraction Technique is a soul secret technique that I created with my life's effort. When cultivated to the perfect realm, one can attract divine lightning and destroy all enemies. When he saw this sentence, Fang Chen was shocked. He did not expect this to be a soul secret technique. The God Attraction Technique was really arrogant. Oh, it's actually the God Attraction Technique, Ancestor Bronze exclaimed from within the python sword. Ancestor, you know about the God Attraction Technique? Fang Chen hastily asked. Back when I was still alive, I saw the God Attraction Technique, Ancestor Bronze said. The God Attraction Technique is a soul secret technique. It's very powerful. If even Ancestor Bronze said it was very powerful, then it had to be very powerful. Fang Chen looked at the God Attraction Technique with a smile on his face. Ever since he had become an early 3rd-rank soul cultivator, the Deluo soul slaughter flame had not been able to satisfy his needs. He had been searching for a soul secret technique, but to no avail. Who would have thought that the Little Mouse would stumble upon such a powerful soul secret technique by chance? Fang Chen excitedly put away the God Attraction Technique and prepared to head to Bloody Battle Mountain. However, he was stopped by Ancestor Bronze. Kid, with your current strength, even if you head to Bloody Battle Mountain, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat the cultivator who threatened to kill you. Why don't you cultivate the God Attraction Technique first? Ancestor Bronze said. But what about the remaining members of Yellow Spring Sect? Fang Chen hastily said. There's still half a month before the bloody battle space closes. If the remaining members of Yellow Spring Sect want to make a move, they will only do it at the last moment. If you go now, you will only be killed by the kid who threatened to kill you, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded and suppressed his desire to head to Bloody Battle Mountain. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the God Attraction Technique. After a quarter of an hour, Fang Chen had memorized all the contents of the Spirit Attraction Art. The rest of the time was spent cultivating the Spirit Attraction Art. According to the book, in order to cultivate the God Attraction Technique, one's soul had to be at least at the yellow rank. Fang Chen's soul just so happened to be at the yellow rank. Most importantly, Fang Chen was also a soul cultivator. This God Attraction Technique seemed to be tailor-made for soul cultivators. When Fang Chen started cultivating, he felt that it was very easy for him to reach the entry level. What a wonderful feeling, Fang Chen said in his heart. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate the God Attraction Technique. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these few days, many cultivators passed by Fang Chen and headed to Bloody Battle Mountain. At a certain moment, a few cultivators arrived and discovered Fang Chen. Hey, isn't this Fang Chen? Why is he here? Looks like he's cultivating. Could it be that he had an epiphany? He's really bold. Luo Zhongtian and Zhu Hai have been looking for him. I didn't expect him to still dare to appear. Let's go and tell Zhu Hai. A cultivator suggested to tell Zhu Hai about this matter. Soon, the geniuses on Bloody Battle Mountain knew about Fang Chen. Many geniuses had a sneer in their eyes. Zhu Hai and Luo Zhongtian had not arrived yet. Once they arrived, this man would definitely fall. Of course, there were also some geniuses who wanted to kill Fang Chen and use Fang Chen's head to befriend Luo Zhongtian and Zhu Hai. I heard that this lad killed Su Yu, who was ranked 20th on the Hidden Dragon list. I'd like to see how capable he is. The person who spoke was Yi Lei, who was ranked 15th on the Hidden Dragon list. His strength was countless times stronger than Su Yu's. He was also one of Zhu Hai's followers. When he heard that Fang Chen was cultivating on the Bloody Battle Plains, he had a murderous intent in his heart. Yi Lei left Bloody Battle Mountain and headed to where Fang Chen was. Some of the cultivators who wanted to watch the show also followed him. After a short while, Yi Lei arrived at where Fang Chen was. At this time, Fang Chen's eyes were closed, and he seemed to be breaking through. Humph, you're feeling afraid and want to break through. Yi Lei sneered. Many of the surrounding cultivators were also staring at Fang Chen curiously. They wanted to see how this legendary ruthless man would withstand Yi Lei's attack. Lad, you want to cultivate, but I won't let you. Yi Lei's fist blasted out without warning, and it landed on Fang Chen's body. The latter's body, which was sitting cross-legged, was sent flying with a bang. Even so, Fang Chen still did not open his eyes. His body fell to the ground, motionless, as if he had fallen into a coma. At this time, Fang Chen's mind was filled with the aura of the godly attraction technique. His soul was spinning at high speed. The godly attraction technique had been cultivated to the most critical moment. Fang Chen could not wake up from the aura of the godly attraction technique. Yes, play dead. A trace of killing intent flashed in Yi Lei's eyes. He walked step by step towards Fang Chen. When he arrived in front of Fang Chen, he once more extended his fists. Specks of light appeared on his fists. These specks of light contained a powerful energy. Brat, I want to see just how long you'll play dead for. Yi Lei sneered and his fists smashed towards Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen's body was directly smashed into the ground. A huge crater appeared. Fang Chen's clothes were in tatters, but his sword had automatically activated to protect his vitals. Dense sword intent surrounded his body. This sword intent emitted a terrifying aura. Yes, it automatically protects the body. Seeing the dense sword intent around Fang Chen's body, Yi Lei's eyes shone with killing intent. Brat, you'll never have the chance to wake up, Yi Lei said coldly. As soon as Yi Lei's voice fell, he suddenly swung his fists. Immediately, a wild aura bombarded Fang Chen. Stop! Just as Yi Lei's fists were about to hit Fang Chen's body, a delicate voice suddenly came from afar. In the next moment, a charming aura filled the air. The surrounding martial artists actually felt their minds go into a trance in an instant. Even Yi Lei was caught off guard. He was also confused by the charming aura. His fists changed the direction of his attack and bombarded an empty space on the blood battlefield plain. Crash! Yi Lei woke up from the charming aura. His eyes focused in front of him. What entered his eyes was a stunning beauty. She was wearing purple clothes and had a natural charming aura. Every move she made could cause a commotion. Who are you? Yi Lei asked coldly. This woman's charming aura was too terrifying. Even he had almost been bewitched by it. The grand 15th rank of the Hidden Dragon ranking, Yi Lei, actually dares to take advantage of someone's perilous state. Lu Lianshue's eyes flickered as she icily said. Her words were filled with a charming aura. The surrounding martialists all became dazed. Yi Lei stared at Lu Lianshue. A trifling charming aura wants to charm me? How laughable. If I, Yi Lei, want to kill someone, you won't be able to stop me. Yi Lei sinisterly smiled. Lu Lianshue's charming aura might be powerful, but her cultivation base wasn't high enough. Yi Lei wasn't afraid. Yi Lei, you're so narrow-minded. You actually have the nerve to call yourself an expert of the hidden dragon ranking. Lu Lianshue provoked Yi Lei. Chapter 669. Lu Lianshue, one of the three goddesses of Miza City. Although she was as famous as Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke, she had a completely different fate from them. From the beginning, she was controlled by the Western region god thief. Later on, she met Fang Chen and was able to escape from the Western region god thief's hands. The divine charm technique that the Western region god thief gave her was very powerful. When cultivated to the complete realm, it was said that even a mid-level spiritual whirlpool realm ancient martial art practitioner could not resist it. After Lu Lianshue entered the bloody battle space, she separated from Fang Chen and the others. During this time, she had been looking for opportunities. Finally, the heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. In a secluded place, Lu Lianshue found an ancient ruin. After entering the ruin, she realized that it was the old site of an ancient sect. This ancient sect was actually a sect that specialized in illusions. Illusions, in a way, were similar to charm. Charm was also born from illusions. After discovering the illusions sect, Lu Lianshue was very excited. When she began to accept the inheritance of illusions, she used a few months to completely accept the inheritance of illusions. At this time, her divine charm technique had also been cultivated to the peak. She was only one step away from reaching the complete realm. Lu Lianshue's cultivation had reached the second-level spiritual whirlpool realm. Her combat power was already comparable to a peak second-level spiritual whirlpool realm ancient martial art practitioner. She already had the strength to enter the hidden dragon role. However, Lu Lianshue kept a low profile. She only wanted to increase her strength and did not think of entering the hidden dragon role. However, one day, when she received news that Luo Zhongtian and Zhu Hai wanted to kill Fang Chen, she was very worried and immediately rushed to the bloody battle plains. Finally, after a few days, she arrived at the bloody battle space and happened to see Yi Lei attacking Fang Chen. Although she knew that she could not defeat Yi Lei, she stepped forward resolutely. It was not for anything else but because Fang Chen had once helped her. Lu Lianshue was a great beauty. As soon as she appeared, she caused countless ancient martial art practitioners to exclaim in surprise. At this moment, seeing that Yi Lei was about to destroy the beauty, some ancient martial art practitioners even spoke up to stop him. Yi Lei, why bother with a beauty? That's right, Yi Lei. You're also a warrior ranked 15th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. There's no need for you to attack a beauty, right? Yi Lei, let her go. Yi Lei, your target is Fang Chen. Why do you have to involve her? Many martial artists who were ranked at the bottom of the Hidden Dragon role spoke one after another. Yi Lei's eyes flickered, and then he said in a deep voice, "My target is Fang Chen. You can leave." Yi Lei was also a person who cared about his reputation. Attacking a woman in front of so many people would ruin his reputation, so he chose to give Lu Lianshue a chance. However, after hearing that, Lu Lianshue lightly shook her head. A complicated look appeared in her beautiful eyes. Then, she said softly, "Fang Chen saved my life before. I can't watch you kill him." Lu Lianshue's intention was very clear. She wanted to resist to the end. Hearing this, Yi Lei was completely enraged. "I gave you face, but you don't want it," Yi Lei said coldly. "Do you think that you can stop me, Yi Lei, with your charming techniques?" Yi Lei sneered. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and punched towards Lu Lianshue. Seeing this, Lu Lianshue's fair hands continuously formed complicated seals. Then, an extremely dense charming aura instantly surged out from her body. Lu Lianshue pushed her charming techniques to the extreme. The dense charming aura caused the surrounding martial artists to inadvertently fall into an illusion. Open. Yi Lei was enveloped by the charming aura. He roared and punched the charming aura. Instantly, the charming aura dissipated. Yi Lei's punch directly shattered Lu Lianshue's charming aura. Then, it carried a boundless power and attacked Lu Lianxue. Charming divine technique. Lu Lianxue still did not give up. She still wanted to resist Yi Lei's attack. Bang! Yi Lei's punch landed on Lu Lianxue's delicate body. Instantly, the latter's body was sent flying. Lu Lianxue was injured. The charming aura instantly dissipated. The surrounding people all recovered their senses. They saw Yi Lei coldly glance at Lu Lianxue. Then he turned his head and looked at a large hole in the blood battlefield plains. Fang Chen, no one can save you, Yi Lei sinisterly said. He then walked step by step towards the hole. A boundless aura surged out of his fist. He was prepared to kill Fang Chen. Just at this moment, a violet shadow suddenly jumped out of the hole. It was panting with rage. Standing on the ground, its little paws were at its waist. It angrily said, "You dare attack my boss." The little mouse had been resting in a special spatial ring when it was woken up by the sudden vibration. When it came out, it was shocked to see that this damnable human had actually sent its boss into the hole. "H, a mere spiritual pet dares to order me around," sneered Yi Lei. "You're too weak. You're not worthy of me attacking you. I'll leave you for my boss to personally kill you," said the little mouse loudly. Its words were filled with arrogance. Hearing the little mouse's words, the surrounding people were all flabbergasted. This little mouse should be one of Fang Chen's spiritual pets. It was actually so arrogant. When Lu Lianxue saw the little mouse, her beautiful eyes flickered. The dignified expression on her face disappeared, and her hanging heart relaxed. "H, you're just a brute. You actually dare to be arrogant in front of me? Do you believe that I won't cut you in half?" icily said Yi Lei. "You're too weak. You're not worthy of me attacking you," arrogantly said the little mouse. "Are you courting death?" icily said Yi Lei. "I say, why are you so annoying? Don't you have the slightest self-awareness? To think you're a genius on some broken ranking. You really are a disgrace." The little mouse pointed its paw at Yi Lei and shook its head. The little mouse continued to ridicule Yi Lei, causing him to be completely infuriated. "Trash, if I, Yi Lei, personally attack you, I can easily take your head," icily said Yi Lei. Facing this arrogant mouse, Yi Lei couldn't wait to kill it. Hearing this, the little mouse laughed loudly. Its eyes were filled with disdain. With its paw behind its back, it calmly said, "You're not even worthy of carrying my boss's shoes." Boom. The little mouse's words completely drove Yi Lei crazy. "I want you to die," Yi Lei roared. Clenching his fist, he punched out. Pa. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the little mouse stood there quietly. It stretched out its paw and directly grabbed Yi Lei's fist, easily breaking Yi Lei's powerful attack. "I said, you're too weak." The little mouse impatiently looked at Yi Lei. Yi Lei's fist was grabbed by the little mouse's paw. He wanted to pull it out, but he realized that the little mouse's paw had a powerful force that blocked his fist. "You." Yi Lei was furious. His other fist punched towards the little mouse. Bang. The little mouse let go of its paw. Then, it tiptoed and directly stepped on Yi Lei's head. "Too weak." The little mouse shook its head and said calmly. "Ah." Yi Lei was furious. He looked up to the sky and roared. There had never been a demonic beast that dared to stand on his head. The little mouse was the first. "I'm going to tear you into pieces," Yi Lei roared furiously. A majestic aura emerged from his body. In his sea of qi, the spiritual spiral spun rapidly. A powerful force gathered on both of his fists. Then, he punched towards the little mouse above his head. Bang! Bang! Yi Lei's fist punched out, but it couldn't hit the little mouse. She made use of her speed and her small, agile body to jump continuously on Yi Lei's body. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had passed. During this time, Yi Lei had been attacking the little mouse, but the latter was safe and sound. Moreover, it was standing on Yi Lei's body. This was a great humiliation. Yi Lei's heart was burning with anger. "You beast, do you dare to fight me face to face?" Finally, Yi Lei gave up on capturing the little mouse. The latter's speed was too fast. Yi Lei couldn't catch it at all. The little mouse sat on Yi Lei's head and said slowly, "Aren't you the 15th expert on the hidden dragon list? Aren't you very capable? Why can't you even deal with the beast you're talking about? You, come down quickly." Yi Lei was furious, but there was nothing he could do. "You want me to come down? Dream on," the little mouse said. The surrounding martial artists were completely shocked. Where did this little mouse come from? It could actually dodge Yi Lei's attack. Moreover, it sat on Yi Lei's head without restraint. Yi Lei was speechless. Many of the martial artists were secretly laughing. Yi Lei was furious, but he couldn't do anything to the little mouse. "What do I have to do to make you come down?" Yi Lei gave in. He was the 15th expert on the hidden dragon list. If the news spread that a little mouse was sitting on his head, he would definitely become a laughingstock. First, he had to trick this damn little mouse to come down. Then, he would think of a way to kill it. That was what Yi Lei was thinking. However, he had obviously underestimated the little mouse's intelligence. "It's not impossible for me to come down." The little mouse thought for a while and said slowly, "Kneel down and kowtow to my boss, then I'll let you go." "Dream on." Yi Lei roared angrily when he heard that. His eyes were scarlet. A huge axe appeared in his hand. The huge axe contained an extremely majestic aura of lightning. "Go to hell." Yi Lei's wrist shook. The huge axe in his hand carried the power of lightning and chopped towards the little mouse. Seeing this, the latter jumped up into the sky. At this moment, Yi Lei's body moved. He left the little mouse's feet and chopped towards the little mouse with his huge axe. Bang bang bang, wherever the huge axe passed, there was a crackling sound in the air. The aura of lightning in the air swarmed over. Streaks of lightning snakes appeared from the huge axe. "Little bastard, I'm going to chop you into pieces." Holding the huge axe, Yi Lei's aura changed instantly. His eyes were bloodshot as he said coldly. Chapter 670. Yi Lei was completely enraged. He took out his high-rank spiritual weapon, the thunder battle axe, and wanted to kill the little mouse in one fell swoop. Yi Lei looked at the little mouse. However, there wasn't any fear on the little mouse's face. Hearing the little mouse's words, Yi Lei seemed to have gone mad. The thunder battle axe in his hand violently chopped down. Streaks of lightning shot out from the thunder battle axe, forming a dazzling sea of lightning in the sky. Rumble, rumble. The deafening sound of thunder came from the sea of lightning. Yi Lei, who was holding the thunder battle axe, instantly entered the sea of lightning. Flaming thunder technique. This was Yi Lei's ultimate technique, and also his strongest attack. He had just suffered a great humiliation, so he swore to kill the little mouse. Too weak. The little mouse looked at the enraged Yi Lei and lightly shook its head. Then, a purple halo appeared around its body. A majestic aura instantly spread out. For the first time, the little mouse unleashed its true strength. It clenched its little claws into a fist. A purple halo covered its fist as it punched towards the sea of lightning in the sky. Crack! On the little mouse's fist, a purple glow shot out. After it entered the sea of lightning, it let out a cracking sound. In an instant, a lightning snake broke apart in the sea of lightning and dissipated. Following that, more and more lightning snakes fell from the sea of lightning and dissipated in the sky. In a flash, the sea of lightning in the sky was so thin that it was about to dissipate. The lightning snakes in the sea of lightning had all dissipated. Yi Lei, who was hiding in the sea of lightning, also instantly appeared. His eyes were filled with astonishment, but his attack did not slow down. The thunder battle axe in his hand suddenly chopped towards the little mouse. "I won't kill you. I'll leave you for our boss to personally kill you." The little mouse muttered to itself when it saw Yi Lei's thunder battle axe descending. Just as it finished its words, the purple halo around its body suddenly burst out with a dazzling radiance. The little mouse's fist directly punched towards the thunder battle axe. Boom! A deafening sound resounded. The little mouse was still standing on the bloodstained plains. Yi Lei, on the other hand, was sent flying far away. The thunder battle axe also fell to the ground. How is this possible? At this moment, All the surrounding warriors were completely shocked. If the little mouse was able to step on Yi Lei's head previously because of its speed, then right now, it was able to face Yi Lei's flaming thunder technique head-on and send him flying. This was definitely its true strength. Too strong. This laughing little mouse defeated Yi Lei with ease. No wonder Little Mouse kept emphasizing that Yi Lei is too weak. Little Mouse held back, or else Yi Lei would have died. Even his strongest thunder fire technique was broken. This Yi Lei is really pitiful. Many cultivators exclaimed in surprise. The little mouse arrogantly jumped onto Lu Lianshua's shoulder, pointed at Yi Lei who was lying on the ground, and said, "I'll spare your life. Wait for my boss to deal with you." After saying that, the little mouse ignored Yi Lei and turned to talk to Lu Lianshua. The entire Bloodstained Plains was dead silent. All the warriors stared at the mysterious little mouse. Yi Lei stood up and picked up the thunder battle axe. He glanced at the little mouse with his scarlet eyes, then turned and left, returning to the Bloodstained Mountains. The news that Yi Lei, ranked 15th on the Hidden Dragon ranking, suffered such a great humiliation instantly spread. A few days later, Wu Cheng, ranked 13th on the Hidden Dragon ranking, came. "Brother Yi, what happened to you?" Wu Cheng saw Yi Lei's expression and asked. "I'm fine." Yi Lei was already annoyed, so he directly said. Wu Cheng saw this and was a little surprised. Then, he heard from the warriors on the Bloodstained Mountains that Yi Lei was defeated by a little mouse. Fang Chen's spirit pet defeated Yi Lei? Wu Cheng was a little surprised. Then, Wu Cheng said that he wanted to meet the little mouse and see if he was as powerful as the rumors said. "Brother Yi, I'll help you take revenge." Wu Cheng laughed and left the Bloodstained Mountains. When everyone heard that Wu Cheng wanted to take revenge for Yi Lei, they all followed. After a while, Wu Cheng arrived in front of the huge pit. Fang Chen was still cultivating in the pit and hadn't woken up. The little mouse and Lu Lianshua were standing next to the pit to protect him. "You're the little mouse that defeated Yi Lei?" Wu Cheng stared at the little mouse and asked. "Yes, are you looking for a beating?" The little mouse said. "What an arrogant fellow. You're just a spirit pet, but you're so arrogant." Wu Cheng sneered. "Do you want to follow in Yi Lei's footsteps?" The little mouse said bluntly. "I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications." Wu Cheng sneered. "Everyone on the Bloodstained Mountains is talking about you. I want to see just how strong a little mouse like you can be." "My power isn't something you can imagine," said the little mouse. 3 minutes later, Wu Cheng returned to the Bloodstained Mountains with an expression that looked like he wanted to cry. Seeing Wu Cheng's appearance, Yi Lei knew what had happened. At this time, he finally calmed down. "Brother Wu," greeted Yi Lei. "Yi Lei, what's the background of this little mouse?" asked Wu Cheng furiously. Yi Lei expressed that he didn't know. Wu Cheng was infuriated to be humiliated by a little mouse. Yi Lei and Wu Cheng had both been humiliated by the little mouse. That caused the little mouse's fame to soar. Countless disciples on the Bloodstained Mountains were discussing the little mouse. There was still a week until the Bloodstained space closed. Other than the top 10 disciples on the Hidden Dragon ranking, all the other geniuses had gathered here. Of course, those disciples who had died would never appear here again. The entire Bloodstained Mountains were bustling with noise and excitement. Of course, most of them were discussing the little mouse. One day, Li Mingzhu and Li Xiaoke also came here. When they learned of the situation, they were shocked. The closer it got to the end of the genius battle, the more tense the atmosphere became. At this moment, the aura of the god-drawing art in Fang Chen's mind had enveloped his entire soul. Although he knew what was happening outside, he was unable to move his body. He couldn't even open his eyes. The god-drawing art had reached the most critical moment. He couldn't give up. He had a premonition that as long as he succeeded in cultivating the god-drawing art, his strength would definitely soar. He might even be able to challenge the top 5 geniuses on the Hidden Dragon ranking. When he saw the little mouse humiliate Yi Lei and Wu Cheng, he was a bit speechless. This little fellow clearly had the strength to crush his opponents, but he was pretending to be weak. However, one day, when Zhu Hai came here, the situation finally changed. All the cultivators focused their gazes on Zhu Hai. Brother Zhu Hai, many cultivators greeted Zhu Hai. Zhu Hai's sharp eyes swept across the crowd before landing on Wu Cheng and Yi Lei. Brother Zhu Hai, Wu Cheng and Yi Lei lowered their heads and greeted Zhu Hai. "What's wrong with the two of you?" Zhu Hai asked in a deep voice. There was a dense aura of death on Zhu Hai's body. The surrounding cultivators didn't dare to approach him. Zhu Hai's strength had soared some time ago. He challenged the expert who was ranked 6th on the Hidden Dragon ranking and defeated him in a single move. His ranking rose from 9th to 6th. The two of them lowered their heads in silence when they heard Zhu Hai's words. It was truly difficult to speak. There was a sliver of displeasure between Zhu Hai's brows as he asked. "Brother Zhu Hai, the two of us have been humiliated by a little mouse." Yi Lei gritted his teeth and raised his head as he said in a deep voice. "Humiliated by a mouse?" Zhu Hai asked in surprise. Afterwards, Yi Lei told Zhu Hai about how he wanted to help Zhu Hai kill Fang Chen. The latter's face darkened when he heard this. He said, "It's just an animal." With that, Zhu Hai's figure flashed and he left Bloody Battle Mountain furiously, arriving in front of the huge pit. "Fang Chen, I've finally found you," Zhu Hai said coldly as he stared at the huge pit on the Bloody Battle Plains. Fang Chen was cultivating in the huge pit. A sliver of disdain appeared on Zhu Hai's face as killing intent surged from his body. "Don't disturb my boss's cultivation." At this moment, the little mouse's petite body blocked Zhu Hai's path as it said loudly. "You're that little animal," Zhu Hai said coldly when he saw this. "Scram, before I have the urge to kill you." Zhu Hai was very eager to kill Fang Chen. He had even chosen to ignore the little mouse when he saw it. In his opinion, only the experts ranked in the top 5 of the Hidden Dragon ranking could make him feel threatened. The others would not be able to do so, let alone this little animal. "Old fart, believe it or not, I'll kill you," said the little mouse. Zhu Hai's gaze shifted from the huge pit to the little mouse. Killing intent surged from his body as he locked onto the little mouse. "I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it," said Zhu Hai coldly. At the same time, he extended his hand. The aura of death spread as it directly pressed down. A purple halo flickered around the little mouse as it clenched its claws into a fist and punched out. At the same time, the aura of its bloodline instantly erupted as well, directly breaking free from Zhu Hai's lock. Boom! With a huge sound, the little mouse's fist blocked Zhu Hai's hand. Zhu Hai was shocked when he saw this. A sliver of surprise appeared in Zhu Hai's eyes as he stared at the little mouse. Chapter 671. A hint of surprise surfaced in Zhu Hai's eyes when the little mouse blocked his attack so easily. "Interesting." Zhu Hai's pitch-black eyes stared at the little mouse as he muttered to himself. At the same time, Zhu Hai sighed inwardly. This Fang Chen's luck was really good. His own strength wasn't very strong, but his spirit pet's strength was tyrannical. Zhu Hai put away his previous contempt as he stared at the little mouse with a serious gaze. A frightening aura emanated from his body. "Skeleton extermination fist." Zhu Hai growled. Suddenly, a dense aura of death surged around him. He clenched his fist tightly, and a wild aura surged into his fist. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, phantoms of skeletons appeared on Zhu Hai's fist. These phantoms of skeletons contained an extremely majestic power. The skeleton extermination fist was one of Zhu Hai's fist techniques. It was extremely powerful. When cultivated to the great perfection realm, a single punch could break a river. The fact that Zhu Hai had used the skeleton extermination fist was enough to show the importance he placed on the little mouse. Rumble, Zhu Hai controlled the skeletons on his fist as killing intent surged from his body. At the same time, a dense purple halo also surged around the little mouse. Immediately after, the blood in its body circulated continuously. Strands of bloodline aura surged from its body. Bang! The skeletons on Zhu Hai's fist exploded the moment they came into contact with the little mouse. A shocking aura spread from the exploding skeletons and enveloped the little mouse in an instant. A cold smile appeared on Zhu Hai's face when he saw this scene. Although the little mouse was very strong, in the end, It was still dealt with by him, Zhu Hai. Hiss! The majestic aura enveloped the little mouse as the latter struggled with all its might. Crack! Just when Zhu Hai thought that this punch would be able to kill the little mouse, a cracking sound suddenly came from the aura that enveloped the little mouse. Immediately after, a crack appeared in the aura. The purple light instantly spread out. The many cultivators on the plain felt their hearts palpitate. What a powerful aura! Many cultivators exclaimed in surprise. It was also at this moment that the purple light instantly devoured the majestic energy surrounding the little mouse. Then, the little mouse clenched its little paws into fists and punched towards Zhu Hai's fist. Bang! Zhu Hai suddenly punched out when she saw this. When his fist collided with the little mouse's fist, he instantly felt a majestic force flowing from the little mouse's claws into his fist. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Hai's body involuntarily retreated a few steps. When he steadied himself, his eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? Zhu Hai's heart was in turmoil. A small spiritual pet had actually blocked his skeleton extermination fist and forced him to retreat. The numerous cultivators on the plain were already stunned. The strength that the little mouse displayed was too powerful. Even a martial artist at the 4th level of the spirit vortex realm was nothing more than this. After Zhu Hai's cultivation increased, he was already ranked 6th on the Hidden Dragon roll. With such strength, apart from the top 5 experts on the Hidden Dragon roll, no one in the 5 Elements province could match him. However, such strength was actually unable to do anything to the little mouse. There was an uproar on the plain. On the other hand, the little mouse stood quietly without the slightest fear on its face. It was as if it was doing something insignificant. "You're not my match," the little mouse said indifferently. Zhu Hai's heart was filled with rage. He wished he could directly attack and kill the little mouse. However, after the exchange earlier, he knew that even if he attacked with all his strength, he would still be unable to kill this little mouse. "However, I won't attack you. Your opponent is my boss," the little mouse said. The little mouse's mission was to protect its boss and allow him to break through smoothly. During this period of time, as long as someone dared to disturb its boss's cultivation, it would defeat them. I'd like to see how long Fang Chen will hide for." Zhu Hai snorted coldly and turned to leave. Zhu Hai's departure indirectly proved the fact that he couldn't kill the little mouse. This scene caused countless cultivators to exclaim in surprise. Even the 6th on the Hidden Dragon roll, Zhu Hai, had failed. Who in the entire bloody battle space could defeat this little mouse? Could it be that only the top 5 geniuses on the Hidden Dragon roll could do it? At this moment, Wu Cheng and Yi Lei, who stood on the bloody battle mountain, had bitter smiles on their faces. To think that they wanted to defeat the little mouse. When they saw the little mouse even forced Zhu Hai to retreat, it made the two of them feel that the little mouse was a monster. Just what kind of monster is it? Wu Cheng and Yi Lei thought to themselves. After Zhu Hai was forced to retreat by the little mouse, the entire bloody battle plains was filled with discussions about the little mouse. Of course, there were also some cultivators who were looking forward to the appearance of the top 5 disciples on the Hidden Dragon roll. They wondered if the top 5 disciples on the Hidden Dragon roll could defeat the little mouse. Of course, apart from that, many cultivators were looking forward to when Fang Chen would wake up even more. When he woke up, there would probably be many people looking for him for revenge. At this moment, there was only about a week left before the bloody battle space closed. All the cultivators were waiting nervously. The top 5 disciples on the Hidden Dragon roll had yet to appear. However, the atmosphere on the bloody battle plains was becoming more and more tense. On the second day after Zhu Hai was forced to retreat, Fang Chen finally moved in the large pit. In his mind, the aura of the God attraction technique instantly merged with his soul. Immediately after, a wild aura erupted from his body, soaring into the sky. The cultivators on the bloody battle plains were instantly attracted by what was happening here. When they discovered that the aura was coming from the large pit, their eyes burned with desire. Could it be that Fang Chen is about to break through? Is this kid finally going to wake up? Many cultivators stared at the large pit with burning gazes as they spoke excitedly. On the bloody battle mountain, Zhu Hai stood silently as a frightening golden light shot out from his eyes. Behind him, Wu Cheng and Yi Lei also stared at the large pit with a fiendish aura. Rumble, a deafening sound rang out from the large pit. The cultivation of the God attraction technique had reached the most critical moment. Suddenly, Fang Chen's eyes snapped open. His soul shook, and the aura coming from the large pit was instantly withdrawn. In an instant, Fang Chen regained his calm. "It hurts." These were the first words that Fang Chen said after waking up. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Li Mingzhu and the other two were stunned as well, but soon after, their faces were filled with smiles. "Boss, you've broken through," Little Mouse cried out when he saw Fang Chen wake up. Fang Chen nodded, then stood up and jumped out of the pit. The surrounding gazes all gathered on Fang Chen. "Boss, are you all right?" Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen shook his head. "I'm fine. It's just that I was thrown into a large pit while cultivating. It's a very unpleasant feeling. I knew Boss would be fine." Little Mouse grinned. Fang Chen greeted the three girls, then turned his head and looked in the direction of the bloody battle mountain. He said with a heavy voice, "Who was it that threw me into the pit?" Fang Chen's words were filled with iciness. When a cultivator cultivated, the greatest taboo was to be disturbed by others. When he had been cultivating the spirit attraction art, he had actually been blasted into a large pit. If not for Little Mouse stopping him, perhaps he would have already been killed. Fang Chen naturally wouldn't forget such a great enmity. So the first thing he did after waking up was to take revenge. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Yi Lei took a step forward and directly flew into the sky. Looking down at Fang Chen, he icily said, "Fang Chen, have you finally stopped being a coward? Trash, you can't even beat my spirit pet, and you still have the nerve to talk to me." Fang Chen looked at Yi Lei and sneered. Yi Lei was furious and immediately landed in front of Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with fiendish light as he stared at Fang Chen. "If you have the ability, then fight me one-on-one." Clearly, Yi Lei was a bit afraid of the Little Mouse. That was why he had proposed a one-on-one duel with Fang Chen. "You're not my match." Unexpectedly, Fang Chen was as arrogant as his spiritual pet and said disdainfully. Many martial artists around looked at Fang Chen. They didn't know if he was playing to the gallery, or if he could really defeat Yi Lei easily. If it weren't for your spirit pet, you would have died in my hands long ago," Yi Lei was furious and said coldly. Little Mouse no longer cared about what was going on here. It jumped directly onto Lu Lianshua's shoulder and watched all this with a smile. "If it weren't for the fact that you didn't injure me, you would have died long ago," Fang Chen said directly. At that moment, Zhu Hai and Wu Cheng also came to Yi Lei's side. Zhu Hai's eyes were filled with coldness. "Did you kill Zhu Kunshan?" she said coldly. "So what if I did?" Fang Chen looked straight at Zhu Hai and said in a deep voice. "Did you kill Su Yu?" Zhu Hai asked again. His words were filled with murderous intent. "You talk too much nonsense," Fang Chen said. Hearing that, a smile actually appeared on Zhu Hai's face. However, anyone could see that Zhu Hai's smile was filled with a bloodthirsty aura. "Then, I now announce that I'll take your life," Zhu Hai said softly, as if he was doing something insignificant. "You were forced to retreat by my spirit pet, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a strong man who is 6th on the hidden dragon list. How embarrassing," Fang Chen said. Hearing that, Zhu Hai's eyes turned cold. His whole body emitted a terrifying aura. "Brother Zhu Hai, I'm enough to deal with him," Yi Lei said immediately. In his opinion, the Little Mouse was very strong, but Fang Chen's strength was nothing to be afraid of. He could deal with him alone. "All right, you kill him for me," Zhu Hai said. If he did it himself, it would dirty his hands. When Yi Lei heard this, there was a playful smile in his eyes as he said, "Fang Chen, are you prepared to die?" Fang Chen didn't speak. He looked at Yi Lei. The latter thought that Fang Chen was afraid, and laughed even more wildly. "Today, let me, Yi Lei, take your dog's head." Yi Lei let out a low growl. He took out the thunder battle axe in his hand and performed the flaming thunder technique. Chapter 672. The thunder fire technique was displayed, and the thunder battle axe was emitting an extremely dense aura of thunder. The aura of thunder formed a huge sea of thunder in the sky. Excess in the sea of thunder, thunder snakes rolled, and the aura shot up to the sky. Yi Lei held the thunder battle axe and hid in the sea of thunder. He controlled a large number of thunder snakes to attack Fang Chen. Rumble. Every time the thunder snakes descended, there would be a deafening sound. Fang Chen stood quietly on the blood plane and secretly activated his sword body. The sword body at the initial stage of body refinement realm was fully activated. The defense comparable to the 7-star Dao body surrounded Fang Chen's body. Insignificant skill. Fang Chen sneered and said disdainfully. With his current strength, the cultivation method that Yi Lei used could indeed be said to be an insignificant skill. Boom. A deafening sound was heard. In the sea of thunder, a thick thunder snake with a majestic aura of thunder came down and hit Fang Chen directly. The attack of this thunder snake was very powerful. Even a level 3 spiritual vortex realm martial artist would not dare to face it head-on. However, out of everyone's expectations, Fang Chen did not dodge at all. He stood quietly and allowed the thunder snake to hit his body. After being hit by my thunder snake, you will be seriously injured even if you don't die. Yi Lei said coldly in the sea of thunder when he saw the thunder snake hit Fang Chen. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a comfortable sound. So comfortable. Fang Chen stretched out his arms as if he was stretching. He was mumbling something under his breath. His body was filled with the aura of thunder, but he was completely fine. He's using the thunder snake to refine his body. Finally, someone noticed. After discovering that Fang Chen was using the thunder snake to refine his body, everyone was even more shocked. How strong was Fang Chen's physical defense that he could ignore the thunder snake's attack? It's too scary. Only he would dare to use the thunder snake to refine his body. Yeah, he's really bold to refine his body under Yi Lei's thunder fire technique. I wonder if Yi Lei will be angered to death if he knows. On the blood plane, many martial artists were watching. When they saw Fang Chen absorbing the power of the thunder snake to refine his body, they all exclaimed, "How is this possible?" At this moment, Yi Lei, who was hiding in the sea of thunder, also noticed this scene. He did not believe it and continued to control the thunder snake to attack Fang Chen's body. Rumble. One after another, thick lightning snakes bombarded Fang Chen's body. The lightning instantly drowned Fang Chen. Even Wu Cheng did not dare to take the attacks of these lightning snakes head-on. If Fang Chen was engulfed by the lightning, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. This is the consequence of your arrogance. Yi Lei's voice of the Sea of Thunder. Will Fang Chen be all right? Li Xiaoke asked worriedly when she saw Fang Chen being engulfed by lightning. A mere thunder snake wants to kill my boss. What a joke. The little mouse grinned. Inside the Sea of Thunder, Fang Chen was bathing in the thunder and refining his body. If I can keep bathing in the thunder, my sword physique will definitely rise to the middle stage of the body refinement realm. Fang Chen thought to himself. His surroundings were already covered by the lightning. He was absorbing the power of the thunder to refine his body. 3 minutes later, the lightning around Fang Chen gradually disappeared. His figure once again appeared in front of the crowd. I'm fine. A cry of surprise came from the Sea of Thunder. Under the concentrated attack of the thunder snake, Fang Chen was actually safe and sound. He had even absorbed all the thunder. How is this possible? This was the thought in the minds of all the martial artists. It was too crazy. How strong did his physical defense have to be to withstand the concentrated attack of the thunder snake? At this moment, Zhu Hai's eyes finally twitched. 7-star Dao physique. Zhu Hai said gloomily. When he discovered that Fang Chen's physical body was at the level of the 7-star Dao physique, he already knew that Yi Lei was no match for Fang Chen. It was impossible for him to defeat Fang Chen with the Thunderfire art. Amidst the crowd's shock, Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the Sea of Thunder. He said, "It's over." Fang Chen still wanted to absorb the power of the thunder. However, with Yi Lei's strength, it was impossible for him to control more thunder snakes. Therefore, he could only stop here. Fang Chen clenched his fist. Sparks of thunder flashed. His aura instantly rose to the peak. Then, He threw a punch at the Sea of Thunder. Thunder Fire Art. Yi Lei did not give up. He was still controlling the Thunder Fire Art. However, before he could control the Thunder Fire Art, he felt the Sea of Thunder tremble. Immediately after, the Sea of Thunder collapsed. His body was exposed to the crowd. After Fang Chen's thunder fist shattered the Sea of Thunder, it landed on Yi Lei's body. Bang! Yi Lei's body directly fell to the ground. He was covered in blood and his face was extremely pale. However, he was still alive. Too weak. Fang Chen glanced at Yi Lei and shook his head slightly. Yi Lei, who was ranked 15th on the Hidden Dragon ranking, had been defeated so easily by Fang Chen. This shocked everyone. At this moment, everyone finally understood how terrifying Fang Chen's strength was. When Fang Chen's gaze landed on Zhu Hai, the latter was also staring at him. "Your strength has exceeded my expectations," Zhu Hai said softly. "However, you still can't challenge me with just this." Zhu Hai's meaning was very clear. Although Fang Chen's strength could defeat Yi Lei, it was still far from being comparable to Zhu Hai. Before I defeated Yi Lei, no one thought that I had the strength to fight Yi Lei. However, what about now? Fang Chen looked around and said faintly. Under Fang Chen's gaze, the surrounding cultivators all lowered their heads. "Fang Chen, don't be complacent too early," Wu Cheng said coldly. He had long wanted to take revenge for being humiliated by the little mouse. However, he was no match for the little mouse. Although he was surprised that Fang Chen had defeated Yi Lei, he believed that his strength was much stronger than Yi Lei's. "You want to fight?" Fang Chen asked when he saw this. "You're no match for him." Zhu Hai stopped him. "Brother Zhu Hai, I've been humiliated by the little mouse. I already have an inner demon. I want to take revenge," Wu Cheng said stubbornly. Hearing this, Zhu Hai no longer stopped Wu Cheng. The latter took a step forward and stared at Fang Chen. A terrifying aura emanated from him. Boring. Yi Lei's Thunderfire art could allow Fang Chen to bathe in lightning and temper his body. However, Wu Cheng's cultivation method was clearly useless against Fang Chen. Therefore, before Wu Cheng could attack, Fang Chen beat him to it and sent him flying with a punch. That's right, he was sent flying with a punch. When Fang Chen became serious, his strength was terrifyingly domineering. Bang! The most humiliating thing in the world was to lose before even fighting. Wu Cheng belonged to this type of person. He had just said that he wanted to take revenge, but before he could do anything, he was sent flying with a punch. He did not even have the strength to resist. Wu Cheng's heart was filled with unwillingness as he screamed madly. After defeating Wu Cheng, Fang Chen looked at Zhu Hai and said, "You're still not going to fight?" Fang Chen knew that Zhu Hai had always wanted to kill him, so there would be a battle sooner or later. Zhu Hai was silent for a moment. She actually did not attack. Instead, she stared at Fang Chen and said coldly, "You'll die at my hands sooner or later. I'll let you live for a few more days." After saying this, Zhu Hai's figure flashed and she flew back to Bloody Battle Mountain. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Fang Chen had defeated Yi Lei and Wu Cheng with absolute strength, causing Zhu Hai to feel a little pressure. Although she could definitely kill Fang Chen if she went all out, it would affect his competition with the other geniuses. Everything would have to wait until the competition was over. After glancing at Zhu Hai, Fang Chen led Li Mingzhu and the other two girls up Bloody Battle Mountain. The entire Bloody Battle Mountain was extremely majestic. Countless cultivators stood on Bloody Battle Mountain. Of course, other than the experts on the Hidden Dragon ranking who could reach the top, the other cultivators could only reach the middle of the mountain. In every Bloody Battle space, all the cultivators would gather at Bloody Battle Mountain in the end. This was because the person in charge of the Five Elements Academy would appear on Bloody Battle Mountain and announce the list of disciples they were recruiting. Fang Chen defeated Wu Cheng and successfully entered the Hidden Dragon ranking, ranking 13th. Of course, everyone knew that with Fang Chen's strength, it would not be a problem for him to enter the top 10. However, the Hidden Dragon ranking was calculated based on battle results. He did not display absolute strength, nor did he defeat the top 10 cultivators of the Hidden Dragon ranking, so he could only be ranked 13th for now. Of course, To Fang Chen, the hidden dragon ranking was meaningless. If he could not join the Five Elements Academy, so what if he was ranked first on the hidden dragon ranking? In the eyes of the students of the Five Elements Academy, being ranked first on the hidden dragon ranking was just a joke. The atmosphere on the entire Bloody Battle Mountain was very heavy. Zhu Hai sat down with his legs crossed, waiting for the other geniuses to arrive. Finally, after 3 days, a genius arrived. Rumble. A black ray of light shot over from afar, attracting everyone's attention on Bloody Battle Mountain. It's Sun Chiwen, ranked 5th on the hidden dragon ranking. He's finally here, someone shouted. Sun Chiwen, ranked 5th on the hidden dragon ranking, was originally ranked 4th on the hidden dragon ranking. However, he was defeated by Luo Zhongtian not long ago, causing his ranking to drop. As for Luo Zhongtian, he replaced him and became the expert ranked 4th on the hidden dragon ranking. Sun Chiwen wore a golden robe. Between his brows, there was a hint of coldness. He carried a long spear on his back, emitting a terrifying aura. Sun Chiwen landed on Bloody Battle Mountain and scanned the surroundings. In the end, his gaze landed on Zhu Hai. Sun Chiwen. Zhu Hai opened his eyes and called out, "Zhu Hai." Just as the two were talking, another terrifying aura came from afar. Luo Zhongtian, ranked 4th on the hidden dragon ranking, had arrived with Hong Wu. After Luo Zhongtian, a blue ray of light shot into the sky. Everyone knew that the blue ray of light represented Qing Jingtong, ranked 3rd on the hidden dragon ranking. "I'm not late, am I?" Qing Jingtong's speed was very fast. He surpassed Luo Zhongtian and landed on Bloody Battle Mountain while laughing out loud. "I'm not late," Sun Chiwen replied. "Qing Jingtong, can't you try something else?" Luo Zhongtian's voice came from afar. Following this, Luo Zhongtian landed on Bloody Battle Mountain as well. Every time he traveled with Qing Jingtong, he would surpass the others with the speed of his wind intent at the last moment and arrive first. This was not the first time. Chapter 673. The geniuses in the top 5 of the Hidden Dragon ranking believed themselves to be the most dazzling geniuses of the Five Elements province. They were the top geniuses. Even Zhu Hai, who was ranked 6th, was unable to enter their circle. Luo Zhongtian, Qing Jingtong and the others had just arrived, and they immediately became the focus of everyone's discussion. Seeing the treatment Qing Jingtong and the others received, Zhu Hai clenched his fists tightly. He swore inside that he would definitely charge into the top 5 in the following genius battle. "Qing Jingtong, I'm afraid that the current Luo Zhongtian already has the qualifications to challenge you," said Sun Chiwen with a grin. He didn't feel the slightest bit of anger because Luo Zhongtian had defeated him. Of the top 5 of the Hidden Dragon ranking, other than the person ranked first, whose position no one could shake, the rankings of the other 4 could change at any time. "You might be stronger than me right now, but that didn't mean you would always be stronger than me." So, after entering the top 5, the rankings were no longer that important to them. They knew that their own strength was the most important. Qing Jingtong's eyes burned when he heard that. He looked at Luo Zhongtian and said, "If you want to challenge me, wait until you enter the Five Elements Academy." The surrounding atmosphere instantly froze when they heard the words Five Elements Academy. Clearly, entering the Five Elements Academy was too difficult. Even the top 5 of the Hidden Dragon ranking wouldn't dare say they could enter the Five Elements Academy for sure. Just as they were chatting, Hong Wu suddenly saw Fang Chen on the Bloody Battle Mountain. An icy aura shot out of her eyes, and she icily said, "Fang Chen, you still dare to appear?" Hong Wu's voice broke the silence of the Bloody Battle Mountain. Everyone's gazes were drawn to her. Even Luo Zhongtian was slightly taken aback. Following Hong Wu's gaze, his deep gaze landed on Fang Chen's body. "Fang Chen, you coward, you finally dare to appear?" Hong Wu relied on Luo Zhongtian's support to speak arrogantly. Fang Chen stared at Luo Zhongtian. He could sense a dangerous aura emanating from Luo Zhongtian. However, he wasn't afraid of Luo Zhongtian in a fight. "Mph, you're just relying on your fiancé to intimidate others. If we were to fight one-on-one, my boss would be able to suppress you with one hand," the little mouse said disdainfully. "You bastard, who gave you the right to speak?" Hearing that, Hong Wu's face turned ice cold. The remaining half of the fiery red whip in her hand was violently brandished. With boundless power, it directly shot towards the little mouse on Fang Chen's shoulder. The little mouse's little paw grabbed onto half of the red leather whip with lightning speed. Then, with a forceful pull, Hongwu's body instantly leaned forward. However, at the crucial moment, Luo Zhongtian reached out and grabbed Hongwu's fair hand, preventing the little mouse's plan from succeeding. "You, Zhongtian, kill it for me." Hongwu was furious. In front of so many people, this damnable little mouse actually dared to play with her. She was furious and immediately ordered Luo Zhongtian. Luo Zhongtian stared at the little mouse, his body emitting a terrifying aura. "Ch, ignorant," said the little mouse disdainfully. "You're Fang Chen?" Luo Zhongtian's gaze fell on Fang Chen as he asked. "Correct," said Fang Chen. "Good, very good. This half of the whip will be your end." Luo Zhongtian pointed at the whip in Hongwu's hand as he icily said. In Luo Zhongtian's eyes, Fang Chen was merely an ant. However, after Fang Chen had cultivated the spirit attraction art, he no longer feared Luo Zhongtian. "I've long heard that Luo Zhongtian is incomparably tyrannical. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation." Fang Chen suddenly laughed and coldly said. His words were filled with mockery towards Luo Zhongtian. "Yes." Hearing this, Luo Zhongtian's expression slightly changed as he coldly said, "Brat, how do you want to die?" Qing Jingtong and Sun Chiwen did not speak, but there was a trace of astonishment in their eyes. They never thought that this brat would actually dare to challenge Luo Zhongtian. However, a moment later, they found out that this brat had easily defeated Yi Lei and Wu Cheng. His strength was comparable to the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Of course, what shocked them the most was that the little mouse was actually able to force Ju Hai back. Such strength was already comparable to the top 5 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. "Boss, let me do it." The little mouse directly jumped onto the ground and icily said, "You don't have the qualifications to fight with my boss." After speaking, the little mouse directly scuttled in front of Luo Zhongtian. Seeing this, the latter clenched his fist and suddenly threw out a punch. Instantly, a deafening sound was transmitted into everyone's ears. Rumble, a majestic aura swept through the entire Bloody Battle Mountain. Countless warriors curiously looked towards the center of the aura, wanting to see who had won. When the majestic aura quickly dissipated, everyone could finally see clearly. Luo Zhongtian was quietly standing there, while the little mouse was standing on Luo Zhongtian's arm. Everyone was completely stunned. The little mouse was actually able to block Luo Zhongtian's attack. Wasn't this too abnormal? What kind of demonic beast is this? It's so powerful. Even Qing Jingtong and Sun Chiwen were a little astonished. Damn it! Luo Zhongtian was furious. Shortly after, an extremely powerful aura exploded from his body, wanting to kill the little mouse. At this moment, the entire bloody battle space started to tremble. Countless martialists were terrified. In the sky above the bloody battle space, a blood-colored cloud appeared. On top of this blood-colored cloud, there was a blurry figure riding on the cloud. Crash, in the blink of an eye, the blood-colored cloud appeared above Bloody Battle Mountain. At this time, everyone could clearly see that the person standing on top of the cloud was actually the Bloody Spearman. It's the Bloody Spearman. Is the bloody battle space about to end? Atop the blood-colored cloud, the Bloody Spearman's face was filled with a solemn aura. He looked around and said, "Is everyone here?" "Bloody Spearman, He Jingwei and Xiao Fang still haven't arrived," said Qing Jingtong. He Jingwei was ranked second on the Hidden Dragon ranking. As for Xiao Fang, he was the legendary number 1 expert on the Hidden Dragon ranking. The two of them appeared and disappeared mysteriously. They still hadn't appeared. "Wait," said the Bloody Spearman. He then sat down cross-legged on the blood-colored cloud. Time slowly passed. Everyone on Bloody Battle Mountain was incomparably excited. They were only one step away from the 5 Elements Academy. As long as they could obtain the Bloody Spearman's approval, they would be able to enter the legendary 5 Elements Academy. 3 days later, Xiao Fang and He Jingwei finally arrived. Their bodies were filled with boundless auras. With a single glance, one could tell that they were powerful geniuses. After the two of them arrived, the other geniuses on the hidden dragon ranking also arrived one after another. Xiao Fang and He Jingwei? Fang Chen was shocked. He could clearly feel that Xiao Fang and He Jingwei were emitting an oppressive aura. This was especially true for Xiao Fang. As he stood on Bloody Battle Mountain, he gave off an unsurpassable feeling. They're too strong. Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. Even if he cultivated the spirit attraction art, he still wouldn't be Xiao Fang's match. Xiao Fang and He Jingwei's arrival caused an uproar on Bloody Battle Mountain. Countless martialists stared at the two of them with burning gazes. At this moment, the Bloody Spear Man suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he waved his hand. Immediately, the entire Bloody Battle space changed color. A scarlet aura instantly engulfed the entire Bloody Battle space. Immediately after, streams of majestic power converged on Bloody Battle Mountain in an instant. Suppression. Countless martial artists felt an extreme suppression. Rumble, while everyone was puzzled, cracks appeared on the Bloody Battle Mountain. Then, a boundless aura instantly spread out from the ground. Then, several copper pillars rose from the ground. What is this? Someone exclaimed. There were a total of 6 copper pillars rising from the ground. These 6 copper pillars contained an imposing aura. The 6 copper pillars were at least 100 meters tall. A dense aura surrounded them as they stood quietly on Bloody Battle Mountain. It was a very shocking sight. At this moment, the Bloody Spear Man stood up. Stepping on a blood-colored cloud, he stared at the numerous martialists on Bloody Battle Mountain and said, "This year, the Five Elements Academy will only recruit 6 people. Anyone who can step on one of the pillars will be considered a disciple of the Five Elements Academy." When they heard the Bloody Spear Man's words, the martialists' hearts were filled with excitement. Countless eyes were filled with madness. If you step on one of the pillars, you can become a disciple of the Five Elements Academy. Many martialists cried out involuntarily. Although the disciples on the Hidden Dragon list were very outstanding, the Five Elements Academy didn't care about quantity, but quality. In the past, the Five Elements Academy had only recruited 3 or 4 students at most. However, there were actually 6 spots this time. Countless martialists went crazy over this. The 6 bronze pillars represented the 6 quotas. Let me do it. Suddenly, an excited voice spread throughout the entire Bloody Battle Mountain. Then, a bloated fatty leaped onto one of the copper pillars. "Ha ha ha, I'm going to become a disciple of the Five Elements Academy," the bloated fatty shouted excitedly as he stood on the copper pillar. "You dare to embarrass yourself with this little bit of strength?" Seeing this, a martialist coldly snorted and chopped out with his axe, directly splitting the bloated fatty in half. Seeing this scene, many of the restless martialists felt their hearts palpitate a little. At this moment, the Bloody Spear Man spoke again. "Before sunset, the copper pillars will sink into the ground. The martialists who can stand on the pillars and last until the end will become students of the Five Elements Academy." The Bloody Spear Man's meaning was very clear. The struggle for the copper pillars would be extremely intense, and some people might even lose their lives. Xiao Fang, He Jingwei, and the others' eyes flickered as they looked at the 6 copper pillars. In the entire Bloody Battle space, there was practically no one who could compete with them. Therefore, they would definitely be able to stand on the copper pillars. On the other hand, the lower-ranked disciples on the Hidden Dragon list had bitter expressions on their faces. The situation wasn't good for them. Fang Chen's eyes were also blazing. If there were only 1 or 2 spots, he wouldn't dare guarantee that he would be able to enter the Five Elements Academy. Chapter 674. Although there were only 6 pillars, there were many martial artists who had entered the Bloody Battle space. No one would choose to give up in front of an opportunity, and no one would choose to retreat. Therefore, there was bound to be an intense battle. All the martial artists rubbed their palms and circulated all their strength, preparing to step onto the pillars. Fang Chen didn't move. He knew that the competition would be very intense at the beginning, and it would be easy for him to stand out. Of course, with Xiao Fang's strength, no one would dare to say anything even if he stood on the pillars. The number 1 of the Hidden Dragon ranking, no one had ever seen Xiao Fang in action. However, everyone knew that Xiao Fang's power was too powerful, and he was able to suppress all the young warriors of this generation. Even He Jingwei, who was second only to Xiao Fang, didn't dare to challenge him. "I, Xiao Fang, want a spot." Xiao Fang grinned. His figure flashed and he directly jumped onto the pillar, standing there quietly. Seeing Xiao Fang occupy a pillar, everyone looked at each other, but in the end, they didn't make a move. At this moment, He Jingwei opened his mouth. "Xiao Fang, I've been wanting to fight with you for a long time. I hope you can satisfy me," He Jingwei said. No matter what, he could occupy a spot. Therefore, before entering the Five Elements Academy, he wanted to fight with Xiao Fang to see how strong he was. "Okay." Xiao Fang nodded. The bloody spear man on the blood-red cloud saw this and reminded them, "Let me remind you that it's best to maintain enough energy here. Being able to step onto the pillars means that you're only qualified to support the Five Elements Academy. As for whether you'll be able to enter the Five Elements Academy in the end, it's still unknown." Hearing the bloody spearman's words, everyone was shocked. They looked at the bloody spearman. "When the 6 pillars disappear, I'll bring the 6 people who occupy the spots to the Five Elements Academy. Before entering the Five Elements Academy, there will be a newcomer's test. Only by passing the test can you become an official member of the Five Elements Academy. Otherwise, you'll be regretfully eliminated," said the bloody spearman Crash. The entire bloody battle mountain was in an uproar. Countless martial artists were shocked. Newcomer assessment. He Jingwei was also a little surprised. He originally thought that he would be able to enter the Five Elements Academy by occupying 6 spots. He never expected that he would need to pass the newcomer assessment. Indeed, it was as the legends said. It was extremely difficult to enter the Five Elements Academy. Since the bloody spearman had said so, there was no point in fighting. "It seems that we can only wait until we enter the Five Elements Academy before fighting." He Jingwei narrowed his eyes and grinned. Xiao Fang nodded his head. To him, it didn't matter when he fought. However, when he thought of the newcomer assessment, his expression turned slightly solemn. "Then I, He Jingwei, will take the second spot." After He Jingwei finished speaking, his figure flashed and he directly leaped onto the second bronze pillar. Next, Qing Jingtong took the third pillar, Luo Zhongtian took the fourth pillar, and Sun Chiwen took the fifth pillar. No one said anything when the first 5 pillars were occupied. After all, the strength of these 5 people was there, and they could not defeat them. At this moment, Zhu Hai glanced at the 6th pillar and was extremely excited. He directly leaped onto the 6th pillar. As expected, when Zhu Hai took the 6th pillar, several disciples in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon leaderboard jumped out one after another, wanting to challenge Zhu Hai. "Zhu Hai, I want to challenge you." "Zhu Hai, I'm afraid you won't be able to occupy this spot." Several disciples in the Hidden Dragon leaderboard jumped out one after another, declaring that they wanted to challenge Zhu Hai. Zhu Hai's expression was gloomy as he said coldly, "This spot belongs to me, Zhu Hai. Anyone who is not convinced can come and challenge me." Zhu Hai's voice was filled with coldness. "Let me have a go at you." As he spoke, the 7th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard directly launched a fierce attack against Zhu Hai. Bang bang bang! In an instant, the entire bloody battle mountain was filled with a majestic aura. The battle between Zhu Hai and this genius was extremely intense. However, everyone could tell that Zhu Hai had always had the upper hand. 3 minutes later, Zhu Hai found an opportunity. He suddenly extended his hand and suddenly grabbed the neck of the 7th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. He then exerted force with his wrist. With a crack, the 7th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard fell. Boom! There were cries of surprise on the bloody battle mountain. The 7th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard had fallen here just like that. Just how powerful was Zhu Hai? Someone had finally fallen on the bloody battle mountain. Moreover, it was the 7th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. This scene made countless cultivators stop in their tracks. However, there were still people who were not convinced and declared that they wanted to challenge Zhu Hai. After all, this was a spot to join the Five Elements Academy. It would make people lose their minds. When the 8th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard had fallen in Zhu Hai's hands, everyone finally realized Zhu Hai's power and no longer challenged him. For a moment, the bloody battle mountain was silent. No one dared to approach the 6 bronze pillars. Even the bloody spearman nodded slightly. It seemed that these 6 people should be the ones occupying the spots this time. Once the time was up, the bloody battle space would close and the genius battle would come to an end. The 6 of them would then have hope of joining the 5 Elements Academy. The bloody spearman sat cross-legged on the blood-red cloud. He closed his eyes slightly and waited for time to pass. Looking around and seeing that no one dared to step forward, Fang Chen knew that the time had come. He took a step forward and said coldly, "Zhu Hai, get down here." Fang Chen's voice was very loud. It spread throughout the entire bloody battle mountain and shocked countless cultivators. When Zhu Hai saw Fang Chen's actions, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. He said icily, "Fang Chen, do you want to die?" Back then, Zhu Hai had declared that he would kill Fang Chen before the bloody battle space closed. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Of course, Fang Chen was not afraid of Zhu Hai. "Today is the day you die." Zhu Hai looked coldly at Fang Chen and said disdainfully. Fang Chen sneered, "You can't even beat my spirit pet. What's there to be proud of?" As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, Little Mouse's petite body leaped onto the 6th pillar. He looked at Zhu Hai and said, "Do you want to go down by yourself, or do you need me to send you down?" Hearing Little Mouse's words, Zhu Hai's face turned cold. He said icily, "Fang Chen, are you going to hide behind your spirit pet?" Fang Chen ignored Zhu Hai and looked up at the blood-red cloud. He cupped his hands and asked, "Senior Bloodspear, can my spirit pet fight for me?" From a certain point of view, a spirit pet was also a part of one's strength. When the bloody spearman heard this, he looked at Fang Chen in surprise. He then nodded, of course. What kind of person was the bloody spearman? He could tell at a glance that Little Mouse was Fang Chen's spirit pet. However, he was a little curious. This person's cultivation was not strong, but this spirit pet did not seem to be simple. Xiao Fang and the others all stared at the Little Mouse. "All right, since that's the case, I'll kill your spirit pet and then kill you." Zhu Hai's face darkened as he said coldly. Crash. As soon as Zhu Hai finished speaking, his body was suddenly filled with a dense aura of death. An extremely majestic power appeared on his fist. Bone Annihilation Fist. Zhu Hai poured all the power in his body into his fist and punched towards the Little Mouse. He did not use his full strength in the battle with the Little Mouse. Although he knew that the Little Mouse was strong, he had no other choice. "Go to hell!" Zhu Hai roared as his powerful fist slammed onto the Little Mouse's body. At this moment, a purple halo appeared on the Little Mouse's body. It instantly covered its entire body and then launched a fierce attack. Bang bang bang! The Little Mouse and Zhu Hai fought fiercely. The Little Mouse's bloodline aura instantly spread out. On the blood-colored cloud, the bloody spearman's expression changed slightly when he sensed the Little Mouse's bloodline aura. He stared at the Little Mouse with a serious gaze. How can there be such a powerful bloodline aura? The bloody spearman was a powerhouse of the 5 Elements Academy. He had experienced countless things in his life. He had seen many powerful bloodline auras. However, the bloodline aura emitted by the Little Mouse was so shocking that even he was a little surprised. After recovering from his shock, the bloody spearman shook his head slightly and said, "Looks like this kid is going to lose." As expected, after the bloody spearman finished speaking, the Little Mouse began to gain the upper hand. Its little claws clenched into fists and punched out again and again, directly suppressing Zhu Hai. "Damn it!" Zhu Hai roared furiously. He was furious to be forced to such an extent by a Little Mouse. Bone Sky-breaking Fist. Suddenly, the aura of death around Zhu Hai turned into an evil aura. Then, spots of scarlet light flickered on his body. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Especially the disciples in the top 5 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. They recognized the fist technique that Zhu Hai used. This Little Mouse is extraordinary to be able to force Zhu Hai to such an extent. Xiao Fang said with a calm expression. He Jingwei, who was beside Xiao Fang, was a little surprised. He said, "Even if I were to face this Little Mouse, it's hard to say who would win. Only you, Xiao Fang, would have an absolute chance of winning. This kid is quite lucky to have such a powerful spiritual pet." Qing Jingtong, who was ranked third, said with a grin. Luo Zhongtian, who was ranked fourth, had an extremely gloomy expression. Fang Chen had offended Hong Wu and almost killed her. Hong Wu was his fiancée, which was a disgrace. How could he let Fang Chen off if he dared to touch his fiancée? After arriving at the Bloody Battle Mountain, Luo Zhongtian wanted to kill Fang Chen as soon as he met Fang Chen. In his opinion, Fang Chen was just an ant that could be killed with a casual strike. However, at this moment, the Bloody Spearman appeared. He gave up on killing Fang Chen and was ready to fight for the quota with all his strength. In front of the quota of the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen's life was insignificant. Until he stood on the bronze pillar, Luo Zhongtian did not look at Fang Chen directly. However, at this moment, he could not help but re-evaluate this man. Although his cultivation was not strong, he had such a powerful spiritual pet. After killing you, your spiritual pet will be mine. Luo Zhongtian thought to himself as a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 675. Bone Sky-Piercing Fist. Zhu Hai was forced into a sorry state by the little mouse. In the end, he unleashed the incomplete Bone Sky-Piercing Fist in a fit of rage. Zhu Hai had obtained the Bone Sky-Piercing Fist from a certain ruin in the Bloody Battle space. Originally, this fist technique was not called this, but the skeleton gave it a name of its own. The Bone Sky-Piercing Fist was a grade 6 cultivation technique. Its power was extremely domineering, and it was much stronger than the Bone Annihilation Fist. After Zhu Hai unleashed the Bone Sky-Piercing Fist, a scarlet color surged around his body. This scarlet color wrapped around his body, causing his aura to rise to the peak. It was also at this moment that Zhu Hai pushed off with the tip of his foot. His body instantly soared into the air, and countless scarlet colors gathered under his feet to form a long sword that dragged his body. "I'll tear you to pieces." Zhu Hai stared at the little mouse and roared furiously. In the next moment, Zhu Hai's fists violently blasted towards the little mouse. When Zhu Hai blasted out his fists, the color of the entire world changed. Wherever his fists passed, the surrounding air would dissipate in all directions. The little mouse had also discovered Zhu Hai's power. Its eyes flickered, and then it urged the purple halo around its body. Some complicated information appeared in its mind. Its body soared into the air, and it roared furiously at the sky. When the little mouse roared furiously, a shocking shadow of a mouse appeared behind it. This shadow of a mouse was completely purple, and was the same as the purple halo around the little mouse. Roar. After the shadow of the purple mouse appeared, its furious roar was intimidating. At this moment, the bloodline aura within the little mouse's body instantly erupted. Even the bloody spearman on the blood-red cloud looked extremely solemn when he saw this scene. An innate ability? The bloody spearman muttered to himself. A trace of shock flashed through his eyes. On the ancient Sword Continent, there were some powerful demon beast clans. Although the members of these demon beast clans were few in number, their strength was abnormally strong. After reaching a certain level, the members of these demonic beast clans would activate the innate abilities hidden in their bloodline. Innate superpowers were the most domineering and basic superpowers of the demonic beasts. Any demonic beast that possessed innate superpowers would have a bloodline density that was the closest to that of their ancestors. In the tiny Five Elements province, the bloody spearman actually discovered a little mouse with an innate ability. This truly shocked the bloody spearman. After the purple rat shadow appeared behind the little mouse, it opened its bloody mouth and a majestic suction force instantly emerged. The bloody spearman was shocked when he sensed this attractive force. This attractive force was too strong. Even a mid-level spirit vortex realm warrior might not be able to withstand it. The target of the purple rat shadow was Zhu Hai. Its powerful suction force directly locked onto Zhu Hai, causing the latter's fists to abruptly stop in the air, unable to move. How is this possible? Zhu Hai cried out involuntarily. His eyes were filled with horror. At this moment, Zhu Hai actually felt fear in his heart. He could feel the power of the little mouse. Rip! The powerful attractive force directly broke Zhu Hai's fists and sucked away all the scarlet color on Zhu Hai's body. Just as Zhu Hai felt that his body was about to be sucked away, A peerless divine weapon suddenly shot out from his interspatial ring. Zhu Hai held the peerless divine weapon in his hand and threw it directly at the little mouse. Immediately, the peerless divine weapon was sucked into the purple rat's bloody mouth. Crack! Amidst everyone's shock, the purple rat shadow directly bit the peerless divine weapon to pieces. Bang! The powerful attractive force disappeared and Zhu Hai's body fell onto the bloody battle mountain. His body was trembling. In a moment of desperation, he took out the sealed peerless divine weapon. This peerless divine weapon was at least a supreme-grade mystic weapon and above. He had accidentally obtained it in the bloody battle space. Originally, he wanted to find a way to remove the seal after joining the Five Elements Academy. However, there was no other way now. In order to survive, he threw out the peerless divine weapon and let the purple rat devour it. He thought that the peerless divine weapon could resist the attractive force of the purple rat shadow, but he was wrong. It broke. Zhu Hai, who had fallen onto the bloody battle mountain, cried out involuntarily. The geniuses in the top 5 of the Hidden Dragon ranking looked at the little mouse, dumbfounded. Too powerful. This spirit pet is too domineering. Qing Jing Tong and He Jingwei sighed. Xiao Fang narrowed his eyes and stared at the little mouse. He was becoming more and more interested in the little mouse. As for Luo Zhongtian, his face was gloomy and he didn't say anything. As for Sun Chiwen, he helplessly shook his head. He secretly rejoiced that he had no enmity with Fang Chen. Otherwise, if Fang Chen let the little mouse attack him, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. At this moment, the most shocked person was none other than the bloody spear man on the blood-red cloud. Others might not know that it was a peerless divine weapon, but he was very clear about it. That peerless divine weapon had long surpassed the category of profound grade weapons and reached the level of Dao weapons. What was a Dao weapon? It was an existence that completely surpassed profound grade weapons. Only a weapon refining Saint Master could refine a Dao weapon. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that there were almost no Dao weapons in the vast Five Elements province. Even the Five Elements Academy had very few Dao weapons. One could imagine how precious a Dao weapon was. Although this Dao weapon was sealed, its hardness wasn't something that could be destroyed by ordinary power. However, it was still bitten and devoured by the little mouse's innate ability. It can even devour a Dao weapon. The bloody spear man stared at the little mouse and said to himself. At this moment, the little mouse's body landed on the copper pillar. After devouring the Dao weapon, it was a little weak. So hard. The little mouse said softly. It felt that the weapon just now was too hard. If it hadn't used its innate ability, it wouldn't have been able to bite it. The weak little mouse glanced at Zhu Hai, who had fallen to the ground and lost the ability to fight. Then, it raised its head to look at the bloody spear man on the blood-red cloud and asked, "Can my boss take this spot?" "Yes." The bloody spear man regained his composure and said softly. Fang Chen nodded when he heard that. With a tap of his foot, he directly stepped onto the 6th copper pillar. The little mouse went into the special interspatial ring. Fang Chen gave the little mouse a large amount of supreme-grade spirit stones to recover its strength. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other. No one would have thought that one of Fang Chen's spiritual pets could defeat Zhu Hai. Of course, there were also some people who thought that Fang Chen was very lucky. If he didn't have a spiritual pet, he wouldn't even be able to defeat Zhu Hai. He might even be killed by Zhu Hai. However, the bloody spearman also said that a spiritual pet was also a part of one's strength. They couldn't refute that. However, after seeing the little mouse disappear, everyone was guessing if the little mouse was injured and couldn't fight. At this moment, after a commotion in the crowd, someone finally wanted to give it a try. After all, if they missed this opportunity, they didn't know when the next one would be. "Fang Chen, I want to challenge you." Suddenly, someone said. The person who spoke was a powerhouse who was ranked 9th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. He was ranked 6th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, but after being defeated by Zhu Hai, his ranking fell to 9th. Looks like there are still people who haven't given up. Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, Fang Chen nodded and said, "As you wish." Fang Chen also knew that after using the little mouse to intimidate everyone and snatch this spot, the others would definitely be unconvinced. Therefore, he wanted to make a move. The reason why he didn't make a move on Zhu Hai was because Fang Chen heard the Bloody Spearman say that before entering the Five Elements Academy, he had to participate in the newcomer assessment. Once he made a move on Zhu Hai, although the final result would be the same and he would defeat Zhu Hai, he would be injured and it would affect the newcomer assessment. All unfavorable factors had to be eliminated. Moreover, why not use the little mouse's powerful combat strength when he had it? However, now that the little mouse was injured and someone wanted to challenge him, Fang Chen could only kill one to warn the others. The powerhouse who was ranked 9th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard was far weaker than Zhu Hai. Fang Chen didn't care at all. Rumble. The powerhouse who was ranked 9th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard made his move and launched a fierce and domineering attack. Facing such a powerful attack, Fang Chen didn't show any fear on his face. The top 5 geniuses on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard were also staring at Fang Chen. They wanted to see how strong his true strength was. Flowing water sword technique. Fang Chen let out a low shout and performed the flowing water sword technique. After sensing the sword intent on Fang Chen, the Bloody Spearman's eyes were burning as he stared at Fang Chen. The sword intent on this kid. The Bloody Spearman instantly realized that Fang Chen's sword intent was different from the sword intent of an ordinary sword cultivator. Chapter 676. The second step of the sword principle was sword intent. This sword intent was very different from the sword intent condensed by ordinary martial artists. Whether it was the power or the characteristics of the sword intent, they were all different. This kind of sword intent was unique. The Blooded Spear Daoist was one of the upper echelons of the Five Elements Academy. He was an expert who could cause the entire Five Elements state to tremble with a stomp of his foot. Such an expert was naturally experienced and knowledgeable. With a single glance, he could tell that the sword intent around Fang Chen was extraordinary. At this moment, the Bloody Spearman stared at Fang Chen with his pitch-black eyes as he pondered quickly in his mind. After a long time, the Bloody Spearman muttered to himself, "Why do I sense the aura of a swordsman from that place?" Thinking of this, the Bloody Spearman's eyes were filled with surprise. He knew very well what kind of terrifying place the place he was talking about was. It was said that high-level Spirit Vortex Realm martial artists could only be considered weak if they went to that place. Even the few true martial realm martial artists in the Five Element state were many in that place. But there is also a little difference, the Bloody Spearman said in a low voice, squinting his eyes. The Bloody Spearman had a keen sense of smell. He immediately sensed that Fang Chen's sword intent was extraordinary. However, he did not know that the reason why Fang Chen was able to cultivate sword intent again was entirely because of the Sword Principle Truth Beginner Scroll. If it were not for the Sword Principle Truth Beginner Scroll, his sword intent would have probably reached the realm of perfection. However, even if his sword intent was at the realm of perfection, it was probably not as powerful as the sword intent condensed from the Sword Principle Truth Beginner Scroll. Fang Chen's sword intent was only at the peak of the first minor realm. He was only one step away from reaching the second minor realm. Even so, when he released his sword intent, countless martialists on the Bloody Battle Mountain felt a shocking aura. The weaker martialists couldn't help but retreat one after another. The strength that Fang Chen released at this moment was so powerful that even the aura of the 9th martial artist on the Hidden Dragon list was instantly overshadowed by his radiance. Countless martial artists widened their eyes as they watched this scene. Courting death. Seeing Fang Chen perform such an aggressive sword art, the 9th-ranked warrior on the Hidden Dragon ranking roared out in anger. He pushed out all of his power, trying to break Fang Chen's attack. Pucci, however, the flowing water swordsmanship was much more powerful than he had imagined. When he came into contact with the Hidden Star Sword, he was instantly pierced by the Hidden Star Sword. Fortunately, he dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have definitely been killed by Fang Chen's overbearing swordsmanship. Bang, the expert ranked 9th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, was like a cannonball as he fell onto the blood battlefield plain at the foot of the Bloody Battle Mountain. His eyes were filled with fear as he spat out blood. His face was pale and his aura was weak. With one look, it was clear that he was severely injured. Seeing this scene, The hearts of the countless cultivators on Bloody Battle Mountain surged. At this moment, they once again recognized Fang Chen's strength. This man was too powerful. Even if he was up against Zhu Hai, he would probably be able to defeat her. On the bronze pillar, the top 5 geniuses on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, including Xiao Fang, all nodded at Fang Chen. On the blood-red cloud, the Bloody Spear Man nodded in satisfaction. Although Fang Chen was the weakest among the 6 of them and had the lowest cultivation, his intuition told him that this man was not simple. After Fang Chen defeated the 9th-ranked warrior on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, he looked around and said coldly, "Who else is not convinced?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, many geniuses shook their heads. What kind of joke was this? Even the 9th-ranked warrior on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard could not defeat him. Wouldn't small fries like them be courting death if they went up? Although the 5 Elements Academy's quota was important, they still had to do what they could. If they lost their lives, it would not be worth it. Just like that, Fang Chen occupied the last quota with his overbearing strength. At this moment, an extremely dense blood-red aura suddenly emerged in the bloody battle space, causing the entire sky to change color. The Bloody Battle Mountain trembled continuously. Everyone knew that the bronze pillar was about to disappear. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy. Within the vast 5 Elements province, there were countless geniuses. But in the end, only the 6 of them stood out. Once they entered the 5 Elements Academy, the gap between them and the other geniuses would be even greater. The 5 Elements Academy was known as a place that specialized in cultivating peerless experts. Entering the 5 Elements Academy meant that in the future, even the weakest would be able to shake the entire 5 Elements province. Some geniuses with heaven-defying potential would even be able to shake the entire ancient sword continent. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the bronze pillar disappeared. The 6 of them landed on the Bloody Battle Mountain. On the blood-red cloud, the Bloody Spear Man nodded. The 6-month-long battle between geniuses had finally come to an end. In truth, in this so-called battle between geniuses, only the final battle was the most crucial. Most of the time, everyone would act individually. This could be considered the 5 Elements Academy's compensation for those disciples who were unable to enter the academy. After all, they were also martial artists from the 5 Elements province. Being able to obtain opportunities and improve their strength was a good thing for the entire 5 Elements province. However, everyone knew that under the Bloody Battle Mountain, there was a pitch-black cave. The cave was surrounded by a layer of grey aura. This array was a well-known array within the Yellow Spring sect. Once it was set up, even a real martial realm expert would not be able to discover it. This time, the spiritual pupil king had spent a lot of effort in order to kill the peerless geniuses in the bloody battle space. He had even allowed his subordinates to bring in this array. At this moment, there were more than a dozen spiritual spiral realm survivors in the array. Their cultivation was basically at the 3rd level of the spiritual spiral realm. "Boss, what should we do?" The old man above is very strong, a survivor of the Yellow Spring sect asked in a low voice. The other survivors of the Yellow Spring sect all looked at the leader of the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect, waiting for an answer. "The spiritual pupil king sent us here to kill the geniuses of the 5 Elements province. Naturally, we are well prepared." As he spoke, a pitch-black pearl appeared in the hands of the leader of the Yellow Spring sect. This pearl exuded a frightening evil aura. "What is this?" someone asked. "This is a treasure that the spiritual pupil king gave me before we left. It can temporarily trap the old man on the blood-red cloud," the leader of the Yellow Spring sect said. Hearing this, the other survivors of the Yellow Spring sect were overjoyed. They were most afraid of the old man on the blood-red cloud. Once they trapped the old man, they would slaughter the other geniuses. Just as they were talking, the Bloody Battle Mountain suddenly trembled. Everyone's eyes lit up and they said, "Boss, they are leaving. We can start now." "All right, let's get ready." The survivors of the Yellow Spring sect were secretly preparing, but the Bloody Spear Man on the blood-red cloud had no idea. At this moment, he was strolling in the sky, and the blood-red cloud below his feet was also drifting slowly with him. "The 6 of you are the most outstanding in this year's genius battle. I hope that you can pass the 5 Elements Academy's newcomer assessment and join the 5 Elements Academy. The bloody spearman's attitude towards the 6 of them was clearly different from before. Just as the bloody spearman finished speaking, a pitch-black pearl suddenly shot out from the bottom of the bloody battle mountain. When the bloody spearman discovered this pearl, a strong evil aura exploded from within the pearl. This evil aura instantly enveloped the bloody spearman on the blood-red cloud, forming an extremely strong seal. Damn it! Seeing this, the bloody spearman's face turned gloomy. He realized that this seal was specifically targeted at him. The survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. The bloody spearman's face was extremely gloomy. He had already realized that this was the plan of the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. Rumble. Shortly after, the bloody spearman began to bombard the seal. At this moment, the situation on the bloody battle mountain changed drastically. Suddenly, the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect, who were hidden under the bloody battle mountain, all appeared on the mountain. The survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen saw this and called out in a low voice. Xiao Fang and the others also stared coldly at the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. How dare you show yourself, survivors of the Yellow Spring sect? Xiao Fang's voice was filled with a cold aura. Mph, ignorant fools. That old thing has already been trapped by us. You will all die in our hands. A survivor of the Yellow Spring sect said disdainfully. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The leader of the Yellow Spring sect grinned. Rumble. Just as the leader of the Yellow Spring sect finished speaking, the entire bloody battle mountain was filled with a strong evil aura. More than 10 survivors of the Yellow Spring sect attacked. Those who are weak, step back. Xiao Fang saw that the opponents were coming aggressively and began to take charge of the situation. With Xiao Fang as the leader, the top 10 disciples of the Hidden Dragon Roll fought against the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. As for the disciples ranked lower on the Hidden Dragon Roll, they also joined forces to encircle and annihilate the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. Bang! Bang! Xiao Fang's opponent was the leader of the Yellow Spring sect. Although his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm, he had a secret technique unique to the Yellow Spring sect. His strength was abnormally strong, and Xiao Fang was unable to gain the upper hand for a while. He Jingwei, Qing Jingtong, Luo Zhongtian, and Sun Qiwen all fought against the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. Even Zhu Hai and the others fought with all their strength. Although these people had more or less conflicts, they would still work together in front of the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen's opponent was a survivor of the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm. The strength of this survivor of the Yellow Spring sect was comparable to the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm. Fang Chen could easily deal with him. Kid, you can die now. The survivor of the Yellow Spring sect sneered and said eerily. Immediately, a strong evil aura spread out in an instant. The survivor of the Yellow Spring sect used a cultivation technique unique to the Yellow Spring sect and launched a murderous attack on Fang Chen. You are really stubborn. Fang Chen's eyes were cold as he said in a low voice. The hidden star sword in his hand instantly danced. Using the flowing water sword technique, a majestic ripple of water instantly merged into the hidden star sword. Fang Chen exploded with his strongest strength. This strength was comparable to the beginning of the 4th level of the spiritual vortex realm. Bang! Fang Chen's hidden star sword collided with the fist of the survivor of the Yellow Spring sect, and the latter's body was instantly sent flying. How is this possible? The survivor of the Yellow Spring sect was shocked. The kid in front of him was only at the 2nd level of the spiritual vortex realm. How could he suppress him? Chapter 677. This was Fang Chen's first time using the godly attraction art. When the godly attraction art was used, a dense yellow soul aura appeared around Fang Chen's head. Under the control of the godly attraction art, the yellow soul aura turned into soul flames and shot towards the remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect. When the remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect was engulfed by the flames of the godly attraction art, his soul was instantly burned. Bang! The remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect lost his soul and vitality. Fang Chen was the first to kill the remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect. At this moment, The other geniuses were fighting with the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. When Xiao Fang was fighting, he noticed that Fang Chen's battle had ended. He was overjoyed and immediately shouted, "Fang Chen, go and help them." The remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect were all very strong. Even the top 10 disciples of the Hidden Dragon ranking were having a hard time. Fang Chen heard Xiao Fang's voice and nodded. He looked at the remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect who was fighting with Qing Jingtong. "I'll attract his attack. You attack him with all your strength." Fang Chen's voice was transmitted into Qing Jingtong's ears. The reason why he chose to help Qing Jingtong was because Qing Jingtong's opponent was very strong. Qing Jingtong couldn't withstand it. Hearing this, Qing Jingtong nodded his head. He activated his wind will, and his figure instantly disappeared into the void. At this moment, Fang Chen used the godly attraction art. His soul flames instantly bombarded the remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect. "You're courting death." The remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect noticed Fang Chen's attack and shouted. He immediately released a powerful force, wanting to shatter Fang Chen's soul flames. Hiss. However, he obviously underestimated the power of the godly attraction art. When the soul flame collided with his fist, it actually burned his skin, causing him to feel excruciating pain. Ah! The remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect was careless and was injured by Fang Chen's godly attraction art. He screamed loudly. Qing Jingtong seized the opportunity and suddenly appeared in the void. He then gave the remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect a fatal blow. Crack! The remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect was hit by Qing Jingtong's full force attack. One of his arms instantly broke and his strength decreased sharply. Then, under the joint attack of Qing Jingtong and Fang Chen, the remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect was unwillingly killed by the two of them. Qing Jing gave Fang Chen a thumbs up and smiled. "Brat, your soul attack is too powerful." After he finished speaking, he went to help the Yellow Spring sect. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed. Because of Fang Chen and Qing Jingtong's help, the situation gradually reversed. The human warriors began to gain the upper hand. After a quarter of an hour, the remaining members of Yellow Spring's sect were all dead. Only the leader of Yellow Spring's sect was left. Damned humans. Originally, this was a very meticulous plan. But now, such a situation had occurred. The leader of Yellow Spring sect was infuriated. The leader of the Yellow Spring sect bellowed. Suddenly, an extremely dense evil aura surged out from his body. In the next moment, his strength actually began to rise. Boom! The godly Qing Jingtong Yong's cultivation reached the 4th level of the spirit vortex realm. He was able to suppress Xiao Fang when he was at the 3rd level. After reaching the 4th level, he was even stronger. "Let's work together," He Jingwei shouted. The top 10 disciples of the Hidden Dragon role came forward and attacked the godly Qing Jingtong Yong. Boom! The godly Qing Jingtong Yong seemed to have mutated. His strength was abnormally strong. Xiao Fang successfully escaped from the attack range of the godly Qing Jingtong Yong. Xiao Fang's eyes were solemn as he said, he used a forbidden technique. "Be careful. All of you must die." The godly Qing Jingtong Yong used a forbidden technique to kill all the geniuses of Bloody Battle Mountain. His aura was strong. Even if Fang Chen and the others worked together, they were no match for him. Bang! With Xiao Fang in the lead, He Jingwei and the others launched a fierce attack. Fang Chen used the spirit attraction technique. If they did not kill this person, they would all die here. Therefore, they had to work together to kill this person. A sky full of attacks shot toward the godly Qing Jingtong Yong. The godly Qing Jingtong Yong's eyes were scarlet. He raised his hand, and a dense evil aura poured into his palm. Then his body began to expand. "Ha ha ha, all of you must die." The godly Qing Jingtong Yong knew that his mission had failed, so he directly used a forbidden technique of the godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect. His combat power instantly increased by several times. The current him was unrivaled. Xiao Fang and the others stared at the godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect's leader with vigilance. The godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect's leader seemed to be preparing a fierce attack. He laughed wildly. "Die. In the blink of an eye, the Yellow Spring sect leader finished preparing his attack. Suddenly, a scarlet ball of blood appeared in his palm. The power contained within this scarlet ball of blood was enough to annihilate all the geniuses on Bloody Battle Mountain. What do we do? He Jingwei stared at the godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect's leader. Fight to the death, said Xiao Fang. There was no other choice. Just as everyone was prepared to fight to the death, a deafening sound suddenly exploded in the sky. Then, the seal shattered, and a blood-red cloud appeared. The bloody spear man stood quietly on the blood-red cloud. However, everyone could feel the biting cold killing intent from the bloody spear man. How dare you fight in the bloody battle space? You're courting death. Facing the powerful attack of the godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect's leader, the bloody spear man only pointed his finger. Instantly, a finger light tore through the void and touched the forehead of the godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect's leader. Bang! The body of the godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect's leader exploded, along with the scarlet ball of blood. However, the tyrannical power of the scarlet ball of blood was suppressed by the bloody spearman crash. The bloody spearman pointed his finger and killed the godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect's leader, restoring peace to Bloody Battle Mountain. All the martial artists were completely dumbfounded. That finger was simply a stroke of genius. It was too powerful. Is this the strength of the bloody spearman? Fang Chen was shocked. The bloody spearman had only pointed his finger and killed the berserk godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect's leader. It was too shocking and too powerful. The eyes of Xiao Fang and the others were also filled with excitement. They were all stunned by the bloody spearman's strength. The bloody spearman withdrew his finger and said in a low voice, "It was my negligence this time." Fortunately, there were no losses. The bloody spearman's words were filled with anger towards the godly Qing Jingtong Yong sect's leader. Looking at the shocked crowd, the blood spear Daoist spoke again, "Cultivate well. One day, all of you will reach my level." Hearing the bloody spearman's words, everyone was excited. After letting everyone calm down for a while, the bloody spearman said, "The genius battle is over. The bloody battle space will be closed today." With that, the bloody spearman flicked his wrist and a stone door appeared in the void. He said, "You can all leave." Hearing the bloody spearman's words, everyone nodded and stepped through the stone door, leaving the bloody battle space. In the end, only Fang Chen's group of 6 were left in the bloody battle space. The bloody spearman looked at the 6 of them and said, "I will give you 3 days to deal with your worldly affairs. 3 days later, gather at Bloody Battle City." Hearing this, the 6 of them nodded. Indeed, they had some worldly affairs to deal with. In the end, the 6 of them left. Fang Chen went to Bloody Battle City, found Lu Lianxue and the other 2 girls, and left with them. The genius battle that had lasted for half a year had finally come to an end. Some martial artists died, while others rose to prominence. In short, the warriors who died would be forgotten, while the warriors who rose would be remembered forever. With the speed of Fang Chen's group, it was naturally impossible for them to return to Bloody Battle City within 3 days. The Blood Spear Daoist had already thought of this, so he gave each of them a flying treasure. Of course, he was only lending it to them. When they returned to Bloody Battle City, they would have to return it to the bloody spearman. After all, flying treasures were very precious. The bloody spearman would not give out 6 of them at once. In the boundless sky, Fang Chen and the 3 girls stood side by side on a giant black sword. The speed of the giant sword was so fast that the 3 girls were shocked. "Fang Chen, this time, your name will shake the 5-element state," Li Xiaoke said with a smile. "It won't be long before your name will be known throughout the 5-element state." Lu Lianxue's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her face was full of smiles. Li Mingzhu did not say anything, but there was a gentle smile in her eyes. Fang Chen smiled but did not say anything. In the past half a year in the bloody battle space, he had experienced a lot and finally obtained a spot to enter the 5 Elements Academy. The giant black sword was very fast. In just a day, it had returned to Kaiyang City from the distant Bloody Battle City. After the 3 girls returned, the news of Fang Chen obtaining a spot to enter the 5 Elements Academy spread in Kaiyang City. "Have you heard? Fang Chen defeated Zhu Hai and obtained a spot to enter the Five Elements Academy. He's too strong. To be able to obtain a spot to enter the Five Elements Academy, this Fang Chen is really not simple. Back then, I said that Fang Chen is not simple. You didn't believe me, did you? The entire Kaiyang city was discussing Fang Chen's matter everywhere. In the Li family mansion, it was also bustling. The Li family patriarch was especially excited. Fang Chen joining the Five Elements Academy was very important to the Li family. Fang Chen, I didn't expect your cultivation to improve so quickly in half a year. The Li family patriarch laughed. Yes, Fang Chen is really our Li family's lucky star, the first elder said. The other elders also burst into laughter. That day, the Li family held a banquet and invited all the warriors in the entire Kaiyang city. Because of Fang Chen, the Lu family patriarch expressed that they would forever ally with the Li family. As for the Yang family, they did not dare to have any ideas about the Li family. The next day, Fang Chen took care of some trivial matters in Kaiyang city and returned to Bloody Battle City on the third day. Although Fang Chen left, he became a legend in Kaiyang city. And because of that, the Li family became the #1 family in Kaiyang city. As for the Li family's old rival, the Yang family, they did not dare to go against the Li family. Although Fang Chen was not strong now, after joining the Five Elements Academy, his name would definitely shake the continent. By then, he would be able to destroy the Yang family with a single finger. The Yang family also knew their place. They did not want to suffer the pain of having their family wiped out, so they immediately expressed that they would never go against the Li family. They also gave up most of the businesses in Kaiyang City that were in dispute with the Li family. Chapter 678. The trip to the bloody battle space was joyous for some sects, but there were also some sects that were worried. Just in Kaiyang City alone, Li family and Lu family had reaped a bountiful harvest. As for the pitiful Yang family, their most outstanding disciple, Yang Shoujian, had died in the bloody battle space. Back then, Yang family had spent a lot of resources to nurture Yang Shoujian. But now that Yang Shoujian was dead, all their resources had gone to waste. Furthermore, Yang family had to nurture a new top genius. In a way, the younger generation of Yang family was suppressed by Li family and Lu family, and they could not make a comeback. As a result, Yang family was kicked out of the upper circle of Kaiyang City by Li family and Lu family. All in all, this was all because of Fang Chen. Of course, Fang Chen did not care about these things. He was already on a flying treasure and heading towards Bloody Battle City. Half a day had passed, and Fang Chen had been on the flying treasure. His speed was fast, and he could feel the power of heaven and earth in the air. However, at this moment, on a mountain peak in front of Fang Chen, there was a figure that was cultivating. He was the West Region pirate sage. Ever since his wealth was robbed clean, he was furious. He wanted to find the culprit, but he had no clue at all. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. His cultivation base had reached a bottleneck, and he could not improve any further. Suddenly, Thief Saint of the West opened his eyes. It's too difficult to break through. West Region pirate sage said. Just as the god thief of the West was speaking, a figure bolted over swiftly. When the god thief of the West caught sight of this, his eyes shot out a frightening beam of golden light. That's a flying treasure. When West Region pirate sage saw the flying treasure, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed excitedly. He was known as the West Region pirate sage, and he had stolen countless treasures. However, he did not have any flying treasures. The thief sage of the Western region knew very well how precious a flying treasure was. There's someone on the flying treasure. At this moment, West Region pirate sage noticed Fang Chen on the flying treasure. When he recognized Fang Chen, his eyes were filled with shock. This lad actually had a flying treasure. This was too shocking. What a coincidence. Western Region pirate sage's eyes were filled with greed. If it had been someone else, he might have held back. However, this was Fang Chen, so he wasn't afraid at all. Back in Kaiyang City, Western Region pirate sage knew that Fang Chen was not simple. He guessed that there was an almighty behind him, but he did not expect him to have a flying cardinal treasure. Right now, there was not a single person on the desolate mountain peak. Even if he killed this kid, no one would know. The thief sage of the western region wanted to kill Fang Chen. Whoosh! While pondering, Fang Chen flew past the mountain peak on a flying true treasure. It was also at this moment that pirate sage of the west burst forth with a powerful force. A black-grade talisman appeared in his hand. He crushed the talisman instantly and a powerful force rushed towards Fang Chen. Rumble! Fang Chen, who was flying, suddenly felt the flying true treasure shake. Then, he was blown away by a powerful wave of air. He left the flying true treasure and fell toward the mountain peak. Damn it! At this moment, Fang Chen also knew that someone was attacking him. He tiptoed and rose into the air, ready to step on the flying true treasure. However, he was stopped by Western Region Pirate Sage of the West. Bang! Western Region Pirate Sage of the West punched and forced Fang Chen to retreat. He then grabbed the flying true treasure that fell from the sky and revealed a sinister smile. Western Region Pirate Sage. Fang Chen's figure stabilized on the mountain peak. Only then did he realize that the martial artist who attacked him was actually Western Region Pirate Sage of the West. Kid, you have a good memory. You still remember me. Western Region Pirate Sage of the West stared at the flying true treasure carefully and grinned. What an exquisite flying true treasure. It's a waste in your hands. I'll keep it for you. Seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes turned ice cold as he said coldly, "Return the flying treasure to me." Without the flying true treasure, he wouldn't be able to reach Bloody Battle City on time. If he missed the time and couldn't join the Five Elements Academy, it would be a pity. Kid, are you courting death? Originally, Western Region Pirate Sage of the West wanted to silence him. After hearing Fang Chen's words, intense killing intent surged from his body as he said sinisterly. Sensing the aura of Western Region Pirate Sage of the West, Fang Chen realized that Western Region Pirate Sage of the West was at least at the mid-level of the Spirit Vortex realm. He was no match for him. What should I do? Fang Chen thought to himself. Rumble. Western Region Pirate Sage of the West held the flying true treasure in one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. With boundless power, he blasted towards Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was about to block with all his might, an even more shocking aura was emitted from the flying true treasure. Then, Western Region Pirate Sage of the West's palm exploded with a bang. Immediately, Western Region Pirate Sage of the West let out a miserable cry. The flying true treasure left his palm and floated in the sky. Fang Chen saw the situation and immediately grabbed the flying true treasure. Damn it! Western Region Pirate Sage of the West's palm exploded. Blood spurted out as he screamed in misery. How dare you lay your hands on my Five Elements Academy's things? In the next moment, a cold voice was heard from the flying true treasure. Western Region Pirate Sage of the West's eyes were filled with fear when he heard the voice. To be able to launch an attack through a true treasure, such means was not something a Spirit Vortex realm expert could perform. The other party must be a true martial realm expert. Five Elements Academy. How could this be? Western Region Pirate Sage of the West's heart was filled with fear. In a flash, he fled. The strength of a true martial realm expert was not something he could compare with. A true martial realm expert could kill without leaving a trace. Western Region Pirate Sage of the West was terrified. Swoosh. Western Region Pirate Sage of the West's body had just flown a distance away when a terrifying ray of light was emitted from the flying true treasure. It directly penetrated Western Region Pirate Sage of the West's body. Then, Western Region Pirate Sage of the West's vitality gradually dissipated and he fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen could not help but be speechless. He did not expect that the Western Region Pirate Sage of the West would die like this. Of course, Fang Chen was also shocked by a true martial realm expert. As expected of a true martial realm expert, he could kill someone from 1,000 miles away. After Western Region Pirate Sage of the West's death, Fang Chen was ready to leave. But suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He immediately walked to Western Region Pirate Sage of the West and took his interspatial ring. Western Region Pirate Sage of the West had a lot of wealth points in the western part of the Five Elements state. Fang Chen had only plundered a wealth point and obtained hundreds of millions of supreme spiritual stones. The other wealth points probably had even more. I'll check it out when I get to the Five Elements Academy. His priority now was to fly to Bloody Battle City. As for Western Region Pirate Sage of the West's interspatial ring, he would check it out when he got to the Five Elements Academy. He had plenty of time anyway. In the following time, Fang Chen operated his flying treasure and quickly arrived at Bloody Battle City. His journey was smooth and unimpeded. When Fang Chen arrived at Bloody Battle City, the other five had already arrived. With the Bloody Spear Man as the leader, everyone was waiting for Fang Chen. Senior Blood Spear, Fang Chen landed in Bloody Battle City and greeted the Bloody Spearman with cupped fists. The Bloody Spearman nodded and took back his flying treasure. He said, "Let's go." The Bloody Spearman did not mention anything about Western Region Pirate Sage of the West, and Fang Chen did not say anything either. The six of them looked at each other and then boarded the Bloody Spearman's flying treasure and left Bloody Battle City. Whoosh! The seven of them flew thousands of miles in the sky and passed by countless cities. The figures below were as small as ants. On the flying treasure, the Bloody Spearman sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He did not say a word. Fang Chen and the other five were chatting with each other. As for Luo Zhongtian, he stood alone at the side with a solemn expression. No one knew what he was thinking. "Do you know where the Five Elements Academy is located?" Suddenly, Sun Chiwen asked. Everyone knew of the Five Elements Academy's existence, but they did not know where the Five Elements Academy was located in the Five Element State. Even some Spirit Vortex Realm experts might not know. It is said to be in a forbidden land in the Five Element State. "I don't know the exact location," Qing Jingtong whispered, his eyes twinkling. "The location of the Five Elements Academy is a mystery to us. Stop guessing. Aren't we going to the Five Elements Academy now?" He Jingwei smiled. Xiao Fang nodded as well. He was the #1 expert on the Hidden Dragon ranking. In the Five Elements province, he suppressed all the experts of the younger generation. However, after entering the Five Elements Academy, there were probably many who were stronger than him. Everyone was chatting with each other. Time passed by slowly. Riding on the flying treasure, it took them 3 days to reach their destination. After 3 days, the group was flying in the sky. Suddenly, the flying treasure began to slow down and then landed. Fang Chen and the other five were shocked. They looked into the distance, trying to find the Five Elements Academy. However, there was a fog in front of them. They could not see anything clearly. "Have we arrived at the Five Elements Academy?" Qing Jingtong asked. "We should have arrived," He Jingwei said. Just at that moment, the Blooded Spear Daoist, who had his eyes closed the entire time, suddenly opened his eyes. He slowly stood up and said, "The Five Elements Academy is ahead. However, you are still unable to enter the Five Elements Academy." Hearing the Bloody Spearman's words, the six understood that they had to pass the newcomer's test before they could enter the Five Elements Academy. "Senior Bloody Spear, what is the newcomer's test?" Fang Chen asked, puzzled. Hearing Fang Chen's question, the Bloody Spearman smiled and said, "The Five Elements Academy is located on the highest peak in the Five Elements State, the Five Elements Peak. Below the Five Elements Peak is a mountain range. Your test will be in the mountain range." Hearing the words Five Elements Peak, the six people's faces changed. Five Elements Peak, is it the legendary Five Elements Peak, the most dangerous place in the Five Elements State? Xiao Fang asked hurriedly. The Bloody Spearman nodded and said, "That's right. In the eyes of ordinary warriors, the Five Elements Peak is indeed the most dangerous place." Hearing this, the six people's hearts were in turmoil. There was no warrior in the Five Elements State who did not know of the existence of the Five Elements Peak. Everyone thought that the Five Elements Peak was the most dangerous place in the Five Elements State. No one could enter the Five Elements Peak. Even warriors of the true martial realm did not dare to enter casually. In the eyes of the world, the Five Elements Peak was a place of death. Therefore, no matter what kind of cultivator they were, they would not have the intention to step onto the Five Elements Peak. They would not even dare to approach the Five Elements Peak.